Chapter 1534. Fiend God Overlord Body 5th Layer. Many people couldn't help but look forward to it. If given more time, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Ling to become a heavenly emperor. Soon after, many people thought of the bet and began to laugh. Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Mist, and the others must have lost a lot of money. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also had to watch Lin Ling grow and surpass them step by step. At this moment, Lin Ling was seriously injured. He didn't go to the Seven Emperors' Heaven, but instead went to the Rainforest's sacred land. Behind him, Lord Watamist and the other experts were shocked as they stared at Lin Ling's back. After Lin Ling returned to the Rainforest's sacred land, everyone began to worry. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so seriously injured. "My lord, what happened? You lost a lot of blood. With every step he takes, I can hear the sound of bones breaking." Many people were worried. However, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others knew that Lin Ling was only seriously injured and his life wasn't in danger. At this time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, the Spacetime Heavenly Emperor, and the 9 Spirits of Heaven. "Lin Ling, this is your bet with Golden Armor King. Also, you completed the mission on the mission board. The 7 Emperors' world rewarded you with half Saint's essence." The Unhindered Heavenly Emperor threw a green ring to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His bitter battle had finally paid off. Then, Lin Ling handed some half Saint's essence to Venerable Sea Calming. He knew that Venerable Sea Calming had blocked the attack for him at a critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Venerable Sea Calming was also seriously injured and couldn't speak. He just accepted it with a smile. Everyone looked at the 2 seriously injured people and knew how intense the battle was. "Grandpa, everyone, this time I will cultivate for several days." Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. After saying this, he immediately went to cultivate. Lord Watamist and the others nodded and didn't leave. They stayed behind to protect this place. "This half-saint's essence is really rare. However, this harvest is enough for me to break through." Heading towards the cultivation land that belonged to him, Lin Ling said with a smile. He recalled the battle previously and could not help sighing emotionally. With his current strength, the entire mortal realm was ranked at the top already. However, the great battle previously, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, letting Lin Ling know that the mortal realm's heavenly emperor powerhouses were more than he imagined. "Who is that blue rogue youth? He's so powerful. The only thing I can't see through is him, as if he's an otherworldly being." Fire Cloud Celestial Emperor, Princess of the Fire Clan. "There are many strong cultivators in Champion University too." Lin Ling continued. Not only was he not pressured, but his blood was boiling. Experts were lonely. If there were too few experts, Lin Ling would feel lonely. However, the more experts there were, the more fighting spirit Lin Ling had. In the previous battle, Lin Ling was unyielding and arrogant. He was telling the experts of the mortal world that he, Lin Ling, was also qualified to step into the circle of experts. "Your Majesty, this time, you were injured at the right time," said Mr. Z at that moment. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life, and surprisingly, it was the right time. His bones were broken, his flesh and blood had melted. If the godly demon overlord body wasn't so strong, he would have been paralyzed already. The godly demon overlord body, the bones are broken, the blood is melted, the flesh is melted, and in addition to the half-saint's essence, reaching the 5th layer is not difficult. Originally, the 5th layer of the godly demon overlord body required the body to break 5 times and be reborn. Only then could the godly demon overlord body descend. Lin Ling took a deep breath. As expected, the 5th layer was difficult. "Your Majesty, some of your injuries were caused by the Blood King, some by the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, but most of them were caused by the Yellow Springs Flame," said Mr. Z. The Yellow Springs Flame was worthy of being called a godly flame. Even though Lin Ling had only used a little bit of it, it was still terrifying. If he had used 10% of it, Lin Ling's body would have been burned to ashes. Lin Ling also felt a lingering fear. The yellow springs flame, a godly talent, was so terrifying. Next, it's better to increase my strength. Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to completely control the yellow springs flame, his physical body would have to be even more powerful. In the fourth layer of the Purple Mansion realm, in the Purgatory world, Lin Ling floated there and began to think about the cultivation method of the godly demon overlord body. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, heavenly books descended from the sky. They were all the collections of the great Emperor Zhai Xing. The heavenly books surrounded Lin Ling and began to be used by Lin Ling for cultivation. The advantage of the Purple Mansion realm was to increase Lin Ling's cultivation speed. Its auxiliary effect was extremely strong. Crack, crack. The heavenly books were like bubbles that enveloped Lin Ling with the majesty of an emperor. Around the Purgatory world, the souls of the former generals of the star-picking nation all prostrated themselves in worship. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the sky, and it made one's heart tremble with fear. At the same time, a dense rain of blood fell from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Lin Ling was going through the body-shattering stage. He was shattering all the small worlds and awakening more small worlds. The human bones had the most small worlds, so they were about to shatter. His blood was like the Milky Way, and the small worlds were about to shatter. His internal organs rumbled like thunder and were also shattering at this moment. The pain during this process was indescribable. However, within the heavenly book bubble, Lin Ling stood there with a cold expression on his face. He had cultivated for an unknown number of years, and with the reincarnation cycle, the pain of his physical body could no longer affect him. He looked like he was in his 20s, but with the years of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was much older than that. It's shattering very quickly. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. His right hand had already turned into bones. His 5 bony fingers looked ferocious and terrifying, but they also carried a sharp killing intent. Your Majesty, you have to shatter your body 5 times this time. Elder Z sighed at Lin Ling's perseverance and reminded him at the same time. The 5th stage of physical strength, the power of 10 universes, and the talent has reached the 10th grade of the profound rank. There will be one more divine ability. Space it space. Lin Ling muttered to himself as if he knew something. The fiend god overlord physique was the space distortion, then the space separation, and then Lin Ling comprehended the empty sword. Now, this comprehension was getting stronger and stronger. An illusion appeared in Lin Ling's mind. A void storm appeared, constantly exploding, and it was earth-shattering. Then it fused together. The void was the most mysterious thing. It was comprehended by Saint Realm experts, so many late Saint Realm experts had martial arts that could distort space. However, above that, it seemed to be shattering. That's right, shattering the void. A punch and a palm, a word and a smile, shattering the void. And this was the power of the 5th stage, Heaven-Lifting Cauldron. What a domineering name. Its power was not weak, as if it was lifting a cauldron and breaking the sky. This was also a Saint Rune martial art, the source of martial arts, but it was related to the space domain. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones shattering continued for a total of 5 times. A large amount of precious half-saint's essence flowed out, as if it was a small pool. If it was placed in the 7 emperors' heavens, it would be enough to make all the disciples' eyes red with envy. The precious half-saint's essence wrapped around Lin Ling, raising Lin Ling's strength in 3 aspects. His soul power slowly increased from the 122nd stage to the 125th stage. Chapter 1535. Increase in Strength Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling broke through and stepped into the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, greatly increasing his strength. Rumble. The celestial demon overlord body had reached the 5th layer, giving him a 10th grade Xian immortal body. After an unknown period of time, the heavenly book of the sky exploded, and Lin Ling walked out from it. He was completely naked. He was tall and slender, and his muscles were not explosive. Instead, they were streamlined as if they were carved. His eyes were deep and sharp, like an unsheathed sword. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your strength has increased greatly. Elder Z immediately appeared and yelled in joy. With so much half-saint's essence, if I still can't increase my strength, then I don't need to cultivate anymore, Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not encounter any difficulties in his cultivation this time. With the huge amount of resources, his strength had finally increased. Suddenly, Lin Ling's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. Now, it would be even easier for him to become one of the 10 unfettered halls. Elder Z, how long have I been cultivating? After a long time, Lin Ling withdrew his excitement and asked with a smile. Your Majesty, 25 years. Elder Z said bluntly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected, as one's strength increased, the time needed to cultivate would also increase. Of course, the reason why Lin Ling took so long was because the celestial demon overlord body was too difficult to improve. If it were other peerless geniuses, they would not take so long. Of course, there were pros and cons. At the same level, their strength was not comparable to Lin Ling's. 25 days have passed in the outside world. There are only a few days left until a month. Lin Ling nodded and took a step forward, leaving the Purple Palace. At this moment, the sacred rainforest was as lively as usual. Everyone was extremely excited when Lin Ling returned. Every time Lin Ling went out to fight, they would tremble with fear. Fortunately, Lin Ling was always able to overcome the danger and return safely. Sometimes, they would wonder if their home would still be safe if the flag was gone one day. Master! Lin Ling. When Lin Ling came out, everyone greeted him respectfully. Have your injuries healed? Lord Watamist had been guarding the rainforest's sacred land. When he saw Lin Ling, he was shocked. It's just a minor injury. Lin Ling quickly bowed and smiled. Lady Watermist knew that he was injured, so she had been guarding him all this time. He would remember this favor. Minor injuries? At that time, you only had half your life left. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. You're really a freak. Lord Watamist couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. He couldn't see through Lin Ling anymore. In the past, he was above Lin Ling, but now, not only was he treating Lin Ling as an equal, he even felt like he was looking up to Lin Ling. How is Venerable C calming? Lin Ling asked again. He's fine now, but he still needs some time to recover. After all, it's already quite lucky that he didn't die from Golden Armor King's all-out attack. Lady Watermist shook her head. Golden Armor King. Lin Ling's eyes turned ice-cold, revealing a cold glint. He had to settle his grudge with the Golden Armor King. However, although he had reached the height of the Langya 10 halls, it would be difficult for him to kill the Golden Armor King. This was because he was only on par with the Golden Armor King. Even if he could kill the Golden Armor King, he would need to go all out. This wasn't what Lin Ling wanted to see. He wanted to crush Golden Armor King. If I have more half-saint's essence, my strength can increase by another 10%. As long as my soul power reaches level 130, it should be enough. Lin Ling thought to himself. He walked side by side with Lord Watamist, chatting as they walked. They were talking about the title of Celestial Emperor. Those powerful Celestial Emperors were extremely powerful, even more powerful than Lord Watamist. They were already standing at the peak of Xianpeng Province. It would be very difficult for Lord Watamist to become a Celestial Emperor in this lifetime. It would be harder than ascending to heaven. Therefore, she could only place her hopes on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, during the 20 days you were in seclusion, the major forces of Xianpeng Province fought. Among them, Lord Watermist betrayed the Black-White Dao Palace and formed his own sect. Langya and the Carefree 10 temples also fought. Those temple masters are crazily clashing. The Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. Lady Watermist continued to speak, causing Lin Ling to become interested. Currently, he was already a disciple of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, so the matters of the Heaven and Earth halls had nothing to do with him. However, he was still curious about the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony. I heard that the Universal and Kuan temples are going to be reshuffled and even unified. Lord Watermist sighed. It was like this before becoming a disciple of the 7 Emperors. In a clash between strong forces, one could turn into ashes at any time. However, it was different after becoming a disciple of the 7 Emperors. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars wouldn't dare to provoke them. This also meant that if Xianpeng province were to be reshuffled, no one would dare to provoke the rainforest Holy Land. If you encounter something you can't solve, Lord Watermist can come find me at any time, Lin Ling said to Lord Watermist. He didn't fear the universal grand ceremony. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, as long as they didn't provoke Lin Ling, it would be fine. If someone overestimated themselves, then Lin Ling wouldn't mind killing them and even the powers behind them. Subordinate greets Lord. Lord. Lord is here. Lord. As he walked forward, the people of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Flaming Right Court Palace all bowed towards Lin Ling. Lord Watermist's eyes lit up. Lin Ling's 2 factions were very good. They were all transcendents, and their talents had already surpassed the sea calming realm. They were comparable to the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. This was also a massive faction. It could be called a true powerhouse. Lord Watermist never imagined that Lin Ling had secretly raised such a faction. Your bitter cultivation should come to an end. Xianpeng Province's Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. The powerhouses of Heaven and Earth Palaces will be reshuffled. You can take advantage of this reshuffle to go out and gain experience. At the same time, you can help the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace and the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling looked at these people. His words caused the eyes of these geniuses to narrow. They were in Xianpeng Province and naturally knew that a great calamity was about to befall the world. The Universal Grand Ceremony was about to begin, and at this time, the various regions of Xianpeng Province, super sects, and inheritance dynasties were all on guard. But in the words of Lord Lin Ling, this was only an opportunity for them to gain experience. As expected of the Lord, many people secretly admired him. This was their true leader. Others feared the great calamity of the world, but Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. Of course, if there are any factions that don't have eyes and dare to provoke you, you can directly exterminate them. Lin Ling added. Good. We definitely won't lose face for the Lord. The people of the Starry Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace all shouted out, their fighting spirit soaring. They became increasingly excited. It was good to have such a powerful backer. Lord Watermist bitterly smiled. During the Universal Grand Ceremony, even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could be replaced by other powerhouses. They still had to be careful. But in Lin Ling's words, if a god blocked his path, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked his path, he would destroy a Buddha. How domineering was that? However, while he was surprised, he also felt a deep sense of excitement. With a thick thigh like Lin Ling, their Black-White Dao Palace didn't need to fear him. Lin Ling is becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 1536. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios back to the 7 Emperors Sky, but now, the wheel of heaven and earth remained unchanged. 10 years of peace, 10 years of madness. For their own interests, for their own safety, and for various reasons, countless experts started another war. The result of the war was that the strong survived and the weak were eliminated. However, in this war, Lin Ling was no longer a pushover. He could dominate everything. Whoever dared to provoke him would be eliminated. They even felt that they should be thanking the heavens that Lord Lin Ling didn't destroy the other factions. Go! Lin Ling waved his hand. Indeed, he didn't destroy the other factions because he didn't have the time. It wasn't because he couldn't do it. Lord Shui Wu, this is the first time they are training in Xianpeng Province. Please lead them. Lin Ling said to Shui Wu. All right. Lady Watermist naturally nodded happily. After everyone left, Lin Ling walked forward and finally arrived at a small courtyard. Brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. This small courtyard was very quiet. Usually, only Lin Ling's mother, Emon Yenchen, Elder Tai Yin, and Yumun Yun would come here. It was colder here and the yin qi was very dense. A huge locust tree was planted on the ground. Yin qi was rolling. 2 souls stood under the locust tree, smiling at Lin Ling. They were Xiao Yun and the Second Dream. How have you been? Lin Ling smiled when he saw them. Very good, Aunt Yenchen. Grandpa Yin and the rest often come to visit us. We are very happy. Before Xiao Yun could say anything, the second dream said with a smile. She was different from the past. She was no longer lonely. Instead, she was as cheerful and lively as an ordinary girl. This was because she had no friends in the past, and everyone was using her. However, in this place there was only family and sincere care. She cherished all of this very much. She had been a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes, and the heavens and earth could not tolerate her. Now, she finally had everything, and all of this was brought by this man. He stepped into the yellow springs, entered the cycle of reincarnation, and brought them out to defy the heavens and change their fates. To be able to meet such a man in this lifetime, they had no regrets in life. That's right. Sister Yumun Yun burns incense for me to eat every day. Xiao Yun happily laughed. They did not have powerful souls, so they needed incense to refine their souls. That's great. Lin Ling nodded happily, as if the load on his mind could finally be lifted. By the way, other than singing, I'm also very good at cooking. If there's a chance, I'll cook for you. You'll definitely be full of praises. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. She was originally a peerless beauty, it was just that she was a bit too cold in the past. Hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it even more. I want to have a restaurant. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that the second dream could be opened up, he was even happier. However, looking at the second dream and Xiao Yun, he felt a little regretful. Although the second dream and Xiao Yun were very happy, they were still ghosts after all. They could not enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people and could only hide in dark places. By the way, I saw that little girl, the fire spirit princess. If the second dream's soul returns, then you can also enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. The fire spirit princess. The second dream also knew that her other soul had entered the cycle of reincarnation and became the fire spirit princess. However, she's already a complete person. If I join her, it will only disrupt her life. That doesn't seem too good. The second dream shook her head. Sister, the second dream, she's you and you're her. What would disrupt your life? I think if the fire spirit princess knew about this, she would definitely want to merge with you because that's also her life. Xiao Yun did not agree with the second dream statement because if it were her, she would also want to know about her past life and make her soul more perfect. The second dream wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. The fire spirit princess was like a sister to her. They were like one body. Naturally, she would not want to separate them. However, that little girl is quite naughty. If I want to bring her to see you, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Ling recalled. In his memory, the fire spirit princess was domineering and willful. Before he could convince her, she would not come to the sacred rainforest. Brother Lin Ling, what should we do? Xiao Yun was a little anxious. It's okay. She's just a little girl. If she doesn't listen to me, I'll smack her butt. Don't worry, I'll bring her here. Lin Ling said with a smile. If you smack her butt, isn't that the same as smacking the second dream's butt? Brother Lin Ling, you're so naughty. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Then she giggled. The second dream was stunned and her face turned red. Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He only treated the fire spirit princess as a child. That was why he said something so careless. Who knew that he would be teasing the second dream? Okay, I'll leave first. The next time I see the fire spirit princess, I'll bring her here. Of course, if she refuses, I'll smack her butt. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. At the same time he said this, Xiao Yun laughed even louder. The second dream frowned. She did not expect her old enemy to be so frivolous. Brother Lin Ling is a good person. Yes, Xiao Yun. He will definitely find a body for you. When that time comes, we can be together with Aunt Nianchen, Grandpa and Meng Yun. The locust tree was still swaying with the wind. The leaves rustled. Under the huge tree, two ghosts were holding hands. They looked into the distance with anticipation. They also wanted to enjoy the sunshine. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the sacred rainforest and was heading towards the Seven Emperors' world. His strength was still lacking. Therefore, he had to accept more missions on the mission board. Of course, It was time for his battle with the demonic Bone King to end. This Lin Ling is really powerful. After becoming a human sovereign's disciple for half a month, his strength has already reached the level of the 10 halls of Langya. Yes, I heard that during the Xian ranking battle, all the elites of the human realm came out. Some wanted to kill Lin Ling, but there were also many people who supported Lin Ling. What a pity! We missed such an exciting scene. In the 4 mountains of the 7 emperors' world, the disciples were discussing. They did not expect the new disciple, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. And in the East Mountain, on a mountain peak, a tall man stood there quietly, staring into the distance. He was the first king of the East Mountain, the demonic Bone King. Senior brother, Lin Ling's reputation has risen. Many people have heard of him among the 3 great legends of the human realm. Behind the demonic Bone King, several disciples said respectfully, "Yes, only then can he be my opponent." The demonic Bone King stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. His bones crackled, filled with excitement and battle intent. Lin Ling was more powerful than he had imagined. However, Lin Ling could reach the level of the 10 halls of Langya. This was not enough to make him afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the battle with Lin Ling. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, his position as the first king of the East Mountain would be even more stable. As for the level of the 10 halls of Langya, the first king of the East Mountain had also reached that level, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling is back. At this time, a disciple said to the demonic Bone King, full of excitement. They obviously knew the strength of the demonic Bone King, so they were looking forward to the battle between Lin Ling and the demonic Bone King. The news spread out mightily. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Ling's figure appeared under the 7 emperors' world. Senior brother Lin Ling. Greetings, senior brother. Chapter 1537. War Demon Bone King. This was the reality of this world. As long as one was strong enough, even the noble disciples would lower their proud heads. Lin Ling. At the same time, Tao Xian and the other disciples of the Shimen Sea were also shocked when they saw the black-robed young man walking towards them. The one who had arrived at this moment was none other than Lin Ling. His gaze did not pay any attention to the surrounding disciples. Instead, he indifferently glanced at Tao Xian and coldly and domineeringly spat out, "Scram." These 2 words were filled with deep contempt, causing Tao Xian and the others' eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was crushing them again. The surrounding disciples had never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. He had just returned and he had directly told Tao Xian to scram. Many gazes instantly turned to Tao Xian. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Tao Xian and the others' faces turned malevolent. In the end, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ling's gaze, and slowly left. Senior martial brother Tao Xian and the others really left. Everyone's hearts exploded. They never thought that Tao Xian would be so afraid of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly advancing. Finally, he stopped at the foot of the floating mountain and stood there quietly without saying a word. Many people were suddenly curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Could it be that he's waiting for the Devil Bone King's battle? That's definitely the case. A month's time is up and Lin Ling is coming. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring WRM King. His strength can be ranked among the unfettered 10 palaces, but so can East Mountain's first king. This battle will definitely be exciting. Many people were excited, their blood boiling. One was the number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain, the overlord among the peerless geniuses, who had ruled the Eastern Mountain for a year. The other was a monster who had just risen, who had shown his talent in just a month. Whoever won and who lost would be the true number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain. Get the Devil Bone King over here. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He seemed to be impatient, so he asked his disciples to invite the Devil Bone King. This, senior brother Lin Ling, my strength is not as good as his, so I can't invite him. Moreover, I don't know if the Devil Bone King dares to fight. A disciple nervously replied, "If I want him to fight, he will fight." Lin Ling said indifferently, with an incomparable domineering aura. If they wanted him to fight, he would fight. Boom. A month ago, the Devil Bone King had challenged Lin Ling to a battle with Tao Xian, and he was just as domineering. If he wanted him to fight, he would fight. But now, the stage had changed, and the one forcing the Devil Bone King to battle was Lin Ling. "You've got guts. I thought you'd wait for me to challenge you. In the end, you challenged me first." At this moment, a majestic voice finally drifted over from the sky. Demonic chi rippled, and killing intent overflowed to the heavens. "The Devil Bone King is here." The crowd became even more expectant. Was the peak battle about to begin? On top of each mountain peak, the various top disciples also quietly arrived. Their faces were cold as they waited for this battle. In the Eastern Mountain 4 poison appeared. Each of the beauties looked at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to come after a month. As for Lin Ling's recent fame, they knew that Lin Ling's strength was not any weaker than the Devil Bone King, and he might even win. Eastern Mountain's number 1 king, Earth grade 1 talent, 5th layer saint. Lin Ling, Yellow grade 10 talent, seems to be 3rd layer saint. Lin Ling's cultivation realm is rising so fast. Many heavenly emperors also appeared, watching from afar. For this battle, I bet on the Devil Bone King. Is that so? I think you're just jealous of Lin Ling's rapid rise. In any case, I bet on Lin Ling winning. No matter what, Lin Ling is also a disciple of the 7 emperors. Interesting, then let's wait and see. Each of the titled Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had their own views. This battle, who would win and who would lose, was currently 50-50. Under everyone's gaze, the Devil Bone King walked down from the sky. Every step he took was like a giant walking forward. He said indifferently, "You are quite trustworthy, but for this battle, there shouldn't be any heavenly emperors backing you." His voice carried boundless dominance, representing the Devil Bone King's confidence. Although Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he believed that defeating Lin Ling would not be difficult. At most, the process would be a little troublesome. "Let's fight." However, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent voice floated out. "After dealing with you, I still have to go to the mission board." Hearing this, the Demonic Bone King's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so confident? One had to know that he should be the one who was confident. Good. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Since you want to fight so much, within 100 moves, I will defeat you. The Devil Bone King was so angry that he laughed. Although he was confident that he would win, he no longer underestimated Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling was underestimating him? 100 moves, is that okay? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Devil Bone King was indeed very confident. They looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the ground. His voice was deafening. "I don't have that much time to play with you. Let's finish it in 5 moves. Boom. As soon as those words fell, all the disciples widened their eyes. Even the titled heavenly emperors were the same. They thought that Lin Ling would also use 100 moves as a standard to defeat the Devil Bone King. Who knew that Lin Ling would be even bolder? "I don't have time to play with you. You're not qualified to do that." Devil Bone 9 Heavens, 3 Bone Rain. The Devil Bone King was so angry that his entire body trembled. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant fellow. Chi. At the same time, the demonic rain in the sky rippled and fell to the ground. A black light flashed, and on the ground, a demonic god appeared. Its entire body was covered in black demonic bones. Its flesh and blood had disappeared. It was as if it was a devil bone giant. This skeleton was clearly not a human skeleton. It was as if it was formed from the bones of a dragon, Qilin, Ox King, and Lion Emperor. Clearly, the Devil Bone King was enraged and was ready to attack. What a terrifying pressure. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge monster was the Devil Bone King? Eat my fist. On the ground, the sound of demonic energy rippling floated out, shaking the earth like thunder. 100-meter-long skeletal arm fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. The wind and clouds billowed and engulfed the earth. Moreover, a large number of black bone fragments swept out like blades, cutting through everything. Some disciples were unable to react in time and were cut by the black bone fragments. Their arms were immediately severed and blood splattered everywhere. This great law cuts through everything. Even more disciples said with solemn expressions. Being in the midst of the locust-like black bone fragments, anyone would probably die. I said I would defeat you in 500 moves. When the crowd heard this, it was clear that the Devil Bone King was still determined to defeat Lin Ling in 500 moves. Rumble! The terrifying bone fist rushed towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the black bone fragments cut through the heaven and earth, submerging Lin Ling in an instant. Lin Ling shouldn't be defeated like this, right? Many people muttered to themselves, but they also felt that it was possible because Lin Ling was too arrogant, so arrogant that he couldn't see himself clearly. Arrogant soldiers were bound to be defeated, especially when facing an opponent of similar strength. Arrogance was a great taboo. I'll have to trouble you to use your true strength. However, at this moment, within the endless black bone fragments, the Flame Dragon King roared and rushed towards the heaven and earth. The black bone robes were all swept away. This was the great law of fire. Moreover, the Flame Dragon King hovered in the sky and rushed down to the ground. The moment the youth on the ground encountered fire, he seemed to have transformed into a real Flame Dragon King. Rumble! A fist smashed out. The fiery fist was like a mountain, colliding with the bone fist. With a loud bang, the Devil Bone King's fist exploded. Powerful! Chapter 1538. Crushing the Demonic Bone King. No wonder you're so confident. Martial origin, not bad, but I have it too. Not far away, the Demonic Bone King's skull let out a hoarse voice. He punched out again, tearing the world apart. Demonic Bone 9 heavens, 6th heavens bone flaming sky. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. His earth-grade innate talent seemed to have devoured all kinds of demonic creatures, turning the world into a demonic domain. A large number of flaming demonic creatures crawled out from the ground. Some were demonic Kirins, some were three-headed demonic wolves. The most terrifying thing was that these demonic creatures were all in the form of black skeletons, tall and majestic. Demonic bones burned by the flames of the demonic domain do not fear the 5 elements: thunder, fire, and wind. Each demonic creature is comparable to a 4th stage saint. Lin Ling, if this is all you have, then you should admit defeat. Countless skeletal demonic creatures strode forward, sweeping towards Lin Ling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Interesting innate talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. Its black skeleton was neither metal nor wood, and the skeletal demonic creatures were also very ferocious. If the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King was here, his Black Flood Dragon King might not be able to block these skeletal demonic creatures. However, it was only the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King that couldn't face them. It didn't mean Lin Ling could. Kakaka. The skeletal demonic creatures were getting closer and closer. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. How would Lin Ling deal with them? However, Lin Ling just looked at the skeletal demonic creatures with a calm expression. That appearance made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling had gone crazy. He was actually curious about the skeletal demonic creatures. Sure enough, just as Lin Ling was curious, the skeletal demonic creatures once again drowned Lin Ling. Deafening sounds rang out endlessly. The skeletal demonic creatures were like an army. They held bone blades, bone teeth, and bone claws as they attacked Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling's world was in chaos. His aura was extremely terrifying, making people wonder if Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, many people couldn't understand why Lin Ling didn't counterattack. He just stood there and watched. Even the Devil Bone King was stunned. Lin Ling's actions were very abnormal. What was he going to do? All right, I've absorbed enough energy. Skyline. At this moment, sword light flickered, a line of fire slashed out, cutting through heaven and earth. Those terrifying skeletal monsters were all split into 2. Kacha 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 sounds rang out as a large number of broken bones fell to the ground, shocking everyone in the surroundings. These skeletons came from the Devil Domain, and many of them were the bones of the Devil Domain's great emperors. They were extremely tough, and even a fourth heaven saint would find it hard to break through their defense. However, none of them were able to withstand a single strike from Lin Ling. This result was completely out of everyone's expectations. This is the second move. I'll have to trouble you to make your move quickly. If I hadn't said that I would defeat you in 5 moves, I would have sent you flying with a single punch. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling held the ancient sword and walked forward step by step. His drooping eyes carried an indifferent and domineering aura. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have any grudges with the Devil Bone King. However, the Devil Bone King was jealous of his 7 purple and gold trump cards and arrogantly forced him to fight. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see what qualifications the Devil Bone King had to be arrogant. Moreover, even if the Devil Bone King was arrogant, Lin Ling would still ruthlessly crush him. That's right, crush him. So powerful. At this moment, the Devil Bone King's heart turned heavy. In a mere month, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. His heavenly pattern martial arts had actually reached the transcendent realm. Coupled with that mysterious sword, his origin force had greatly increased. Most importantly, Lin Ling's words had made him seethe with anger. Because he had said that he would defeat him in 5 moves, Lin Ling hadn't used his true strength yet. If he did, the Devil Bone King wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. How frivolous was that? He was seriously looking down on the Devil Bone King. I hope your mouth is as powerful as your strength. The Devil Bone King coldly shouted. He felt that he had lost all face. He also knew that Lin Ling was trampling on his pride and questioning his position as the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. However, he sneered, you only rely on that sword. It said that it's an Emperor's stage heavenly soldier. No wonder you're so confident. During this period of time, the Devil Bone King had clearly investigated Lin Ling. He roughly knew where Lin Ling's strength lay. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in this battle. His words were filled with provocation, telling everyone that Lin Ling was only relying on external objects. His own strength was only so. Then I'll put away my sword. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the Devil Bone King's provocation. He slowly put away his sword and strode forward. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was giving up his advantage to fight with the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident. He put away his sword just like that. You'll regret this. The Devil Bone King sneered. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Then he would let Lin Ling suffer. He angrily shouted. A mysterious black ripple bloomed, giving people an oppressive and irresistible feeling. Behind the Devil Bone King, a tall Devil Realm Great Emperor appeared. Black light soared into the sky. Devil Bone, come out. Ka. At the same time, within a radius of 10,000 miles, a sudden change occurred. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The bones of the disciples began to shatter. The stronger ones broke at a slower speed. As for the weaker ones, their legs and arms instantly shattered. As for the top disciples, their bodies bloomed with a mysterious light, resisting the pressure. They said with a dignified expression, have they used their first-grade earth step talents? The Devil Bone King wasn't the strongest in the 4 mountains. However, his strength increased very quickly. Therefore, even the top disciples were wary of the Devil Bone King. Among them, the Devil Bone King's talent was the one that everyone feared the most. The power of that talent was to shatter bones. Bones were something that every martial artist had. No matter how strong a martial artist was, as long as their bones were shattered, they would lose the ability to fight. In the worst case, they would die. This was also the reason why the Devil Bone King could become one of the 10 Langya Palace halls. Now, can you still be arrogant? The Devil Bone King seemed to be even taller. His shadow shot straight into the sky. He strode towards Lin Ling like a giant. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling's bones shattering. However, everyone was surprised. They saw that Lin Ling seemed to be unaffected. He continued to move forward. At the same time, a wine jug appeared in his hand. He looked up to the sky and drank with an indescribable heroism. You only have this little strength? The third move. Moreover, everyone heard such a frivolous sentence. Silence. Below the floating mountain, it was silent. Even those titled celestial emperors' pupils constricted. They guessed that Lin Ling might have a way to deal with the Devil Bone King's talent. However, they didn't expect it to be this way. Could it be that Lin Ling was invincible? The crowd had this thought in their minds. They looked around and saw the disciples with broken bones howling in pain. Compared to the indifferent Lin Ling, this was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Mystic rank 10th grade talent. At this time, the Devil Bone King stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Obviously, he noticed that Lin Ling's talent had increased. "You're not that stupid after all." Lin Ling softly spat out a voice. He continued to move forward. "You, don't be too arrogant." Chapter 1539. The new king of Dongshan. Lin Ling's strength has improved so quickly. Compared to the profound ranking battle, he seems to have improved again. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Every time they saw Lin Ling's strength seemed to increase by a large amount, making it impossible for them to see through him. "Let me tell you, you're not qualified to crush me." The demonic Bone Emperor roared furiously. As a peerless genius of his generation, it was his first time being suppressed like this. "It's a simple matter." Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. He walked in front of the Devil Bone King and looked up at it. Looking from afar, the demonic Bone Monarch was 1,000 zhang tall while Lin Ling was as weak as an ant. It was as if they weren't even on the same level. However, reality told them that there were two emperor-level existences standing there, and the ant-like emperor was even taller and fiercer. The demonic Bone King lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. The anger in his heart grew even stronger. This was the first time he had encountered such a battle. His opponent had walked right in front of him without fear of any of his methods. This was utter contempt. "Seamless Tao." The demonic Bone King growled. He didn't do anything, but an even more terrifying origin energy swept out. At this moment, not to mention his bones, even his flesh and blood were about to split apart. However, on the ground, Lin Ling was still looking at the demonic Bone King. His expression was calm and unharmed. Invincible. What a powerful physical body. The hearts of the people around the floating mountain exploded. Lin Ling just stood there and let the Devil Bone King hit him. The Devil Bone King couldn't even shake him. "It's my turn." Finally, Lin Ling said softly. Then he directly punched out. He didn't use the great rules. It was just a simple and unadorned punch. At this moment, the Devil Bone King was so angry that his bones were trembling. He let out a furious roar, and a huge black bone fist also blasted out. This punch easily broke the ground. One was Bone King, and the other was a venerable emperor. At this moment, they were clashing fiercely. Rumble! The gigantic fist collided with the tiny fist, and an invisible gale swept out in all directions. Even the mountain peaks in the distance were blown away by the gale. Kakaka! At the same time, under countless gazes, cracks began to appear on the pitch-black, dazzling bone fist. Soon after, it exploded, and the demonic Bone King's pained cry rang out. Their fists collided, and his arm was blasted apart by Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? One punch to break a major law? No one had ever seen such a violent battle before. It was as if a fist could break through the heavens, crushing everything in its path. How could they know that the current Lin Ling possessed the power of 10 universes? Breaking major rules with his fist was naturally effortless. It seems to be the fifth move. No, it seems to be the fourth move. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd's astonishment. He stretched out his left hand and counted to himself. His appearance made many people feel like they were dreaming. How domineering, how frivolous. One must know that a month ago, the Devil Bone King had said that he wanted Lin Ling to know how pathetic and laughable he was. Now, a month later, it seemed that the Devil Bone King was pathetic and laughable. Becoming the #1 king of East Mountain in a year is indeed impressive. However, such a feat isn't something that only you can achieve. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King stood there, his black skull revealing a ferocious appearance. The pride of being the #1 king of East Mountain was now being trampled on by Lin Ling. He seemed to be helpless against Lin Ling, and all his methods were useless. So that's how it is. You're very powerful, but that doesn't mean you can win. Return. Soon, the Devil Bone King roared angrily. The shattered bones on the ground fused together, forming a huge arm once again. Let me tell you, I cultivate with bones. I'm invincible and will never be defeated. Even if my bones are broken, they can be reborn. The Devil Bone King's voice became even lower, but everyone could tell that he was a bit hysterical. He was angry out of humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out with his right fist, uprooting the heavens. Rumble. As soon as the fist came out, the void exploded, shattering like glass. That fist was so terrifying that it actually shattered the void. Shattering the void. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. As far as they knew, that seemed to be the power of space origin. One had to know that space law was the most difficult to comprehend. Only late Saint Realm masters could barely comprehend it. As for the power of origin above space law, it was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling was only a 3rd layer Saint Realm master, yet he managed to comprehend it. The fist landed on the demonic Bone King's black bones. What was surprising was that the sound was not loud at all. Instead, it was as if the fist had landed on a cowhide drum. It was somewhat dull, but the demonic Bone King did not seem to be affected at all. It's over. From now on, the #1 king of East Mountain is me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at the Devil Bone King as he turned around and left. What happened? Did Lin Ling win? That's impossible. The Devil Bone King cultivates with bones. As long as he has a little bit of bone left, he can recover to his peak. Lin Ling can't defeat him. Many disciples began to discuss spiritedly. This battle was too strange. Moreover, it was an overwhelming situation. It was too shocking. Boom. However, just as they finished speaking, the tall Devil Bone King's body trembled. The black skull shattered, turning into sparkling light, floating in the sky like dust. One punch, all bones were destroyed. For the sake of the 7 emperors, I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted over. But amidst the endless sparkling and translucent bone dust, a black bone the size of a fingernail fell from the sky and finally turned into the demonic Bone King. But at this moment, his face was pale and bloodless. He looked at Lin Ling with disbelief and even more fear. He was defeated. If Lin Ling had not held back and left him a piece of bone so that he could use that bone to be reborn, he would have died at this moment. How could I lose? Impossible. I'm the #1 king of East Mountain. I'm the peerless genius who became the #1 king of East Mountain in just a year. The Devil Bone King sat on the ground and shook his head. The crowd was silent. Everyone could see that Lin Ling won. Moreover, it wasn't a hard battle, nor was it a battle of 100 moves. It was a one-sided battle from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, the Devil Bone King's life was spared by Lin Ling, the new #1 king of East Mountain. Everyone stared at the back of the departing figure. They didn't feel good. He became the #1 peerless genius of East Mountain in just 2 months? This Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. The 4 venoms of East Mountain looked at each other. There was only shock in their eyes. To be able to increase his strength so much in just a month, among the 7 emperors, who could do it other than Lin Ling? It seems like East Mountain is going to rise. The elite disciples at the top of the mountain mumbled to themselves. Their hearts were heavy. Hong Tianxia, this Lin Ling has a grudge with your Hong residents. Now that he has risen, you can't do anything to him. A top disciple looked at Hong Tianxia and said, his strength is indeed powerful, but it's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Hong Tianxia replied with a cold expression. He was also afraid of Lin Ling, so he had to cultivate hard. It was still uncertain who would become the king in the end. Chapter 1540. A new mission. What a pitiful demonic Bone King. He was so arrogant, and now he's kicked an iron plate. A month ago, he was so arrogant that Lin Ling had to listen to him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Many disciples stared at the demonic Bone King, who had lost his will to fight, and sneered. There was no sympathy, only adding insult to injury. Although killing was not allowed between disciples, it was still extremely cruel. Jealousy and rubbing salt on the wound were common occurrences. Demonic Bone King, on the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as invincibility. You were very powerful in the past, but there will always be people more powerful than you in this world. You must learn to be brave. Losing once doesn't mean anything. At this moment, a mysterious voice sounded in the demonic Bone King's ears. His dispirited heart of martial arts was once again ignited like a flame. Yes, although he had lost, his talent could still grow. He still had a chance to defeat Lin Ling and wash away his shame. Lin Ling, this battle is not over. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. The demonic Bone King muttered to himself. His eyes were sharp. He ignored the mockery around him and left with his injured body. These disciples all stood at the peak of the human world. It was not easy to come by. How could they give up on the path of martial arts just because of a defeat? Obviously, those who could appear here were all at the great circle of martial arts realm. They would not easily admit defeat. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what the demonic Bone King was thinking. But even if he knew, he would not care. That was because ever since he started learning martial arts, the opponents he had surpassed had never had the chance to surpass him. Lin Ling, I accept wholeheartedly. From now on, you are the #1 king of East Mountain. At the same time, the disciples of the Shiman Sea were full of worship. They had no choice but to accept it. Scram. Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he calmly walked forward. His words caused the faces of Shiman Hai's disciples to turn ugly. The world was so realistic. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong, so everyone was dissatisfied. Now that Lin Ling had reached a height that could not be underestimated, others flattered him. Lin Ling did not need to be polite to these people. To him, face was not given by others, but by himself. After a long time, Lin Ling came back to the mission board. The space-time emperor was already there. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, Junior Lin Ling, you are amazing. Junior brother Lin Ling is. Junior brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling you, junior brother Lin Ling is. Space-time heavenly emperor, you're exaggerating. I was just lucky enough to come into contact with that domain. Lin Ling Lin. Lin Nation God. Lin Lin Lin. Calm God. He, you're more modest than I thought. The space-time heavenly emperor was secretly shocked. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but he was not as arrogant as he had imagined. His personality was also very good. By the way, do you want to take a mission? Asked the space-time emperor. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he smiled and said, the rewards are good. Kill a demon from the demon region. After you complete the mission, you will get 300 drops of Half-Saint's essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. If he could get his hands on the Half-Saint's essence, his strength would be greatly enhanced. By then, he would have the qualifications to crush the Golden Armor King and the Divine Chart King. The mission is in the south of Xianpeng province. A demon from the demon region has appeared there. People from the mortal world want to get rid of that demon. Besides, Yun Gu is a disciple of Champion University. Therefore, I hope you can obtain the merit points and get rid of the demon. The mission will be over in 10 days. Explained the space-time emperor. Lin Ling remained silent. He hadn't thought that there would be other disciples competing for the mission. But the rewards were so good, no wonder the competition was so fierce. 10 days? All right, I'll come back on time, said Lin Ling nodding. He wanted to take the opportunity to go out and have a look. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling left. He didn't tell anyone that he was leaving because the mission was very short. He would be back in 10 days. After leaving the Seven Emperors' world, Lin Ling continued walking. The first thing he saw was that the great ceremony of heaven and earth in Xianpeng province was about to start. Many strong cultivators were fighting against each other. Many sects and dynasties had fallen, and new sects and groups were rising. Under the heavens, being separated for a long time must be united, and being united for a long time must be divided. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It was like flowers blooming and withering. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everything in the world had its own rules. 10 years of calm, 10 years of madness. Of course, it seemed cold and emotionless, but in reality, in such a cruel world, there were many strong cultivators, and the overall strength of the world was much stronger. This kind of elimination is like the change of the heaven mystic's kingdom's throne. Lin Ling muttered to himself, "Stand there. Where are you from?" When he was heading to the south of Xianpeng province, Lin Ling naturally met with some strong cultivators blocking his way. Many of the strong cultivators were using the great ceremony of heaven and earth to plunder lone martial artists and make a fortune. You don't have the qualifications to know. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe and carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. Third stage of the Saint Realm. Very formidable. There were a total of 6 martial artists blocking his way, and they were all rather strong. They didn't seem to be martial artists from Xianpeng province. They seemed to be from places like Mystic Origin and Mystic Yellow. "What treasures do you have on you?" One of them hesitated and asked. He had been paying attention for a long time and noticed that there was no one behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength might be decent, but they were still able to swallow this fat sheep. "What do you want? Just say it." A wine flask appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he took a sip. "Kill you and steal your treasures." The few of them finally revealed their wolfish hearts. "A sliver of heaven." Lin Ling nodded and drew his sword. He quickly slashed and kept his sword before leaving. Right now, his great law of fire had reached the transcendence realm. With the help of the tyrant song sword, he could easily slash out a sliver of heaven. That sword contained the power of the origin. Swish! Several heads fell from the sky. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate and were all dead. There were martial artists watching from afar. They were originally upset that they didn't manage to plunder Lin Ling and missed out on a fat sheep. But now, they only felt a strong sense of luck because that wasn't a fat sheep. The demon region and the ghost region are similar. There are powerful demons. This time, a demon broke out of the seal and came to the mortal realm. Its strength shouldn't be very strong. Lin Ling continued on his way. In order to avoid trouble, he restrained his aura. As far as he knew, in the ghost region, the powerful ghost clan couldn't leave the ghost region because of the seal. On the contrary, the weak ghost clan could use the loopholes in the seal to enter the mortal realm. This also meant that the mission this time wasn't difficult. The difficult part was how to find the demon of the demon clan. 3. A jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It recorded the main points of the mission and the aura of the demon clan. A day later, Lin Ling finally arrived at the south of Xianpeng province. There was a boundless black ocean here called the Chaos Demon Sea. On the other side of the sea was Xianhuang Dayu. Rumble. Chapter 1541. The demonic snail clan. Beside the chaotic demon ocean, there was a country called the Yelai country. The emperor of this country was a second-layer saint. Because of the appearance of the devil race in the country, he notified the 3 great legends of the mortal world to send experts to eliminate the devil race. The country of Yilai was a small and lively country. People dressed differently. On the streets, people were wearing white robes. Lin Ling could see that most of them were water elemental cultivators, but they weren't very strong. As for the cultivators from other places, they were wearing all sorts of clothes. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe, but he was also wearing an ordinary robe. At this moment, in a luxurious inn in the country of Yelai, a burly man sat there, gulping down wine and eating meat. Several cows were easily devoured by him. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, constantly needing to devour food. His long hair casually scattered, looking extremely wild. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that there were 2 red horns hidden in his long hair. It's difficult for beasts in the human world to replenish their demon chi. If I eat cultivators, I'll be able to replenish my demon chi. But the 3 great myths of the human world have their eyes on me. They've sent strong cultivators to kill me. I have to be careful. Luckily, I'm very far away from the 3 great myths of the human world, so I can escape at any time, the man muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Then he looked at a nearby table and smiled faintly. Sir, are you interested in the wine I'm drinking? Otherwise, why do you keep staring at me? I'm not interested in your wine, but I'm interested in your head. Not far away, a blue-robed young man sat there indifferently and spoke coldly. Your chi is thick. You're a student of Champion University, a cultivator of the 4th Saint layer. Are you a celestial emperor? Said the tall and sturdy man smiling. He knew how strong the 3 great myths of the human world were. There were many peerless geniuses among them. They had the responsibility of protecting the human world, especially the peerless geniuses who were celestial emperors. They were young, but the tall and sturdy man was afraid of them. Luckily, the young man in blue clothes wasn't one of the peerless geniuses he was afraid of. So much nonsense. You're from the Heaven Snail Demonic Ox clan, right? I didn't expect my luck to be so good, completing a mission as soon as I arrived here. The young man in blue clothes slowly stood up and looked proud. He looked at the crowd and said, I am Wu Zhongming, a student of Champion University. I am the leader of Suchong. Today, I'm here to kill demons. Everybody leave. In the inn, the crowd's hearts exploded. A disciple of Champion University? He actually appeared. To many cultivators, the disciples of Champion University were monstrously strong. Many people looked up to them and admired them. Moreover, the demon race had appeared here. Many people were suddenly scared witless. As expected of the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal realm. Very impressive. The wild man also stood up. Red ripples flickered in the depths of his eyes. It was extremely strange. He suddenly looked at the surrounding warriors and released his demonic chi. Die all of you. Terrifying ripples filled the air. From the inn, an ancient heavenly spiral snail appeared. The snail's shell was blue, but the snail's head was that of a human. It was extremely terrifying. After those ripples bloomed, the surrounding martial artists began to wither away. Bastard! Wu Zhongming's expression changed drastically. A spear appeared in his hand. He shook it and the inn exploded. Under the great cosmic energies, the spear moved like a snake and an eagle. It moved towards the surrounding cultivators. Su Chong wanted to save the surrounding cultivators. After all, he was from Champion University. It was a legendary place in the human world. How could he let the demon race kill so many people in front of him? If that continued, he would lose face. But as soon as his spear moved, the wild man smiled coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid which looked like original strength. It twisted the space and moved towards Wu Zhongming. Bastard! Wu Zhongming reacted, but it was too late. The green liquid surrounded him and he was severely injured. His strength decreased drastically. Obviously, he had been tricked. The wild man knew that the disciples of the human world were arrogant. They couldn't kill or injure people, they had lost face. Therefore, he had attacked the surrounding cultivators. But in fact, he was just creating a diversion. Disciples, I love to eat. When the wild man saw that Wu Zhongming was injured, he burst into laughter. A terrifying demon chi filled the air. The snail looked slow, but it moved in a mysterious way towards Wu Zhongming. Boom boom boom. Wu Zhongming was worthy of being an emperor's disciple. At the most critical moment, he attacked again with his spear. His spear had reached the extraordinary level of celestial marks. It was a wood element. However, something strange happened. His great cosmic energies were absorbed by a green light. Surprisingly, it didn't attack the snail. On the contrary, the spear turned around and attacked Wu Zhongming. It had the feeling that the green light was like an arm, controlling his spear. What is that green liquid you're spitting out? shouted Wu Zhongming furiously. His spear had attacked him, and he was blown away. He crashed through a few streets. Heavenly snail's poison. How could the wild man give up such a good opportunity? His body was ethereal, and the snail's body was like a rolling stone, rolling towards Wu Zhongming. So powerful. Is that the demon realm's demon race? In the distance, many people's faces changed. They didn't expect that even the disciples of the human world weren't a match for the demon race. That disciple would have a hard time escaping death. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground exploded, and the house tumbled in the sky like straw. The heavily injured Wu Zhongming stood up again, and ancient plants grew out of his body, blocking the green venom. Of course, everyone could see that this could only block it for a moment, because the green venom was corroding the ancient plants. You forced me to use my innate divine ability. Your death is a pity, Wu Zhongming said coldly. His long hair fluttered, and his aura became even colder. The wild man didn't think that a disciple from the human world would be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't slow down as he rushed forward. But from within the snail shell, mysterious ripples bloomed, forming a terrifying world illusion. The head within the snail shell actually turned into the head of a beautiful woman. Senior Brother Wu. Clear and melodious sounds rang out at the same time. At this moment, Wu Zhongming was stunned. Clearly, the head of the beauty was his beloved. However, although he knew that it was a demon, he had the thought of not using his spear. Do you want to kill me? The snail was getting closer and closer to Wu Zhongming. Sect Master Su Chong, be careful. Many martial artists shouted loudly. They had also noticed Wu Zhongming's strange behavior. However, Wu Zhongming was also aware of this, but he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. He instantly had an idea. It wasn't the illusion that had affected him, but his heart of martial arts had been affected. Moreover, there was a powerful soul force that was affecting him. With all these factors added together, even if he knew it was the demon race, he didn't want to use his spear. Your flesh and blood, I want it. Chapter 1542. The one who killed you, dead. A powerful disciple died just like that. Sect leader Su Chong, he was a half-step titled Celestial Emperor. The crowd in the distance turned pale. The person they looked up to had died just like that. Not bad, great. At this moment, the snail became bigger and bigger, and the smell of blood filled the air. The snail head looked around and wanted to devour all the cultivators in the country. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the disciples of the mortal world couldn't resist such a demon, let alone them. I'm a step too late. However, at this moment, a clear voice sounded. The wild man looked into the distance and saw a young man in a black robe twisting the space around him. He had an ancient sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Who are you? The wild man laughed. After killing the disciple of the mortal world, he was full of confidence. Unless he met a titled celestial emperor, he didn't fear anyone. The one who killed you. In the sky, a cold voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the young man coming from afar. There was only one thought in their mind. Another disciple of the mortal world? The wild man also looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see something from Lin Ling's appearance. However, he could only see that Lin Ling was only a third-layer saint, which was lower than the disciple of the mortal world. Thinking of this, the wild man became more confident. Another one who came to die? However, compared to the previous disciple, your cultivation is lower. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Of course, it's good that you're here. Devouring disciples like you will greatly increase my demon chi. He became more and more confident. If the young man in black was a fifth-layer saint, he wouldn't have dared to fight and would have run away immediately. Although Lin Ling's chi was strange and gave him a mysterious feeling, he was still confident that he could easily devour him. Lin Ling looked at the other party calmly. Worthy of being a member of the Devil Clan, you actually have the body of a snail and you cultivate in Devil Chi. Devil Chi is able to resist all kinds of attacks. It's a pity that your cultivation is a little weak, merely a third-layer saint. This was not the first time he had seen the demon clan. In the past, the yen of the ancient tomb was also from the demon clan. The aura of the demon clan was clearly different from that of the martial artists who cultivated the demon clan. The aura of the demon clan had a corrosive power, causing their attack, defense, and speed to be much stronger. Weak cultivation? I'm one realm higher than you, but enough nonsense, go die. The wild man smiled disdainfully. Was that young man qualified to say such words? Rumble. His green snail shell shone brightly, mysterious and vast. Circles of ripples spread out like water. Everywhere they passed, even the earth was continuously corroded. It was extremely powerful. One-line sky. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then slashed out with his cold sword. The current him had reached the 5th layer of the fiend god overlord body, and his strength was no longer the same as before. His heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the transcendent realm, and with the help of the tyrant song sword, he could use the origin of martial arts at any time. Although it had not reached the minor completion realm, it was enough for him to kill many opponents. As for the cultivation of his physical body, the 5th layer of the fiend god overlord body allowed Lin Ling to have the strength of 10 universes. Moreover, his innate talent was powerful, and the heaven-lifting cauldron could shatter the void. It was the true origin of martial arts, and also the minor completion realm of the Saint Pattern martial arts. In addition to his terrifying soul power, he did not put the demon clan in his eyes. He was only curious about the demon clan's methods. Shio. The fiery lines slashed out, and the ripples were instantly cut apart. The wild man's face changed dramatically. So powerful? He felt that the young man in front of him was stronger than the previous disciple, but he did not believe it. Because the previous disciple and this young man was also a disciple, the difference in strength should not be too great. He sneered, "You have some ability, but you will still die here." Heavenly snail poison. Under countless gazes, the wild man's snail shell exploded, and a large amount of green liquid shot out. With the speed of space distortion, it corroded everything. Fire Dragon King Realm. Lin Ling's face was still calm. His right hand slashed out with the sword, and his left hand stretched out. The surging Fire Dragon King Realm gushed out. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm, the spirit chi in his dantian was denser, and he could use the Fire Dragon King Realm at any time. Rumble. The sword and the fiery dragon swept out, and the green liquid was either burned or cut apart. Who is this disciple? He is actually stronger than Su Chong. He seems to be a disciple from the 7 Emperors' heaven. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That handsome young man was so strong. This time, even the wild man was nervous. For the first time, he felt that Lin Ling was incomparably terrifying. He shouted in a low voice, "Which legend are you a disciple of?" The 7 Emperors' heaven, titled Celestial Emperor, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said word by word. Holding the sword, he walked forward step by step. His voice caused the surrounding martial artists' hearts to tremble. Titled Celestial Emperor? A 3rd layer Saint Realm Celestial Emperor? How was this possible? However, although they felt it was unbelievable, Lin Ling had at least helped them. They immediately cheered. Seems like he is very difficult to deal with. The wild man also knew just how formidable a titled heavenly emperor was. He looked all around him, and from his head, a pair of red antennae suddenly blossomed with a red halo of light. It was like the light of the sun, enveloping the surroundings and corroding a large number of martial artists. Obviously, he had used a diversion tactic again. The red halo was his demonic body's divine ability, and it was also his source of power. It was extremely powerful. Space distortion. However, Lin Ling's face was calm. He ignored the surrounding people and instead pounced towards the wild man. His left hand stretched out, and the power of 10 universes was brewing. You actually ignored those innocent martial artists? Lin Ling's move shocked the wild man. He didn't expect this young man to be so decisive and not fall for his trick. If you die, they will be able to live. Lin Ling's reply was straightforward, just like his sword, showing off its sharpness. Die! Die! The wild man knew he had encountered a powerful peerless genius. Moreover, his martial heart was at the great perfection realm. He roared, and the sinister head in the snail shell began to change. It turned into a girl as agile as ice and snow. "Brother Ling, it's me. Die!" Lin Ling's body slightly paused, and his expression slightly changed. That girl was actually Yu. He couldn't help but recall the past. The surrounding crowd became anxious. They knew this demon race's methods were strange. They could affect a person's martial heart. The human realm disciple had died under this method. Someone wanted to warn Lin Ling, but his voice couldn't reach Lin Ling's ears. "Jie, very powerful peerless genius, but you still have to die. Your body is mine. Go!" The wild man seized the opportunity and pounced towards Lin Ling. However, just as he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling shook his head. "Very strange method, using the soul to affect the martial heart. Unfortunately, my soul power has reached more than 100 levels. It is useless against me. Go!" Chapter 1543. Dark vermilion butterfly boom boom boom. The atmosphere broke like glass. The ferocious man's facial expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but he turned into a million pieces and disappeared. Only a pair of red antennae were left behind. A member of the Demon Region's Tian Snail clan had been killed in one punch. The surrounding people were all stunned. How straightforward was that? How domineering was that? Killing with a single punch? This youth was indeed worthy of being a powerhouse with the title of Heavenly Emperor. When did the disciples of the Seven Emperors world become so strong? Yes. Indeed, they don't have as many disciples as Champion University or Yungu Celestial Stage. That's right. The Seven Emperors world are looking for geniuses, and that handsome young man is one of them. That's right. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Their words were filled with admiration and admiration. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd. He picked up the red antennae and looked at them carefully. "Your Majesty, that's an incredible treasure for making celestial weapons. Even in the ancient times, the antennae of the Tian Snail clan were extremely rare," said Mr. Z at the same time. "Hee, I'll leave one for you and keep the other one for myself." "All right." Lin Ling gently smiled. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. The cultivators of the Yelai country stared at his back, their faces filled with excitement. That young man was actually stronger than Su Chong, but why hadn't his name spread out in the mortal world? This was very strange. At that moment, Lin Ling had already left Yilai and was looking for the second demon. According to the mission, there were 3 demons in the human world. The Tian Snail clan was one of them. As expected, the demon region's methods are different. Lin Ling recalled the previous battle and felt that it was an eye-opener. This trip was not in vain. "Your Majesty, compared to humans, the demons have an innate advantage in their innate talents. In terms of martial arts, they are not very good at it," Elder Z explained. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. But the mission hadn't been difficult. He had easily obtained 100 drops of half-saint's fluid. What? The Tian Snail clan's demon was killed? Who did it? His strength is so powerful. You have to know that the Heaven Snail Devil Ox race's methods are strange. Many powerful great disciples have died in his hands before. Forget it, I can only look for the other 2 demons. Along the way, Lin Ling would occasionally come across disciples of other godness. These disciples were also very strong, with the weakest among them being at the 3rd heaven of the Saint Realm. Their talents were also extremely high. Lin Ling could see that compared to the 7 Emperors' heaven, Yungu Celestial Stage and Champion University had more disciples. The competition is fierce. Lin Ling knew that there were 2 more demons, so he had to find them faster than the others. And as he advanced, the other disciples also noticed Lin Ling, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Lin Ling's cultivation realm wasn't the type that would cause others to feel trepidation. Hence, many disciples directly ignored Lin Ling. If they knew that Lin Ling was the person who killed one of the devils, they would surely be extremely jealous. According to the description of the mission, the demons are here. Walking along the edge of the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling came to a stop on a large grassland. The Eye of Time appeared and surveyed the surroundings. Then the scene around him changed rapidly. Gradually, the figure of a demon appeared. It was a woman in a black robe. Some martial artists saw her here and reported it to the 3 great legends of the mortal world. 3 days later, Lin Ling could walk freely in the village. He came to a family in the east of the village. The family was a husband and wife. They had a 6-year-old child. Their life was ordinary but fulfilling. There was laughter every day. The man of the family hunted in the grassland every day. The woman had a good reputation in the village. She was kind and simple. As for the child, he was innocent and naive. When Lin Ling went to visit, the family also warmly received him. It was only when the man of the family went out to hunt that Lin Ling looked at the woman of the family and said, "I didn't expect the devil race to like this kind of peaceful life." Obviously, he had found the second devil race person. It was the mistress of the family. "Hee, what are you talking about?" The mistress was very polite. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "The dark vermilion butterfly race can't hide in front of me." Lin Ling also smiled. This sentence immediately caused the mistress's expression to change. She was finally sure that this young man was a disciple of a legend in the human world. He was here to kill her. "I only want to live a peaceful life. My husband and son are here. You shouldn't disturb me." The woman changed. Darkness spread out. It was vast and mighty. It was extremely terrifying. "You are not my opponent." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't put her in his eyes. With a slash of his sword, a ray of heaven cut through the black devil chi. The woman's expression changed drastically. She knew that she had encountered a powerful disciple of a legend. "You want to kill me?" The woman's expression was dispirited. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "I hope you don't hurt my child and my husband. They don't know that I'm a devil. Every injustice has its perpetrator. If you want to kill, kill me." Chapter 1544. Are you forcing me to slaughter them? Xiao Cui, I'm back. At this time, the male host came back with a wolf on his back. He was in high spirits. Today's harvest was good. "I hunted a gray wolf as soon as I arrived at the grassland. Since there are guests here today, I'll let them eat their fill." Hearing this, the woman's expression changed. She knew that she couldn't escape death, but she didn't want her husband to know that she wasn't human before she died. Because she loved her husband, she loved her home. Then, just as she was about to speak, the male host had already arrived. He looked at Lin Ling and his wife with a strange expression. At this moment, the woman's face turned even paler. "Hee, although I'm a guest, how can I do nothing and eat your food for free? So, I'm helping with the fire." However, at this time, Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the woman to tremble. This young man didn't expose her? The guest, there's no need to be so polite. Let my wife help with the fire. The male host laughed and invited Lin Ling to slaughter the wolf together. The woman stood there in a daze, her heart filled with gratitude. At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted over, "Hand over your dark vermilion butterfly's heart and I won't interfere in your matters anymore." The dark vermilion butterfly's heart was the foundation of the woman's demonic origin. After handing it over, she wouldn't die, but her strength would be greatly reduced. "As for your dark vermilion butterfly's heart, I have to go back and report back. Demons and humans are the same. So, I will help you. No one can kill you. However, I suggest that you and your family leave this place and find another paradise to live in because this place isn't safe. Yes?" Lin Ling's voice drifted over again, causing the woman's body to tremble again. She nodded heavily. She knew that this handsome young man didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to interrupt the peaceful life she longed for. At this moment, Lin Ling and the male host were slaughtering the wolf. He smiled. Although the mission was to kill a demon, he felt that this demon wasn't cruel. She stayed in the human world because she wanted to live a peaceful life with her husband and son. So, Lin Ling didn't kill her. As for the mission? In Lin Ling's heart, if he didn't want to kill, then he wouldn't kill. Everything was up to his heart. There was no need to care about missions. As he thought of this, Lin Ling felt his heart of martial arts become even smoother. His soul force also began to slowly rise. Soaring through the heavens and earth, living a carefree life, doing whatever I want, only then would I not have lived a life in vain. As for good or evil, right or wrong, what does that have to do with me? That night, Lin Ling and the other family members were roasting wolf meat outside the house. Their laughter was endless, and Lin Ling also took out wine. They would not rest until they were drunk. On the great prairie, a quiet and lively atmosphere filled the air. And during this process, the woman was filled with gratitude. She had a deep sense of worship towards Lin Ling. This handsome young man could have killed her, but he didn't. Instead, he fulfilled her wish. It's very lively here. The dark vermilion butterfly is actually together with a human. How rare! As the night gradually darkened, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They all wore the robes of the disciples of the mortal world and sneered at Lin Ling's group on the ground. Obviously, the other strong disciples had also arrived. This sudden change caused the woman's expression to change drastically. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She had already handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly long ago. Her strength was currently weak, but a strong cultivator had arrived at this time. Could it all be a trap? Had the young man next to her come with those people? Had they discussed this beforehand? But she had misunderstood Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. He had taken the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly, so of course he would protect her. Besides, he had already promised not to reveal her identity, so he couldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Piss off before I get angry. Lin Ling spat out as he looked at the sky with his cold eyes. In the sky were the disciples of Champion University and Yungu. Lin Ling knew one of them. It was Tianming from Yungu. Back then, during the Shen ranking list, he had attacked Lin Ling. Tianming also saw Lin Ling. He was surprised, but then he smiled coldly. He knew how strong Lin Ling was. He was already as strong as Langya and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but he didn't need to fear him. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had become even stronger after the Xian ranking list battle, he wouldn't have been so confident. You're acting recklessly. You're also a disciple of the mortal world and surprisingly, you're with the evil woman. If people in the mortal world know about this, you'll die 100 times, said Lin Ling. Many disciples were smiling coldly. They had never seen such a crazy person. He was telling them to piss off. Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. She looked at the master of the house and then at the child. She found that there was fear on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. They had no idea that those people were here for their family members. Their family members were not humans, but demons of the devil clan. If you piss off now, you'll still have a chance. If you can't solve the problem, leave here and solve it slowly, said Lin Ling indifferently, taking a deep breath. He didn't attack. He knew that the dark vermilion butterfly wanted to become an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, he didn't want the dark vermilion butterfly to reveal her identity. Shameless boasting. You want to die. The disciples who were looking down on them laughed even louder. Lin Ling was colluding with the devil clan. That was one thing, but now he was constantly threatening them. He simply couldn't see through himself. He seems to be hiding that woman's identity as a demon. Junior brothers, how about we play a game? Said Tianming, who had been smiling coldly. His words caused many disciples to react. So that's how it is. What a joke. A mere demon wants to live an ordinary life. This is going against the rules of heaven and earth. But the more he hides, the more we have to expose him. Once he's exposed, I wonder if that woman will be too ashamed to show her face. She definitely will. After deceiving others for so long, they won't believe her anymore. The disciples laughed in schadenfreude. It was as if they had encountered the funniest thing in the world. On the ground, the dark vermilion butterfly bit her lip. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had given up everything for her family, for her husband, for her child. But these people wanted to stop her. One had to know that she hadn't killed a single person since coming to the human world. Are you forcing me to slaughter? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was like a tidal wave. Sometimes, so what if they were demons or humans? The heart was the most important. At least in Lin Ling's eyes, those noble disciples in the sky were more like demons. Young hero Lin, I suspected you before. I'm sorry, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave immediately. Chapter 1545. Do you know how to spell the word death? She knew that Lin Ling was no match for the disciples. After all, they had more people. She didn't want to involve Lin Ling, her husband, and her child. Most importantly, she wanted to escape from this place. She didn't want her husband to see her ugly side. You want to escape? Can you? Lin Chiye, your innate talent is the light of the white old man. You can see through the mysteries of the heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. You will be the one to tear her face apart. At this time, one of the disciples said flatly, "Good." A handsome young man walked out and stared at the woman who was trying to escape. His face was extremely indifferent. She-devil, this is the mortal world. For the safety of the mortal world and for the justice of heaven and earth, I will subdue you today. Now kneel down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind the young man, the white old man appeared. It was like an ancient divine bird that could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. The white old man's cry enveloped the woman, causing her body to tremble. Waves of evil energy spread out from her body. She had handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly that she had cultivated for many years. Her strength was no match for the disciples. No. Lin Ling had already stood up. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could have taken action before, but he couldn't guarantee that the woman's identity wouldn't be exposed in the hands of the disciples. Thus, he had been waiting for a chance to resolve this matter. Everything he did was to prevent the woman from revealing her ugly side in front of her husband and child. However, he had underestimated the disciples' desire to play with others. On the grassland, the woman let out a painful cry. The evil energy became thicker and thicker, gradually turning into a huge black butterfly. The head of the butterfly was the woman's head. Xiao Cui. Mother. At this moment, the man and the child looked at the dark vermilion butterfly. They knew what was going on. They didn't expect the kind woman to be a monster. I'm sorry, I lied to you. From now on, I will leave this place. The dark vermilion butterfly's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to hide everything, but in the end, she failed. Interesting, this is really interesting. I love to see this kind of scene where an ugly mask is torn off. That she-devil must feel like her heart is being cut by a knife. Lin Chia's white gold light, not bad. In the sky, all the disciples laughed heartily. They did not expect that they would be able to watch such a good show before completing the mission. The young man with the pulsatilla behind him said humbly, You flatter me. Demonic creatures are brutal to begin with, so there's no need to be merciful to them. You have to suppress her from the bottom of her heart. Only then can you bring peace to the world. As for Tianming, he was also sneering, but his eyes were looking at Lin Ling with indifference. Lin Ling, you wanted to hide everything before, but now you have failed. In addition, you have colluded with the devil race of the demon region. What do you want to say now? His words attracted the attention of the other disciples and they all sneered. As for Lin Ling, he slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and filled with dense killing intent. 15 people? You want to force me to kill you all? His voice floated out, sword light flashed, and waves appeared on the grassland as if a storm was approaching. Everyone could feel Lin Ling's anger, including the disciples. At this moment, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared. They had the advantage in numbers and were all peerless geniuses of the mortal world, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. How dare you collude with the devil race of the demon region? You still have reason? Which legend are you? Tell me, I will punish you on behalf of the Yungu immortal platform. The young man with the pulsatilla immortal body shouted at this moment. This was also the time for him to show his pride. That's right, no matter which legend he is, break his limbs and bring him back. The other disciples also shouted angrily. Do you know how to write the word death? On the ground, the storm finally arrived. The ancient god sovereign appeared, ruling over the life and death of all things. As the ground trembled, a figure shot into the sky and pounced on the disciples. Do you know how to write the word death? The words were still floating in the minds of the disciples. In the next moment, the young man with the pulsatilla immortal body saw a sword slashing down with unparalleled murderous intent. How dare you? The young man immediately shouted. He had revealed his immortal body, but Lin Ling dared to attack him. This was simply courting death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient sword slashed down with a heaven-burning fury. It shattered the void, and with one slash, both the man and his immortal body were cut into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky like rain. You killed Lin Chiye, you dare to kill a disciple of the mortal world? The other disciples narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Die. Lin Ling gave up on attacking and used his physical body to crush them like an ancient god giant. In your dreams, try my sky-breaking hammer, the 6th-ranked heavenly weapon of Xianhuang Diyu. One of the disciples waved his right hand, and a black ancient hammer appeared. It seemed to be a hammer that rang the bell of the heaven and earth, majestic and awe-inspiring. Boom! Lin Ling didn't retreat or dodge. He punched out, and the hammer shattered. The surrounding void also collapsed. As for the disciple, his body shattered like glass, and he exploded from the punch. Without using the martial path of fire, Lin Ling's fist could crush any great law with just his physical body. His physical body was monstrous. Die. At this moment, Lin Ling was in a state of anger. After killing that disciple with one punch, he immediately pounced on another like a storm, causing the remaining disciples to tremble with fear. This young man was actually so powerful? While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's ancient god sovereign body came crashing down again. It was domineering and majestic, destroying everything in its path. These people were very ugly. The dark vermilion butterfly only wanted to live a peaceful life. She didn't harm anyone, but these disciples played her with arrogance. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see if they knew pain. Die. Boom. He punched again and another disciple died. The remaining disciples were astonished. They were scared, panic-stricken, and even regretted. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be a disciple too, but he was so much stronger than them. None of the disciples could withstand a single punch from him. I'm a disciple of Champion University, said a disciple anxiously. He wanted to remind Lin Ling what he was doing. He was killing disciples. However, what use was that to remind him? Lin Chia's ancient god sovereign's punch was the answer. Did he know how to write the word die? Chapter 1546. Massacre. Blood rain, broken bones, chaotic spirit chi and heavenly soldiers fell down like rain. It was a ghastly sight. The woman's face froze. She didn't expect the handsome young man to be so strong. He slaughtered all the disciples for her wish. It's your turn. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Tianming. Out of a dozen disciples, only 2 were left. One of them was Tianming. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling in surprise. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after the Xian ranking. His physical talent was simply invincible and could crush everything. He was sure that Lin Ling could be ranked among the top in Langya and Carefree 10 halls. You killed so many disciples. Do you think you can still live if this news spreads? Tianming said in a low voice. He had sneak attacked Lin Ling during the Xian ranking. So, he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go today. It's none of my business. Lin Ling stepped on the void like a cruel god of death. He walked towards Tianming and the other disciple. According to the rules of the mortal world, disciples were precious and no one could kill them. However, this rule was invalid for Lin Ling. He was magnanimous and killed those who were not pleasing to his eyes because he lived up to his principles and had a clear conscience. Tianming and the other disciples' hearts trembled when they saw Lin Ling walking towards them. They wanted to say something, but they knew that Lin Ling was frivolous and simply ignored any rules. Join hands and seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him. Tianming whispered to the other disciple. This seemed to be their only chance. Tianming's strength was definitely not weak. He was at least on par with the 9 spirits of heaven. However, he was afraid at this moment. This showed how powerful Lin Ling's 5th layer of God Devil Overlord body was. Of course, in order to reach the 5th layer, Lin Ling had spent a lot of cultivation resources. If it wasn't powerful, Lin Ling wouldn't have practiced this technique. Good, he's very arrogant. Maybe we have a chance. Another youth nodded. A blue water bead appeared in his right hand. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the rootless mother. This was a treasure even rarer than the rootless water. Once used, it was invisible and colorless. It could turn everything within a martial artist's body into liquid, including their soul. You're too complacent. The two of them looked at each other, and the young man immediately attacked with the rootless mother. This move was like a thunderstorm. No one would be able to react to it in a short period of time. After using the rootless mother, the young man sneered. Blade of Nirvana. However, even though he was fast, Lin Ling was faster. His soul force was like a small knife as it pierced out. Before the youth could make a move, Lin Ling had already killed his opponent's soul. The youth was still in the posture of wielding the rootless mother, but he was already dead. The youth did not expect that his means would be child's play for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, there were many ways for him to do so. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and walked over. He took the rootless mother from the youth's hand. Then, with a punch, he directly smashed the youth's body into pieces. Do you have any other skills? Lin Ling looked at Tianming and said, apart from your powerful physical body, your soul force is also so powerful. You definitely did not use your full strength during the last profound role battle. Tianming's body trembled. His final trump card had failed just like that. Then he looked around. There was no one around except for him. Massacre. Lin Ling had said that he would massacre. Now it was indeed a massacre. Thinking of this, he was horrified. He did not dare to fight anymore and fled frantically. He did not expect that the price of angering Lin Ling would be so great. Can you escape? Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. In his heart, Tianming was already a dead man. He did not allow him to live. Even great Emperor Yanluo was not qualified to let him live. No one could stop him. Lin Ling. Rootless mother. The power of 10 universes erupted. Lin Ling threw out the drop of mysterious liquid. The liquid seemed to distort space and shot towards Tianming. No, don't. Lin Ling, wait, I was wrong. Tianming became more and more panicked. He spoke incoherently, but he still could not stop the drop of rootless mother. After the mysterious liquid entered his body, the meridians in his hands and feet quickly melted. He fell from the sky to the ground. Gradually, he was left with only one breath. In fact, if he had not panicked, he would not have been hit so easily. However, Lin Ling's killing god method had completely frightened him, causing him to lose even faster. Of course, that was all he could do. Even if he used his full strength, he was still not Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling also walked down from the sky and arrived in front of Tianming. That crazy killing intent had finally been retracted, but he was still cold. Lin Ling, you have killed so many disciples. You are also dead. If the experts with the title of Xian Di find out, no one can save you. Tianming's face was pale. Before he died, he spoke ruthlessly. Tianming, if you had a fair fight with me and lost, you would not have to die. However, you have touched my reverse scale. Not to mention you, I even dare to kill Xian Di. Lin Ling stepped forward and stepped on Tianming's body. His right hand reached out and grabbed Tianming's neck. Then, with a fierce pull, he pulled Tianming's head out from his spine. Blood dripped down and he threw it to the ground. If you make me unhappy, I even dare to kill sovereigns. If there was a human world legend disciple here, he would definitely be shocked speechless. Slaughter, Lin Ling really dared to slaughter. More than a dozen disciples were killed, and not a single one escaped. Lin Ling, it was as if there was nothing he did not dare to do. On the other side of the grassland, the male master looked at Lin Ling and was shocked. However, his eyes were mostly looking at the dark vermilion butterfly. However, there was not much respect in his eyes. Some were still looking at his wife. Whether you are a human or a demon, what matters is not the appearance. What matters is the heart. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss the best woman in your life. Lin Ling looked at the man and said indifferently. Then he left. Miss the best woman in my life. The man muttered to himself. He thought back to the time they knew each other, and all the memories. His wife, for him, gave up her life, gave up her identity as a demon, and only wanted to live an ordinary life. In this world, with such a bosom friend, what else could he ask for? Xiao Cui, I don't care who you are. Don't leave me. Even if you are a demon, you will always be my wife. Mother. The man and the child both ran toward the woman. At this moment, the woman was no longer a ferocious demon, but a wife, a mother. At this moment, the dark vermilion butterfly's face was full of tears. She looked at the departing Lin Ling, then turned back into a human and kowtowed heavily. Young hero Lin, I will never forget your kindness. She had handed over her dark vermilion butterfly's heart, and her strength had decreased greatly. When she met the disciples, she thought that she would not be able to escape death. In the end, who knew that a handsome young man she met by chance would fight for her and kill all the disciples, violating the rules of the human world? Chapter 1547. Seeing Jin Yuan and little sister again in the future, he'll definitely reach the top of the human world. Whispered the dark vermilion butterfly. Lin Ling didn't hear those words. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He was heading towards the last demon. If he finished the task, he would be able to go back. He couldn't help but sigh. He had come to kill the demon, but in the end he had let the demon go. Instead, he had killed the disciples of the human world. If Master Shui Wu and the others had known about that, they would have been astonished. Of course, if Lin Ling could choose again, Lin Ling would still choose to help the dark vermilion butterfly. What? Someone finished the second task? As long as they obtained something from the demon, they could complete the task with a jade plate and go to the 3 myths of the human world. Therefore, many disciples were furious. Who is that bastard? How could he be so fast? There's one more task, I have to go to Shenhuangdiyu. Many disciples were unhappy and immediately went to Shenhuangdiyu. Shenhuangdiyu was in Champion University, so they had the advantage of location. They were the first to find the last demon. The rewards of the 3 myths of the human world were different, but the rewards weren't low. In the 7 Emperors' sky, killing a demon gave 100 drops of half-saint's essence. A drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1,000,000 purity stones. 100 drops was unimaginable. Lin Ling went to the edge of the ocean of disorder. In a small town, many cultivators were walking around. There was a teleportation portal that led directly to Shenhuangdiyu. The ocean of disorder was terrifying. Only extremely strong cultivators dared cross it. Most cultivators used the ocean of disorder to get to Shenhuangdiyu. Lin Ling followed the crowd and entered the teleportation array. The martial artists around him were not disciples. Clearly, there were very few disciples in the 7 Emperors' heavens. There were not many people who had accepted this mission, so the disciples Lin Ling met were mostly from other myths and legends. A bizarre glow enveloped his entire body, and after an incense's time, that feeling finally disappeared. Sweeping his gaze around, he realized that he was already in Shenhuangdiyu. Shenhuangdiyu. Here, the air was fresher, the sky was blue, and the white clouds were leisurely floating in the sky. It gave people a relaxed and happy feeling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. After arriving at this world, It was the first time he'd left the Black Canopy territory and arrived at another ancient and enormous place. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked up at the sky and the white clouds. Unknowingly, he'd been fighting in this world for many years, and sometimes, it made him feel as if he was a member of this world. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. Once we enter Jianghu, time passes quickly. While talking and laughing about the imperial hegemony, it was nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling gave a carefree smile. A jug of wine appeared, followed by the ancient sword. He slowly walked forward. At this moment, he had experienced many ups and downs, so he was even more carefree. According to this mission, someone had encountered a demon in Xianhuangdeu. Therefore, Lin Ling also went to that place. Soon after, the Eye of Time appeared. He quietly watched, searching for the demon that had disappeared in time. Lin Ling was at the side of a large lake. Those that had passed by the lake were all in his eyes. Now that Lin Ling's soul force had greatly increased, the speed at which he saw time had also increased. After a long time, he was stunned for a moment and then revealed a meaningful smile. He hadn't expected that the last demon would be someone he knew. It was the Yen from the ancient tomb of the rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw two familiar faces. They were the Jin siblings. Not long before, Lin Ling had gone to the Ghost region to practice. At the beginning, the Jin siblings had formed a team. He vaguely remembered that Jin Sha's territory was very big. She often attracted unnecessary trouble. And now, that was indeed the case. In Lin Ling's Eye of Time, he saw that the Jin siblings were in trouble again. It's on the way, I'll help them. All right. Lin Ling hurriedly moved towards the south. In his Eye of Time, Yen was also heading towards the south. It seemed that the Jin clan was there. At that moment, 10,000 li away from the Jin clan, in a dense forest, the Jin siblings were stopped by a few young men. Those young men were wearing the robes of Champion University. They had obscene and evil smiles on their faces. They were staring at Jin Sha. I wouldn't have thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in Xianhuangdeu. She has a very good figure. She's very attractive. Those young men were smiling evilly. They had also accepted missions to go to the human world. Then they had seen Jin Sha and were attracted to her. I'll give you a chance. Tonight, stay with us. If we're in a good mood, maybe we'll give you some precious materials, said the leader of the group. He had acne all over his face and was playing with his nails. You're dreaming. How could Champion University have scum like you? As expected, most of the disciples are trash, said Jin Sha. Under an ancient tree, the Jin siblings coldly stared at them. Jin Sha shouted in her delicate voice. In Xianhuangdeu, Champion University was gigantic, so they had many disciples. Of the 3 legendary cultivators of the human world, they had the most disciples. Of course, Champion University had different levels. Not every disciple was famous. No matter how much trash you are, you're still better than people like you. The acne young man groaned icily. Those 2 people dared question them. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't give us face, don't blame us for being violent. Besides, I'm sure you won't accept it. You want to report it to Champion University, but I can tell you that if you report it to Champion University, you'll suffer. Then we'll say that you're a slut who tried to seduce us, and we rejected you, said Lin Feng. Said the disciples icily. The Jin siblings ground their teeth. Those disciples were taking advantage of their position to bully people. Even though they were angry, they couldn't do anything. They weren't as strong as the disciples, otherwise, they would have been in Champion University already. Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, long time no see. At this moment, a chuckle came from the forest. A black-robed young man slowly walked out from the dense forest. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his spirit was trembling. He held a wine pot in his hand, giving off a free and easy feeling. For you. The disciples frowned. That guy didn't know how to appreciate favors. Surprisingly, he had interrupted them. It was Lin Ling. He smiled and didn't look at the disciples. He looked at the Jin siblings and said, Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Do you still remember me? Yes. Linling, you're Linling. You're still alive. Jin Yuan and Jin Sha were astonished at first, but then they were overjoyed. They had thought that Linling had died in the ghost region. Who would have thought that he was still alive? Jin Sha was especially excited. Her breasts were bouncing up and down. She was blushing. I'm so happy to see you. I want to go to the Jin dynasty. Do you have time to show me the way? Linling was still smiling. He was a little happy to see his former teammate. That's not difficult. We're going back anyway. Where are they? Chapter 1548. The Jin clan's dynasty them? If you don't want to die, piss off. Piss off. Linling said without even looking at those disciples. His eyes were a little cold. How aggressive. Piss off. Jin Yuan took a deep breath. Linling was telling them to piss off? Your Excellency, how audacious. Tell me your name, otherwise, you'll never be able to leave here. Piss off. The disciples were enraged and their murderous intent intensified. This was the first time they had been ignored like this since they had become disciples. You think you're qualified to know my name? Since you want to die, I'll help you. With that, he stretched out his left hand, within which appeared the Flame Dragon King. Then he gently slapped out. Fire Dragon King's world. Shouted the Fire Dragon. The forest turned into a sea of fire. Cosmic energies exploded. The disciples who had thought they were unexcelled in the world shrieked in agony. Then they were burned to death. They couldn't block Linling's fire. It was obvious that Champion University didn't recruit disciples very well, so the quality of the disciples wasn't very high. They weren't any worse than the 7 emperors. How strong! Those disciples were cultivators of the 3rd Shengqi layer and he killed them all in one attack. Piss off! Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished. They hadn't thought that Linling would become so strong after the trip to the ghost region. A few insignificant disciples, that's all, said Linling, shaking his head and smiling. He didn't look arrogant at all. Oh no, one of them has the blood of one of the 5 great kings. If the 5 great kings know about that, they'll come and kill us. Suddenly, Gold Ingot said worriedly. If it weren't for the fact that one of those disciples had a powerful background, he wouldn't have been so afraid. Don't worry. If trouble comes, I'll just kill them all, said Linling. He didn't care. The 5 great kings of Shenhuangdayu were at the same level as Si Liang and Baju. Linling couldn't win against them, but they couldn't kill him easily either. Therefore, he didn't need to fear them. Besides, the 5 great kings couldn't come personally because of an insignificant blood. Therefore, if the 5 great kings sent other disciples, they would die. Slaughter them all? The Jin siblings looked at each other, their hearts beating violently. Of course, they didn't believe Linling's words. They only thought that Linling was confident. By the way, what happened to the Jin dynasty? Linling didn't dwell on that topic and asked what he wanted to know. How do you know that something has happened to our Golden Armor Empire? But it's true. A month ago, an expert came to our Jin Empire and domineeringly dominated everything. He wanted to unify our Jin Empire. That expert is extremely powerful. Currently, our Jin Empire is also in danger. Jin Yuan frowned. Linling laughed. That so-called expert should be Yen, but Yen was very smart. He did not reveal his identity as a devil, but went to the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist. Otherwise, the 3 great legends of the mortal world would have already come to kill him. As for ruling the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist, the 3 great legends of the mortal world obviously wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Just like the Heaven and Earth ceremony in Shenping province, there was the fall of an ancient dynasty and the rise of a new dynasty. The 7 emperors' world wouldn't care about this kind of thing. As for the purpose of Yen, he should have sensed the danger and wanted to hide, so he went to the Jin dynasty. I'll help you deal with that expert, but this news can't be spread. Linling pondered. He wanted to complete the mission before the other disciples arrived. Moreover, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before a powerful disciple would arrive at the Jin dynasty and kill Yen. Therefore, he had to be faster than those disciples. All right. The Jin siblings immediately laughed. It would be great if Lin Ling could solve this matter. After that, Lin Ling followed the Jin siblings to the Jin dynasty. On the way, Lin Ling also learned that Yen had arrived at the Jin dynasty a month ago and made a bet with the current emperor of the Jin dynasty. As long as the Jin dynasty defeated Yen in 3 battles, Yen would immediately leave. If Yen won, the Jin dynasty would belong to Yen. So far, the emperor of the Jin dynasty had already attacked and returned in defeat, so there were still 2 more battles. The Jin dynasty was a relatively ordinary expert in Xianpeng province. The emperor was only a Saint Realm 3rd layer, so he couldn't stop Yen. That guy's strength has increased, Lin Ling secretly thought. It was a pity that Yen wanted to hide in the Jin dynasty, but he didn't know that the other great disciples had their eyes on him. The Jin dynasty wasn't safe either. After a long time, they arrived at the Jin dynasty. The country here wasn't big, only 2 million people. The city was ancient, like a small country outside the world. Greetings, Prince Jin. Greetings, Prince. The Jin siblings were of the emperor's bloodline, so they brought Lin Ling to the imperial palace. The imperial palace was heavily guarded and full of etiquette. It had the majesty of the imperial family. After stepping into the imperial palace, Lin Ling saw the statue of the subduing dragon sitting in the depths of the imperial palace, exuding a mysterious aura. However, after Lin Ling's soul force quietly checked, he found that it was the corpse of a dragon. Even so, it was still majestic. No wonder Yen chose this place. It turned out that he wanted to use the dead dragon's corpse to cultivate and increase his strength. The Jin dynasty's emperor also received news that the Jin siblings had returned with helpers. So, all the officials of the imperial palace went to the imperial palace and waited there quietly. After a while, Lin Ling and the other 2 appeared in the splendid imperial palace. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place. This Jin dynasty had a long history. The furnishings in the imperial palace were more than 1,000 years old. It must be an imperial palace with tens of thousands of years of history. Greetings, imperial father, imperial mother. The Jin siblings looked like warriors on the outside, but inside the imperial palace, they had a noble temperament. They bowed one after another. Rise. The imperial palace's emperor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had the dignity of a gentleman without being angry. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Previously, Jin Yuan said that he had brought back an expert who could solve the current crisis of the Jin dynasty. However, looking at the young man now, it seemed that he was only a 3rd heaven saint. He was not as strong as he had imagined. After all, he was also a 3rd heaven saint. However, he still lost to Yen. Therefore, he did not think highly of Lin Ling. How dare you not kneel in front of His Majesty? At this moment, a graceful and gorgeous woman shouted angrily. She wore a phoenix crown on her head and looked like a mother of the world. She was the current imperial empress of the Jin dynasty. How dare you look down on His Majesty? Servants, 300 lashes. Prince Jin Yuan, the person you brought back is too unruly. He dares to not kneel in front of the emperor. What a scandal! The civil and military officials were also angry. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. He neither knelt nor spoke. This was equivalent to insulting the Jin dynasty. Kneel? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had come to help the Jin dynasty this time. Who knew that these people would want him to kneel? One should know that in Xianpeng province, not to mention the emperor, even the emperors of the major countries had to kneel in front of him. Even the venerables were no exception. However, this insignificant Jin dynasty wanted him to kneel? They simply did not know what they were doing. Imperial mother, he was invited by imperial brother and me. He is not an outsider. Chapter 1549. Genie Crown Prince, so what if you invited him? Everybody has to kneel in front of the emperor. If you don't kneel, it means you don't understand etiquette," shouted the empress furiously. She frowned and stared at Jin Sha. Jin Sha wasn't her daughter, and she wasn't the empress of the previous generation. "You're so powerful and dignified, but why can't you do anything when your country is in trouble?" said Lin Ling indifferently. What he meant was obvious. The emperor was so powerful, the Jin dynasty was so dignified, but why couldn't they solve the problem of Yen? Since they couldn't do anything, what was the point of pretending? How audacious! As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the civil and military officials all shouted angrily. "What an arrogant junior! According to me, this boy has no respect for anybody, he should be beheaded," said a minister bowing respectfully to the emperor. Shouted Jin Sha anxiously. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He had come to help, and because he didn't kneel, he should be beheaded? Ridiculous, how ridiculous! At that moment, the emperor looked at Lin Ling indifferently. When he saw that Lin Ling didn't look scared, he waved his hand and said, "It's an emergency, you don't have to be polite." It seemed like he didn't care about Lin Ling's mistakes, but he still maintained his dignity. However, he didn't know that in Lin Ling's eyes, the emperor was just a nobody. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have crushed the emperor already. "Let me ask you, are you a student of Champion University?" asked the emperor indifferently. "I'm not," said Lin Ling straightforwardly. If Lin Ling had been a student of Champion University, they would have bowed to him respectfully. However, he wasn't a student of Champion University either. Why was he so arrogant? Why was he so arrogant? "I came here for one purpose, to help Jin Yuan and his sister, to solve the problem you can't solve," said Lin Ling calmly. "Something that you guys can't solve? That's just sarcastic. You don't know how to appreciate kindness." All the civil and military officials were furious, but His Majesty did not say anything, so they endured it for the time being. "Where did you get the confidence to defeat that outsider?" His Majesty asked with a frown. "You don't need to know. You only need to know that I can solve this." Lin Ling did not give him any face because the current emperor could not put down his pride and speak in a high and mighty manner. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give him any face. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can solve it just because you say so? You should know that if you lose in these 3 matches, we will present someone else as king. Could it be that we want to waste such a precious chance on you?" A cold snort suddenly resounded. Outside the hall, a young man in a golden robe strode in with large strides. He walked with a majestic gait with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be moving slowly, but he arrived before everyone in just a few steps. "Prince Genie." The whole hall remained silent for a few seconds and then people started shouting. That person was the great prince of the Jin clan, the son of the empress. The most important thing was that he was also a student of Champion University. He was the second strongest cultivator of the Jin clan, second only to His Majesty. Of course, that was in the past, but now he had surpassed His Majesty. He was a dragon amongst men. "You're back." His Majesty showed a kind and amiable smile, and so did the Empress. The young man bowed respectfully. Everybody was looking at him in awe and respect. Compared to Jin Yuan and his sister, the young man was obviously more valued and had a higher status. "Jin Yuan, Jin Sha, how dare you?" After Jin Yi bowed, he glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, his gaze landed on Jin Yuan and his sister. His attitude was extremely cold, as if he was the king above the siblings. They had the same father but different mothers, so they had no feelings for each other. Otherwise, Jin Yuan and his sister would not have gone out so often. They rarely stayed in the Golden Armor dynasty. Important matters of the country are of the utmost importance. You just brought a random person back and you want to manage everything? If you waste 3 chances, can you bear the consequences? The Jin clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, and if it falls in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? Said the young man furiously. Jin Yuan and his sister frowned. They didn't know what to say because they couldn't guarantee that Lin Ling would win. "You're a cultivator of the 3rd Saint layer, but I've never seen you in Champion University. You're obviously not a student. You're not a student and yet you're so arrogant. You don't even kneel down in front of the emperor. What crime have you committed? Said the young man to Lin Ling the emperor. Are you talking about the strongest emperor in the human world? Or do you think that the Jin clan is stronger than the three myths? Said Lin Ling, smiling icily. He wasn't afraid at all. As soon as these words came out, the young man's domineering aura seemed to deflate. He was struck speechless by Lin Ling's words. Of course, he didn't dare say anything. After all, the Jin clan was just a small country. They couldn't compete with the three myths of the human world. If he dared say anything, the next day he would be destroyed. Besides, I'm not a student of Champion University, but I came here to help Jin Yuan and his sister. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to talk to me? If you're really that strong, why don't you solve your own problems? You're a dignified crown prince, you're a disgrace. When Lin Ling didn't say anything, he looked indifferent, but when he spoke, he was like a sword. The crown prince pulled a long face again. In the imperial palace, the emperor and the empress pulled long faces. That young man was too arrogant. I came here to solve my problems, but can you solve them? After the young man was enraged, he took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lin Ling. You have 3 chances to compete. How could you let a piece of trash compete? If you want to compete, you have to be strong enough. Boom boom boom. A terrifying great law appeared. The young man's palm caused the surroundings to distort. The square white jade bricks on the ground were actually distorted into irregular shapes under the influence of the great law of his palm force. Obviously, his talent was extremely powerful. Your Majesty, that's a vibration type of talent. Because of vibration, the earth and the sky are distorted. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded. He had come into contact with the power of vibration many times. Most of the time, things around him would be shaken into pieces. But it was rare for things to be shaken out of shape. But Lin Ling was just curious, he didn't need to be scared. Lin Ling didn't move, he just stood there like a pine tree and threw a punch. Boom boom boom. The fist collided with the palm and a strong wind swept out. Many people couldn't stand still and fell down on their butts. After Jin Yi's attack, he floated back. His eyes were filled with surprise. He nodded lightly and said, "You can block 50% of my strength. You are quite capable. You are stronger than Jin Yuan and his sister. You are qualified to represent the Jin dynasty in this battle." The crowd was astonished. Was that ordinary-looking young man really that strong? It should be known that in the current Jin dynasty, only His Majesty could withstand 50% of Crown Prince Jin Yi's strength. Chapter 1550. The mysterious cultivator, 50%? Sorry, I only used 10%. At this time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, causing the entire dynasty to become silent. Everyone felt as if they had been slapped in the face because Lin Ling was looking down on the crown prince. The crown prince was astonished and said coldly, "You're really good at talking. Even if you die, you won't admit defeat." He didn't believe Lin Ling at all. He thought that Lin Ling could block his attack with his full strength. 10% of his strength was just a dream. Enough bullshit. Let's go and see the loser. If you win, you can be proud. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow, said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He then left the palace. How arrogant. That strong cultivator is mysterious, he's extremely strong. He's overestimating himself and calling himself a loser. He doesn't understand himself. Besides, if he wins, the crown prince will cow. Who does he think he is? Shouted the ministers furiously. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He was looking down on the dynasty. Even His Majesty frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted over again. I've won. Not only the crown prince, but even an incapable ruler like you will have to kowtow and apologize. You. This time, all the people of the Jin dynasty were infuriated. How good, you're courageous. But if I defeat that senior, not only will you have to kowtow, but you'll also have to die as an apology. This is the punishment for violating the dignity of the Jin dynasty. Jean E waved his hand to stop the others from getting angry and said confidently, "Little E, do you think you can win? That strong cultivator is extremely strong. Father, you lost in 3 attacks. If he didn't want people to die, the Jean clan would have been destroyed already," said the emperor to the crown prince. "Father, I'm studying cultivation in Champion University. I've been to Xianyuan and Xianpeng province. I'm so strong that I'm about to enter the 10 temples of Langya. That strong cultivator can't compete with me." Crown Prince Jean E nodded confidently. The others immediately laughed. As expected of the crown prince, his strength had already surpassed the current emperor. They naturally knew what the Langya 10 palace halls were. It was said that they were extremely powerful existences in Xianpeng province, and those who were half a step into that realm were extremely rare even in Xianhuangdayu. The crown prince is indeed a genius among geniuses. In time, Xianhuangdayu will definitely belong to the crown prince. The crown prince of our Jin family dynasty is a dragon among men. Who in the world can compare to him? Look, Jin Yuan and his sister, the son of the previous empress, are like the light of a grain of rice. They can't compare to the crown prince at all. The civil and military officials praised him respectfully. Jin Yuan and his sister snorted coldly and left with large strides. These people did not treat them as members of the Jin clan at all, which made them feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the main hall, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. Naturally, he had heard the words in the palace. He smiled disdainfully and said to Jin Yuan and his sister, "I was wondering who this crown prince genie was and how powerful he was. It turns out that he is just a kitten and a puppy." For Lin Ling, Crown Prince Jin E was half a step into the Langya 10 palace halls. He was indeed a kitten and a puppy because Lin Ling was already at the top of the Langya 10 palace halls. Kitten and a puppy? In the magnificent main hall, everyone's respectful praise was instantly extinguished as if cold water had been poured over them. Everyone's face was ferocious. "Inform the expert to go to the imperial field," His Majesty shouted angrily. Immediately, someone went to invite the mysterious expert. The crowd also left the main hall and walked towards the imperial field. It was a vast square that was usually used to train soldiers. However, at this moment, there were imperial guards in black armor all around. They were majestic and awe-inspiring, displaying the majesty of the imperial family. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister. Many civil and military officials looked at Lin Ling and suddenly became proud. It was as if Lin Ling could see the majesty of the Jin clan's imperial family, Lin Ling would know the power of the Jin clan and feel inferior. Unfortunately, Lin Ling glanced at them and shook his head lightly. No wonder a mere yen couldn't deal with them. They are all a group of people who are outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Those majestic imperial guards were simply not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. If his subordinate, the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, was here, they could wipe out this place in an incense stick's time. That guy is so arrogant. His words can anger people to death. If it weren't for a national matter, he would have been punished long ago. Many civil and military officials heard Lin Ling's words and felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. This was because Lin Ling's evaluation of the Jin clan's imperial guards was outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Lin Ling ignored them. In his mind, he was thinking about Yen. Although this guy was overbearing and arrogant, he was also open and upright. This was because Yen could completely flatten this place, but Yen didn't. Instead, he openly seized this place, using 3 chances to seize it. Compared to the Jin clan's imperial court, Lin Ling felt that Yen made him feel more comfortable. "Are you finally ready?" At this moment, a voice finally rang out. Under countless gazes, a man in a black cloak strode over. His strength reached the heavens and the earth. After seeing him, many people's hearts inexplicably trembled. Even the current His Majesty had a look of awe on his face, as though he was looking at the arrival of an ancient almighty. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at that person with a look of mockery. "Mister, according to the agreement, there are 2 more battles. I hope we can win and you can keep your promise." said His Majesty indifferently, taking a deep breath. Everyone could hear the reverence in his voice. Obviously, he had lost to the mysterious person, which made His Majesty very wary of the other party. "Don't worry, I'm not a good person, but I'll keep my promise." That mysterious person stopped and coldly spat out a sentence. He stood in the middle of the stage, looking like a giant. "Who will go up for the second battle?" "I'm the Crown Prince of Gene E. I'm from Champion University. I hope we can have a great battle," said the Crown Prince of Gene E at that moment. The crowd was cheering for him, as if they could already see him winning. The Crown Prince of Gene E didn't disappoint. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring, neither arrogant nor humble. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please. You're too weak. I'll finish you in 3 attacks." However, what infuriated Crown Prince Gene E was that the mysterious man didn't take him seriously at all. He stepped on him with a single sentence. The crowd stopped cheering. They were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only hope that the Crown Prince of Gene E would win. "Time is limited. I'll attack first." The mysterious person didn't care about the crowd's mood. He didn't care about the Crown Prince's prestige either. Boom, boom, boom. An incredible oppressive force invaded the atmosphere. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and blocked everybody's view. They couldn't see what was going on. Then, a loud sound spread in the air. It sounded like 2 gigantic rocks colliding. "You're not afraid of my natural talents? You're talented, but your understanding of martial arts is too weak. Practice cultivation for a few more years." Chapter 1551. He admitted defeat. Gradually, the dark clouds began to disperse. After the clouds dispersed, the crowd was astonished. The mysterious cultivator in the cloak was stepping on Gene E. Gene Yi's face was deathly pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked like a defeated dog. "I said 3 attacks, but in fact, I defeated you in 2 attacks. I thought the students of Champion University would be even stronger, but I was disappointed." A disdainful voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. It was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. Their hope, the #1 genius of Dynasty, the dragon among men in their hearts, had been defeated in 2 moves. He had lost in a humiliating way. The mysterious cultivator had stepped on him like a defeated dog. This drastic change was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination, and it shattered the only hope in their hearts. "I haven't lost." Gene E wanted to amaze the crowd, but he had lost so quickly. How could he accept that? Fwop. The mysterious cultivator stepped on him and he coughed up blood. He had lost. "One more battle, who will fight?" "Your Majesty?" asked the mysterious cultivator indifferently. His Majesty's heart was pounding. He smiled wryly and said, "I can't compete with the strong cultivator." He looked at the mysterious cultivator in awe. The atmosphere became even calmer. "I'll fight then." However, the silence did not last long. A faint voice suddenly drifted out. "Lin Ling, enter the stage." "Young man again, I'm afraid it'll be 3 attacks again," said the mysterious cultivator in a cloak, glancing at Lin Ling. "Long time no see, you're more confident than before. I remember the last time I defeated you, you looked like a defeated dog." Lin Ling smiled and said as he walked. Back then, when Yen escaped from the old tomb, he happened to run into Lin Ling. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Ling and fled like a stray dog. Defeated dog? The mysterious cloaked man finally looked at Lin Ling, and his pupils constricted. How could he not recognize Lin Ling? That was the god of evil, who had been suppressing him all his life. How could this god of evil appear here? "You'll defeat me in 3 attacks, I can't wait." "Come." Lin Ling said again. Why is it you? You vengeful spirit, why do you keep pestering me? You, what do you want?" Shockingly, the mysterious cloaked figure was Yen. At this moment, he was panicking, and his voice was filled with nervousness. How could this be? The people around were all dumbfounded. It should be known that the mysterious man was as indifferent as the clouds in the sky in front of His Majesty. He spoke condescendingly, But when he met the young man, he actually panicked. Was this a dream? This kind of treatment was like heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. What do I want to do? Of course it's you. Lin Ling had already arrived at the emperor stage and spoke with a faint smile. He stood there just like that, his long hair dancing in the wind, the ancient sword behind him. Even if the heavens collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. I admit defeat. I don't want the Jin dynasty anymore. I can't offend you, but can't I hide from you? Yen was stupefied. He initially wanted to fight to the death, but when he saw Lin Ling's cold eyes, he didn't want to fight anymore. Lin Ling used to be a terrifying cultivator, but now that a long time had passed, he had probably become much stronger. Yen couldn't compete with him anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. This time, the crowd felt disgusted, as if they had just eaten a fly. The third battle was won, and there was no intense battle. On the contrary, the mysterious man they respected had admitted defeat. Just like the young man had said, the mysterious man looked like a stray dog in front of him. They looked at Prince Jin Yi again. He looked like a dog that had lost its home. Was that a noble student of Champion University? One of them had lost in 2 attacks. One was to intimidate the opponent into admitting defeat. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak. Master, how could you admit defeat? Shouted the Crown Prince Jin Yi furiously. Shut up. I don't admit defeat. Do you want me to die? Shouted Yen furiously. He stomped the Crown Prince Jin Yi into the ground. The Crown Prince Jin Yi ground his teeth. He had lost face. Why was the mysterious man so cruel to him? And why was he so respectful to the young man? Why was that? Admit defeat? You're smart, but I'm sorry, I came here to kill you, said Lin Ling nodding. He wasn't surprised that the Crown Prince had admitted defeat. You want to kill me? How could you be so cruel? Don't you know that since I met you, I haven't had a good life? You've taken everything good from me, what else do you want? Yen couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he roared furiously with a tone that carried an aggrieved tone. It was as if he'd been forced into a corner by Lin Ling. Many people could even vaguely hear that she was sobbing. This thought caused everyone to hold their breaths. Was that young man really so terrifying? Suddenly, they remembered that they wanted the young man to kneel before His Majesty. But His Majesty didn't have the right to do that. Well, I'll spare your life today since you're from my hometown. Also, I'll tell you that you have to leave this place immediately because a large number of experts will come to kill you soon, said Lin Ling with a sigh. He didn't want to kill him. Yen was stunned when he heard this, and his heart trembled. In the past few years, he'd been pursued by a large number of experts, and he'd almost died on numerous occasions. So, he knew that numerous experts in the mortal dimension wanted him dead. Yet now, Lin Ling could kill him yet hadn't, and Lin Ling had instead given him a way out and even warned him. This caused him to feel that he'd misjudged Lin Ling. Of course, leave your treasures behind. I can sense that you have a mysterious treasure. However, gratitude had just arisen in Yan's heart when Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out once more, and it caused Yan's pupils to focus while he roared furiously in his heart. You're still a maleficent existence. All right, this is the myriad form manatee mushroom I obtained with great difficulty. It's capable of allowing demon beasts to take human form. It's yours. I only have this treasure, and I don't have anything else, said Yen angrily. Besides the myriad form manatee mushroom, you still have 3 drops of half-saint true liquid. You probably obtained them from annihilating the disciples of the mortal world. Hand them all over, said Lin Ling indifferently. Maleficent, 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 devil. Yen roared furiously in his heart. This little maleficent existence has a very sharp sense of smell, and it's causing me to lose my life again. He felt aggrieved and depressed in his heart, so he could only hand over those treasures. After Lin Ling received them, he glanced at the horizon and said, "Leave immediately. At least, remember that you can only go in that direction. If you still can't leave after the time for an incense stick to burn, then you'll be surrounded and killed by experts." Obviously, Lin Ling had sensed that a large number of experts were rushing over. Yan's body trembled. His life was at stake, and he put away his depression and grievance. He glanced gratefully at Lin Ling before leaving immediately. "Oh right, the soul of the ancient flame devil that was with you in the old tomb last time is currently in the demon realm." Yan hesitated for a moment before he said this piece of news. At the same time, he snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I'll be grateful to you just because you helped me this time. Let me tell you, once I'm strong enough, I'll be the first to kill you." Chapter 1552. He relied on his strength. In fact, Yan was very grateful to Lin Ling, but his pride made him unable to express his gratitude. In addition, his hatred for Lin Ling was very strong. Lin Ling was his nemesis. In the past, the ancient flame devil and the Yaksha king were taken away. Today, even the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom was taken away. Everything made him feel grateful and resentful at the same time. In the end, he left. Lin Ling didn't bother about the departing Yan. He was pondering over the words of Yan. The soul of the ancient flame devil was in the devil region, and that soul was none other than Gu Zhantian, his elder brother who had helped him many times in the past and even saved his life once. Great, brother Zhantian is not dead yet. And what is this strange treasure? After a moment of surprise, Lin Ling took out the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom and looked at it carefully. This monkey head mushroom was as big as a fist, and there were golden hairs on its surface. It looked like a monkey's head. "Your Majesty, this is a rare treasure that can only be found in the devil area. Its effect is to transform. Even an ordinary demonic beast can transform into a human after consuming it." Elder Z was pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. If even an ordinary demonic beast could transform into a human, this treasure was indeed rare. "I can give it to Little Flame." Lin Ling couldn't help but be happy. Although he didn't complete the last mission, the treasure he obtained was more valuable than 100 drops of Half-Saint's essence. Therefore, letting Yan go was not a loss for him. The mission is finally completed. I can go back now. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling walked towards the Jin siblings. After chatting for a while, he was about to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Unknowingly, Prince Genie had stood up and stared coldly at Lin Ling. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. "You can't leave. You have to explain something." Prince Genie took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted and vibrating force spread out. "That's right. There are some things that we don't understand. You have to explain it." At this moment, His Majesty, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling could scare off the mysterious man. After all, if Lin Ling fought with the mysterious man and suppressed him with his tyrannical strength, they would be convinced. However, before Lin Ling showed anything, the mysterious man admitted defeat and ran away, which made them very confused. "Don't go too far." Hearing His Majesty and the Crown Prince's words, Jin Sha couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling had helped the Jin family's dynasty, but no one thanked him. Instead, they wondered how Lin Ling had succeeded. Wasn't it too much to ask Lin Ling? "Sha, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now." His Majesty waved his hand to stop Jin Sha from talking. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "What is your relationship with the mysterious man? Why did he listen to you and answer me?" His Majesty's last sentence was filled with anger and the majesty of the Son of Heaven. Lin Ling felt amused in his heart. These fellows spoke humbly and respectfully before Yan, yet they put on the dignified airs of an emperor before me. Could it be that they don't know that Yan is afraid of me precisely because he's afraid of my strength? "You're just a third heaven saint, the same realm as me. However, you're not a disciple of the Battle King. So, what did you do to that senior to make him afraid of you? By the way, I heard you say that an expert had arrived and asked that senior to leave immediately. You must have used a trick to scare him off." Crown Prince Genie pondered for a moment and said indifferently as if he had guessed something. "Do you want to know why the mysterious man left?" Lin Ling said with a smile. Nonsense. Crown Prince Genie shouted coldly. The civil and military officials frowned. This was a question that they already knew the answer to. Then I'll tell you. Lin Ling nodded again. He took a step forward and twisted the space. In an instant, he appeared in front of Crown Prince Genie and punched out with the ancient god's sovereign fist. It was as if a monarch had descended upon the world. Crown Prince Genie's expression changed drastically. How dare this young man attack him, the Crown Prince? How dare you provoke the imperial family? Do you want to be executed? His Majesty shouted angrily. What a bold junior! Crown Prince, kill him! The civil and military officials shouted angrily. Since the young man arrived, he had ignored the imperial family's majesty, which made them unhappy with Lin Ling. Needless to say, Crown Prince Genie's killing intent was also strong. How dare you attack me? You're too inexperienced. Xingtian seal. He struck out with his palm. A strange and majestic power erupted from his palm and twisted the space. It was extremely powerful. However, although his palm was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Ling. Boom! The fist and the palm collided. The force of 10 universes exploded. It was as if a lonely mountain had smashed down. Under the force of the punch, Crown Prince Genie's palm was twisted like a fried dough twist. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, Lin Ling's fist turned into a claw in midair. It broke through the space, grabbed Crown Prince Genie's neck, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. It was as if an endless mountain had crashed to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. Crown Prince Genie spat out blood. His bones were broken and he was buried in the ground. Only his head was left outside. That's how you made the mysterious man leave. At the same time, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. That's how he made it. They finally understood that Lin Ling relied on his strength. Crown Prince Genie was defeated by the mysterious man in 2 moves. However, Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. That was the gap between them. Moreover, the mysterious man left because he was afraid of the young man's strength. At that moment, everybody understood. Suddenly, everybody remembered that in the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Genie had said that he had only used 50% of his strength. The young man had said that he had only used 10% of his strength. It seemed like that was the case. Because when the young man had used his full strength, Crown Prince Genie had been defeated. Your cultivation level is the same as Little Yi's. Why are you so strong? You should know that Little E is a student of Champion University, said His Majesty, frowning. He was astonished. You're talking to me again? Said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He jumped up and grabbed His Majesty's dragon robe. Then he smashed His Majesty into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked again. His Majesty was smashed into the ground, only his head was left outside. His face was covered in dust. He looked miserable. The eyes of the surrounding civil and military officials narrowed. Their Majesty had been defeated in 1 move? Lin Ling stepped on His Majesty's head and said, I remember you said that if someone made the mysterious man leave, the others would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. I won, so I didn't ask you to kneel down. You want me to stay? But you're so majestic and noble. What did you ask me before? Now, tell me again. Lin Ling wanted to see His Majesty's reply. He wanted to see how His Majesty would respond. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have already attacked him in the palace. His Majesty was furious. He was shaking from head to toe. Chapter 1553. Chapter 2 Tai Moli, what did you ask me before? Speak. Lin Ling shouted again. He wanted His Majesty to answer him personally in front of everyone. Ignorant child, how dare you violate my dignity? You're dead. His Majesty said with a gloomy face. Dignity? Your Jin dynasty couldn't solve the problem, but I helped you solve it. It's fine if you're not grateful, but now you want me to die? Do you have the strength? Go to hell. Lin Ling's smile was extremely evil. Even at this time, the king still couldn't see through him. Then he would fulfill his wish. Wait, I was wrong. Sensing Lin Ling's strong murderous intent, His Majesty anxiously shouted. He felt pain and shame in his heart. This is the Son of Heaven? With such courage and strength, show your imperial might in front of me. At this time, Lin Ling didn't attack and spoke indifferently. The hearts of the surrounding civil and military officials exploded. How shameful was that? His Majesty and the Crown Prince were no match for this young man, yet they were thick-skinned enough to question the young man with their superior status. They even wanted the young man to kneel. They were simply overestimating themselves and asking for humiliation. Lin Ling is stronger than we thought. At this moment, Jin Yuan and his sister did not sympathize with His Majesty. Instead, they felt elated. After all, their father had never treated them as his own children. He had repeatedly compared them to the Crown Prince and even called them trash. He had often displayed His Majesty as if he were the #1 emperor in the world. And now, this first Son of Heaven was begging for mercy and was being buried underground. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth, and they were naturally able to vent their anger. Of course, they were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. Looks like Lin Ling is hiding his trump card, Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling seemed to be a Saint Realm 3rd layer, but his immortal physique was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the Crown Prince and His Majesty. Of course, their guess was not wrong. However, they did not know that Lin Ling had more than one hidden trump card. Is it here? At this moment, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the horizon. All of them were transcendent, like dragons among men. Their gazes were fixed on the ground with indifference. The entire imperial square quieted down. Many people looked up at the sky with serious expressions. More powerful cultivators had come? Where are the demons of the demon domain? He didn't care about what was happening in the Jin dynasty. All he cared about was the demons from the zone of demons. Senior brother Taimo, shouted Prince Jin respectfully. He was from Champion University, so he knew those people. Those people were the strongest disciples of Champion University. He had to look up to them. Where are the demons of the demon domain? However, the young man ignored Prince Jin and asked again. Obviously, Prince Jin knew him, but with his strength and status, he didn't know him at all. It's Jin. The other students of Champion University knew Prince Jin and smiled icily. In Champion University, Prince Jin was just a follower. Where are the demons of the demon domain? Asked the young man in the sky coldly. On the ground, the people of the Jin dynasty were astonished. Demons? Where did the demons come from? They didn't know that Yen, who Lin Ling had released, was from the demon domain. I've heard that the last demon is here. I hope I'm not too late. At that moment, a large number of disciples arrived. Some of them were from the Yungu Celestial Stage, but most of them were from Champion University. An adorable little girl in a red dress appeared. She was holding an apple in her little hand. Her big eyes looked innocent and pure. She smiled at everybody. But the other disciples didn't think the little girl was innocent and pure. The little girl was the Fire Spirit Princess. Fire Spirit Princess, don't think that because Champion Jean thinks highly of you, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, the last demon is mine, said the young man, frowning and looking at the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli, how brave. Surprisingly, he's not afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli isn't weak. He's as strong as Langya and the Xiaoyao Tenhulls. He doesn't need to be afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Besides, Taimoli's father is Taimo Tianwang, one of the 5 Tianwang of Xianhuangdeyu. The surrounding disciples began to discuss among themselves. Taimoli, you're so old, how dare you compete with me? The Fire Spirit Princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Taimoli. Her eyes were burning. I can tell you that if you weren't the Fire Spirit Princess, I would have killed you already. Of course, even though you're a little girl, when you use your innate skills, you turn into a beautiful woman. In the future, I will take you into my harem and slowly enjoy you. Tai Moli sneered and shouted unscrupulously, "You want to die?" The Fire Spirit Princess and Tai Moli had been enemies for a long time. Tai Moli was the only one who didn't fear her. "Let's find the demons first." Tai Moli looked at the ground again and shouted, "Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, all of you will die." On the ground below, the people of the Jin dynasty were all stunned. At this moment, they were like ants, looking up at the powerhouse in the sky. But Tai Moli didn't care about the Jin dynasty at all. To him, such a small country at the border was dispensable. He slammed his palm, and the Taimo Chi surged out as if it was going to ravage the earth. But no. In the Jin dynasty, some of the civil and military officials were swept by the demonic chi and turned into bones instantly. Plop. Then, a large number of people knelt down, including the Empress. They didn't dare to be arrogant. They were like ants. "Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, die." Black clouds rolled out of Tai Moli's body, and the image of the ancient demon appeared behind him. It was an old man with long hair that danced wildly. He was majestic without being angry, like a demon king descending. Obviously, Tai Moli cultivated the demonic path. Those black clouds were like tentacles, sweeping over the civil and military officials of the Jin family. Even the Empress couldn't escape. At this moment, the Jin siblings were also entangled by the demonic chi, and their expressions changed drastically. "Go back." At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The Fire Dragon King roared out and wrapped around the Jin siblings like a dragon king protecting them, blocking the demonic chi. "Someone dares to stop me." Tai Moli laughed and stared at the person who attacked. The Fire Spirit Princess was the same. Her eyes narrowed. That guy was also in Shenhuangdayu. The person who attacked was Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling attacked because he wanted to help the Jin siblings. Among everyone, only the Fire Spirit Princess knew Lin Ling. The other disciples didn't know him at all. Even if they had heard of Lin Ling's name, they wouldn't take him seriously. Unless they saw Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they would judge everything. Demons? Could it be the mysterious person from before? It must be him. "Lord Tai Moli, I know." Chapter 1554. What about the one I let go? "Speak." Tai Moli said coldly. "Our Jin dynasty has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a powerhouse. If there is one, it would be the mysterious man from a month ago. That man is very strong, and I have fought with him before and found that his talent is also in the Devil series." Prince Genie said hurriedly. "It seems to be that man. Where is he?" Tai Moli's eyes were full of excitement. He must kill the last devil, not for the reward, but for the glory. After all, the task was issued by the whole mortal world. If he completed it, he would be famous in the mortal world. "Senior brother Tai Moli, I'm sorry. That devil has been released. I wanted to stop him from escaping, but someone stopped me. He wants to be the enemy of the whole world." Prince Genie said again with cold eyes. In fact, he was not sure that the mysterious man was a devil. However, a sinister trick arose in his mind. It was to frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling be a match for senior brother Tai Moli? He would definitely die. Moreover, even if the mysterious man was not a devil, he had escaped at this moment. Tai Moli could not investigate and would not blame him. What? Someone let the devil go. Damn it. How dare you? Who is it? Hearing Prince Genie's words, the disciples around shouted angrily. They finally found the devil, but he was released. How could they not be angry? "I know who it is." Prince Genie sneered with a very satisfied smile. "Crown Prince, can you be more shameless? When our Jin family was in trouble, it was that man who helped us. When the powerful disciples tried to wipe out our Jin family, it was that man who stopped them. Even your mother was saved by that man. Now you betrayed him." At this time, Jin Sha could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many people were silent. For the first time, they felt that the Crown Prince was a little ugly. Although they also respected the Crown Prince, It was that man who saved the Jin family. However, the crown prince did nothing but betrayed that man at the critical moment. What the crown prince did was for the whole Jin family. Jin Shah, don't slander and distort right and wrong. At this moment, the queen escaped from death, but she chose to be with Prince Jin. Bitch. Jin Shah stared at the empress, her beautiful eyes even colder. I don't care what happened to your dynasty. Right now, I just want to know where the devil clan is. Who let him go? If you don't tell me, your entire country will be wiped out. Tai Moli didn't have the patience to listen to Crown Prince Jin Yi's nonsense and shouted angrily. We know it's him. Crown Prince Jin Yi was about to say something when His Majesty, who was buried in the ground, shouted coldly and stared at Lin Ling coldly. Although Lin Ling had saved them time and time again, Lin Ling had also humiliated His Majesty. How could he swallow this insult? He wanted Lin Ling to die. Oh, it's you. At this moment, Tai Moli stared coldly at Lin Ling. He had come from afar to complete his mission. Who would have thought that this young man would actually let the devil clan escape? What kind of crime was this? You're courting death. The other disciples also shouted coldly. They saw that Lin Ling was only a cultivator of the third saint layer. They had the impression that he was a rat who had ruined the soup. Wait, it's not like that. Lin Ling did let a mysterious cultivator escape, but that person wasn't a devil clan cultivator, said Jin Shah anxiously. If they admitted that Lin Ling was a devil clan cultivator, then Lin Ling would offend all the disciples of Champion University. Indeed, that mysterious cultivator wasn't a devil clan cultivator. There must be a misunderstanding, said Jin Yuan anxiously. He was trying his best to help Lin Ling. Tell him to call the mysterious cultivator back, then we'll know the truth. If he doesn't dare, then there must be something wrong, said Jin Yuan and his sister. Jin Yi smiled coldly. He was trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. I don't care whether the mysterious cultivator was a devil clan cultivator or not. You have to give me an explanation, said Tai Mo Li indifferently, still staring at Lin Ling. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Ling. Some were smiling coldly, some were worried, but most of them were gloating. Lin Ling's words were very important. Jin Yuan and his sister's palms were covered in sweat. They kept shouting in their hearts, Lin Ling, you must not admit it. I let him go. Besides, he's a devil clan cultivator, so what? However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally spoke. He did not deny it, but directly admitted it. Boom. Everybody's heart was pounding. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so calm. You're dead. You're audacious, shouted the disciples furiously. Before I let him go, I didn't know he was a devil clan cultivator. I just found out. Lin Ling was fearless as he spoke indifferently. He wasn't too full of himself because letting a devil escape was also a great taboo in the human world. Thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he naturally wouldn't admit that he had let a devil escape even though he knew it was a devil. Even so, you ruined my plan. Don't you regret it? Said Tai Mo Li smiling. He was furious. Besides, you dared admit it. You didn't think of a way to get away with it. I'm surprised. Why wouldn't I admit it? Do I have to think of a way to get away with it in front of you? I can tell you that it's none of your business who I let go, said Lin Ling smiling. He walked forward step by step and looked at Tai Mo Li in the sky. These words undoubtedly caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Lin Ling was only a third heaven saint, who gave him the guts to say such words. Even the fire spirit princess' eyes were wide open. She knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak. He could be ranked in Langya and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but Tai Mo Li wasn't weak either. He was second only to Dugu Kong Lei. He was famous in Champion University. That bastard, where does he get his confidence from? Whispered the fire spirit princess. Of course, she did not know that when she had watched Lin Ling's battle in the past, it was during the Xian ranking. However, after the Xian ranking, Lin Ling's strength had doubled. The current Lin Ling strength was ranked at the top among the 10 great halls of Langya. Therefore, why didn't Lin Ling admit it? The reason why Lin Ling admitted it was because even if Tai Mo Li knew, He couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. Bastard, even though you let a devil clan cultivator go, it's already happened. I don't care. You're going to suffer Tai Mo Li's wrath. Do you want me to help you? Asked the fire spirit princess hesitantly. No need. Little kid, go away. Lin Ling continued to walk forward as he spoke calmly. Little kid? The fire spirit princess is a little kid? The disciples stopped breathing. They had never seen such a crazy person. Tai Mo Li burst into laughter. The fire spirit princess is kind enough to help you, but you don't want to. Do you think you can withstand my wrath? Let me tell you, in Champion University, I'm a member of the first group. I'm a half-celestial great emperor, a peerless genius. Now die. Chapter 1555. How could there be anyone who dared not kill? Demonic chi was extremely corrosive, capable of breaking through major laws. Once it entered the Saint Sea in his Danton, the Saint Sea would be completely corroded. The disciples in the surroundings, as well as the people of the Jin dynasty, stared at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling was still moving forward, many people couldn't help but sneer. What a reckless thing, he let the devil race go and still dared to be arrogant. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many people secretly sympathized with him. That young man had helped them many times, and he was also very strong. Unfortunately, he was still going to die here. You shouldn't admit it because admitting it is the same as looking down on me. You will die without a doubt. The vast and mighty demonic energy, like an ancient demon king, was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. An Earth-rank talent, at least of the second grade, was indeed very powerful. However, although the corrosive power was strong against others, against Lin Ling, who had absolute defense, that kind of power was not as fast as his body's recovery speed. That might not be the case. Lin Ling finally stopped. Behind him, the ancient god ancestor appeared. He was tall and mighty, as if he was the ruler of the world. Moreover, at this moment, not only his legs and feet, even his body had condensed and become even more powerful. Heaven-lifting cauldron. Boom. Lin Ling's fist smashed out. The void exploded, shattering. Tai Mo Li's pupils constricted. He noticed that his demonic energy had shattered and disappeared into the void. The demonic energy that had invaded the young man's body did not bring about any effect. Instead, the ancient god emperor form behind the young man gave him a strong pressure. Rumble. At the same time, a terrifying space-shattering force swept over, causing Tai Mo Li's figure to continuously retreat. He lowered his head to look at his arm and discovered that it had actually shattered like glass. Even a drop of blood and a trace of flesh had shattered and turned into annihilation. Origin energy. Tai Mo Li roared in horror. The strength of the young man in front of him was terrifying. His defense was terrifying, and his attack was also powerful. He should be the top existence in the 10 temples of Langya. However, how could this young man possess such terrifying strength? How could Tai Mo Li know that Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique would allow him to have no fear of fiend gods in the future? He had a strong immunity to ghost chi and demon chi. It could be called the most powerful cultivation method for one's physical body. As for the martial source that could shatter space, that was a power controlled by intermediate Saint Realm experts. Moreover, only the top intermediate Saint Realm experts in the mortal world possessed such power. How could Tai Mo Li resist it? Lin Ling stepped forward again. He seemed slow, but he crossed the void like a giant and appeared condescendingly above Tai Mo Li's head. Do you know why I dared to admit it? That's because even if I admit it, what can you do to me? Do you think it's your turn to speak for the person I let go? As soon as his words fell, Lin Ling punched Tai Mo Li below. The oppressive force was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was about to explode at this moment. All the demon chi in Tai Mo Li's body was pressed into the ground at this moment, and the impact left thousands of holes in the ground. Don't be too arrogant. Tai Mo Li looked up and saw the young man in the sky. There was only the ancient god emperor. That punch was condescending and crushing everything. Rumble. He wanted to block it, but how could he block the power of 10 universes? How could he block the shattering of the void? A huge force pressed down from above, and the impact made Tai Mo Li's hair flutter. His handsome face was also distorted. Then he couldn't control his body and smashed into the ground. His whole body was submerged in the ground, and only his head was exposed. You asked me for an explanation before, and this is an explanation. In the sky, Lin Ling chased after Tai Mo Li. He looked like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. He stared at Tai Mo Li coldly, his eyes were filled with murder. I'm a noble disciple of Champion University. If you dare attack me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the 3 great legends of the human world. A terrifying pressure surrounded him. At that moment, Tai Mo Li's expression changed drastically. He kept shouting furiously. He hadn't thought that a strange young man would be able to smash him into the ground in 2 attacks. You want to kill me, why wouldn't I dare attack you? I dare kill you even more, said Lin Ling, stretching out his hand. It looked simple, but it contained a terrifying strength. You can't compete with me. I'm a disciple, and my father is one of the 5 kings. Tai Mo Li raised his head. His eyes were filled with madness. Disciple me too. I'm the 1st king of East Mountain, the great emperor of the 7 emperors. As for the 5 kings, I'm sorry, but I killed a king called Prince Xiaobayang before. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was filled with disdain. After he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Tai Mo Li's heart was pounding. 1st king of East Mountain? And he had killed the 5 kings? Was that young man really that strong? You can't kill me. My father won't let you off, shouted Tai Mo Li anxiously. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's voice was ice cold. Your father won't let me off, but let's not talk about whether he can attack me or not. Even if he can, you won't be able to see it. This sentence made Tai Mo Li realize that there was no one in Lin Ling whom he dared not kill. Boom! He threw a punch and the strength of 10 universes exploded. The ground started sinking, and rumbling sounds kept spreading. The ground sank 10 meters and a terrifying crater appeared. Everybody was staring at that scene, their hearts were pounding. Tai Mo Li was as strong as the Fire Spirit Princess. He was a half-celestial great emperor at Champion University. He was an incredible genius. However, such a genius had been killed in 3 attacks. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. That young man was a disciple of the 7 emperors? This strength was too strong, just like the ancient god emperor, overbearing beyond compare. Suddenly, they understood why the young man had admitted it. Tai Mo Li was like an ant to that young man, so why wouldn't he admit it? Tai Mo is dead too? At this moment, Crown Prince Genie's face was pale and his body was trembling. Even he had to look up to senior brother Tai Mo died in front of him. His conspiracy was to kill Lin Ling with a borrowed knife, but it was completely useless against Lin Ling's punch. That punch had destroyed all his ploys. How strong! Jin Yuan and his sister's blood was boiling. If they had been that strong, they would have been the rulers of the Jin dynasty. They wouldn't have needed to be humiliated by those shameless people. That bastard, he's become stronger again. The Fire Spirit Princess's delicate little face was full of surprise. The first time she saw Lin Ling was in the ghost domain. At that time, Lin Ling was only a referral. However, among the referrals, his strength was not bad. Then, he was on the Shen ranking. At that time, Lin Ling was already in existence in the 10 halls of Langya. This time, she was even more surprised because Lin Ling was already a top existence in the 10 halls of Langya. Every time they met, Lin Ling would become much stronger. Even the Fire Spirit Princess, who was a peerless genius, was curious about how Lin Ling practiced cultivation. It's over, it's over. Tai Mo Li is the son of the 5 heavenly kings. At that moment, the disciples were panicking. The 5 heavenly kings were as strong as the 4 pillars and the 8 pillars. In Xianping province, the 4 pillars and the 8 pillars weren't as strong as disciples, but in Xianhuangdiyu, it was different because there were more disciples in Xianhuangdiyu, so the 5 heavenly kings had a higher social status. Chapter 1556. I'm also very cruel. The silence didn't last long. After a while, panicked voices began to come out. Many people in the Jin dynasty trembled. Compared to Lin Ling, they were obviously more afraid of the 5 heavenly kings because they were from Shenhuangdiu. Naturally, they knew how terrible the 5 heavenly kings were. Heavenly King Taimo was an existence that could destroy the world in a fit of anger. Why did you kill him? You could have just defeated him. Why did you have to kill him? The emperor of the Jin dynasty was stunned and roared. He seemed to see the Jin family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, destroyed in his hands. So, how could he not be angry? Do I need your permission to kill him? Lin Ling slowly turned around, feeling a little ridiculous. Yes, you don't need my permission. But if you kill here, if you provoke the anger of the 5 heavenly kings, our entire Jin dynasty will be buried with you. Is your heart so cruel that you want so many people to be buried with you? His Majesty frowned. Yes, although you saved us, you destroyed our entire Jin dynasty. In my opinion, you should be sent to the 5 heavenly kings to appease their anger. The queen's voice was also sharp and mean. Since Taimo Li died here, they couldn't escape the responsibility. Your strength is indeed very strong, but can you be stronger than the 5 heavenly kings? Moreover, how much do you know about the brutality of the 5 heavenly kings? Even Crown Prince Jin Yi scolded. At the same time, he looked at the disciples in the sky. Senior brothers, you saw it before. This has nothing to do with us. He killed Taimo Li. However, after the 3 of them spoke, not many people supported the Jin dynasty. There were only a few scattered people. Most of them were silent. Although they were also afraid of the heavenly King Taimo Li, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had saved them before. Jin Yuan and his sister frowned. Father, Crown Prince, you are so shameless. I don't want to be with you. Then go with him to the 5 heavenly kings to apologize. Hearing that, His Majesty let out a hoarse voice. Then he looked at Lin Ling. Friend, you are the one who caused this trouble. Go to the 5 heavenly kings and go north from here. You can get there in 3 days. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with me. He was worried that the Jin family imperial court would fall, so his words were anxious, carrying a hint of an order. You are so afraid of the 5 heavenly kings because they will obliterate you. Do you think I won't obliterate you? At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His words carried a strong killing intent. Lin Ling was sincere to his friends and brothers. As long as he acknowledged them, he would do anything for them. Therefore, Lin Ling had never made a move against the Jin family. The reason was because of Jin Yuan and his sister. But now, His Majesty and the Crown Prince of Jin dynasty made him feel disgusted, extremely disgusted. Lin Ling didn't mind the fact that the Jin dynasty wasn't grateful to him for helping the Jin dynasty drive away Yen. Then when Taimo Li appeared, Lin Ling killed him and indirectly saved the Jin dynasty. However, the Jin dynasty still wasn't grateful. Instead, they were afraid of Taimo Tianwang and sent Lin Ling to die. Could it be that they were afraid of Taimo Tianwang's brutality and didn't think that Lin Ling was soft-hearted? Did they think that Lin Ling was their servant and slave? Without any nonsense, Lin Ling stepped forward and came to His Majesty, waving his palm heavily. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out. His Majesty was slapped flat on the ground and flew upside down. He smashed into the distance and spat out his teeth mixed with blood. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any warning. His Majesty was dizzy from the slap. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling was already there. The sound of the slap was endless. You want me to die in front of the 5 heavenly kings? Now I'd like to see how you're going to make me go. Everyone watched as Lin Ling slapped His Majesty. Some people from the Jin dynasty showed disdain. His Majesty sent Lin Ling to die in order to protect himself. However, he completely forgot that His Majesty was no match for Lin Ling. Did he have the right to order him? Good. You're really a ruthless person. You've harmed our Jin dynasty. Do you dare to kill His Majesty in front of everyone? The Empress's cunning and harsh voice rang out. At this moment, she was extremely angry and seemed to regard Lin Ling as a servant of the Jin dynasty. Bang. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out and His Majesty of the Jin dynasty was smashed into minced meat. Blood and broken bones sputtered everywhere. An emperor of a generation fell here. I don't dare. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the empress with a smile. The empress's pupils constricted. She had always thought that His Majesty was the supreme ruler. That was why Lin Ling dared to humiliate him but did not dare to kill him. This was what she subconsciously thought. But now Lin Ling killed His Majesty in front of her. And you bitch, I've helped the Jin dynasty twice, but what did you do? Lin Ling did not stop. He appeared in front of the empress and slapped her. Slap. This slap made the empress's nose crooked. Her face was distorted and extremely ugly. How dare you hit me? Obviously, no one had ever dared to hit the empress's face in her life. She screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Slap. However, what answered her was a slap, a fierce slap. Her hair flew in a mess and her teeth flew out. You sent me to die because Heavenly King Taimo is very cruel. But am I a soft persimmon? Let me tell you, I'm also very cruel. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded like thunder. Boom. On the Jin dynasty's side, everyone's heart exploded. Indeed, they were afraid of Heavenly King Taimo's cruelty, so they sent Lin Ling to die. But was Lin Ling a woman? He was just as strong and indifferent. Stop. How dare you hit my mother? You're courting death. Crown Prince Genie shouted angrily. Lin Ling had slapped his mother in front of him. How could he let this go? Are you very angry and want to kill me? Unfortunately, you don't have the strength. Hearing Prince Genie's words, Lin Ling smiled coldly, which made Prince Genie tremble. Yes, he was very angry, but what could he do? He was no match for Lin Ling at all. He could only watch Lin Ling torture his mother to death. You people are used to being high and mighty. You've completely forgotten that in this world, strength is everything. The Son of Heaven's mandate is actually just a joke. Also, don't treat me as your servant. When it comes to life and death, I'm not a slave. I'm not going to die for you people. Lin Ling shouted coldly. With the last slap, the Jin dynasty's empress was smashed into pieces. She couldn't be more dead. Lin Ling told everyone that compared to Heavenly King Taimo, he was just as cruel as Lin Ling. Dead, the empress is also dead. All the civil and military officials were uneasy. The young man was quiet, but once he moved, he was like a thunderbolt, dominating everything. You killed my mother. Prince Genie was hysterical and almost went crazy. Not only did I kill her, but I also killed you. Lin Ling held the sword in his right hand and slashed out. He didn't hold back at all. It was clean and neat. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on Prince Genie's neck. He stood there and pointed at Lin Ling. He wanted to say something, but his neck was leaking. A large amount of blood spurted out. In the end, he fell on his back. Chapter 1557. The Fire Spirit Princess did the same. Silence. The crowd was silent. Dead. His Majesty is dead, and so is the Empress. Even the Crown Prince has fallen. Is this the end of the Jin family dynasty? Some of the older civil and military officials were glaring at Lin Ling. One line sky. Lin Ling looked at them and swung the sword in his right hand. Those officials who had spoken were all beheaded. They were all killed with a single slash. Are you not convinced? Plop. After a large number of officials fell, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. It was as if he was telling everyone that he would kill anyone who was not convinced. Everyone in the Jin family dynasty trembled. Who dared to speak? You people are really ridiculous. You were so respectful to the mysterious man. You didn't even dare to complain when you were killed by Taimoli. Instead, you dared to bully me, the one who helped you. Am I weaker than those people? After Lin Ling killed a large number of civil and military officials, he spoke again. Plop. Many people immediately knelt. At this moment, they finally knew how powerful Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had not attacked them because of Jin Yuan and his sister. However, Lin Ling was not their servant or slave. They had no right to order Lin Ling. If they dared to order him, they would die. From now on, Jin Yuan will be the emperor of the Jin family dynasty. Do you have any objections? Lin Ling said calmly. Everyone from the Jin family dynasty narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was going to change the dynasty and decide who their emperor was? As for Jin Yuan, his whole body trembled. He was going to become the emperor of the Jin family? We don't have any objections. However, the ascension of a new emperor is a major matter of the country. I'm afraid it will require the approval of the officials. If we decide the emperor rashly, people will not be convinced. A very old man said. Lin Ling slashed with his sword, leaving a sword mark on the old man's neck. He looked at Lin Ling and finally fell on his back. Who is it? Are you still not convinced? Then, Lin Ling's emotionless voice drifted out. Since he had decided to make a move, then naturally, he was in control of everything. Anyone who disagreed would be killed. That was because he had already given them face, but these people did not cherish it. Therefore, he might as well be domineering and decide everything. Convinced. We are convinced. Greetings, Your Majesty. Everyone was completely terrified and kowtowed to Jin Yuan. Jin Yuan felt as if he was dreaming. He had become the emperor of the Jin family's imperial court just like that. So powerful, so powerful. As for the crowd in the distance, they were all shocked. Heavenly King Taimo could dominate everything, but so could that young man. The funny thing was that Her Majesty and the others actually thought that the young man was a soft persimmon and violated him time and time again. But now, all of them had met their end and died a tragic death. Are any of you dissatisfied? Lin Ling's gaze turned to the sky and landed on the disciples. At this moment, the eyes of the disciples flickered. They didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong. For a moment, they were all silent. Where was the arrogant attitude they had before? Scoundrel, your strength has improved a lot. At this time, Princess Fire Spirit spoke. Lin Ling looked over and smiled. Little girl, we meet again. Seeing Princess Fire Spirit again, Lin Ling couldn't help but remember the promise he had made to the second dream. Not bad, you have killed my enemy for me. Are you interested in being my slave? Princess Fire Spirit placed her small hands on her waist and said in an old-fashioned manner, Slave. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and laughed. This Princess Fire Spirit was indeed unruly and willful. He had only said a few words and she immediately wanted him to be her slave. Sure, but let's see if you can swallow me. Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. He appeared in front of Princess Fire Spirit and grabbed her with his big hand. This guy is crazy. The disciples' faces stiffened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to not only kill Taimo Li, but also attack Princess Fire Spirit. You want to die? Princess Fire Spirit was also surprised. Dazzling flames burst out from her body and the sky started burning. Her flames looked like the flames of the rising sun. The disciples' mouths and tongues were dry. Their spiritual chi was burning. Their facial expressions changed drastically. The Fire Spirit Princess was the youngest peerless genius of Champion University. She was extremely talented. If they remembered correctly, her fire was the nihility-absorbing fire. Boom boom boom. Clouds of fire appeared in the sky. Dazzling lights were burning everything in the world. Everybody was staring at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and had attacked Princess Fire Spirit. He was in trouble now. She's a fire cultivator of the 5th D level or higher. Boom! At that moment, in the middle of the flames, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He could sense that the fire was extremely oppressive. It was as if it wanted to burn him. If Lin Ling was scared, it meant that Princess Fire Spirit was more talented than his godly demon overlord body. Burn without fire. Boom! Whispered Lin Ling after that. Clouds of fire appeared in his dantian, burning his body and dantian. It was Princess Fire Spirit's power. Her flames were invisible and colorless. They could explode at any time. However, when the flames burned Lin Ling's soul, an even more terrifying fiery might bloomed. It was cold, scorching hot, and carried with it the power of reincarnation and ghost energy. It actually subdued the flames that were invading his soul. It was the Yellow Springs flames. The Yellow Springs flames were godly flames, one of the 10 greatest flames in the world. Princess Fire Spirit's fire was extremely strong, but she couldn't compete with one of the 10 greatest flames. If Princess Fire Spirit had a water celestial body, Lin Ling would have dodged her attack. However, since she only had fire, it was useless against Lin Ling. When Lin Ling sensed that, he smiled and sped up. He jumped into the clouds of fire and stretched out his hand again. How is that possible? Bastard, what trick did you use? You're not afraid of my nihility engulfing flames. Princess Fire Spirit's eyes were wide open. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then, she shouted furiously, "You want to kill me? You're so naughty, so do you think I'll kill you?" Lin Ling replied. He walked in front of the Fire Spirit Princess and lifted her up. He turned her around and slapped her soft and tender but with his right hand. Papa! The sound of slapping her but spread in the air. The clouds of fire in the sky gradually dispersed. The disciples were excited, but what happened next made them stiffen. Lin Ling had slapped Princess Fire Spirit's butt. How was that possible? The youngest peerless genius of Champion University was being humiliated like that? As for Jin Yuan and his sister, they smiled wryly. Lin Ling was really cruel. Papa. Lin Ling did not care about the gazes around him. He was teaching Princess Fire Spirit a lesson. As for his goal, it was very simple. He wanted to suppress Princess Fire Spirit's willfulness and force her to go back with him to see the second dream. How dare you hit me? Even my father hasn't hit me. The Fire Spirit Princess danced in the air as her tiny face was filled with hatred. She still couldn't understand why her massive flames were ineffective against Lin Ling. Are you going to listen to me? Chapter 1558. Heavenly King Taimo arrives. Well, I was wrong. Finally, Princess Hualing's delicate face was filled with tears. Although she was overbearing, she was still a child. She was only overbearing because everyone who saw her treated her like a pearl. Only Lin Ling was a freak. He was the first person who dared to hit her. Even the Fire Tribe Emperor did not dare to hit her. Lin Ling slapped her a few more times before stopping. He said lightly, "There's something I need you to come with me. There's someone you must see. If you don't see him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Do you agree?" You're not allowed to hit there anymore. Bad guy. Princess Hualing's eyes were filled with tears. In fact, she was extremely cute when she was not overbearing. That's good. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He could finally let Princess Hualing see the second dream. Bad guy, let me tell you. If my father and sister know that you dared to hit me, you're dead meat. Princess Hualing touched her butt and said unwillingly. But for some reason she did not hate Lin Ling. Instead, she liked being close to him. It was as if she knew Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's fire attribute aura was mysterious. She felt comfortable being close to Lin Ling, but if you want me to leave with you, we'll have to wait until next time. I sneaked out and can't be away for too long. Princess Hualing looked at Lin Ling with her big eyes. Okay, as long as you agree. Lin Ling was not in a hurry. He believed that Princess Hualing would not go back on her words. When the surrounding disciples saw Princess Hualing talking to Lin Ling, they were stunned. Then they were filled with jealousy and anger. Princess Hualing was one of the top beauties in Xianhuangdiu. She was talented, but this unbloomed flower had thorns. She was overbearing and willful, so not many people could get close to her. But now Lin Ling had spanked Princess Fire Spirit's butt. Not only was Princess Fire Spirit not angry, she even spoke to Lin Ling like a friend. What a lucky kid. Many disciples felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Why didn't they receive the same treatment as Lin Ling? Lin Ling's actions today are truly shocking. Jin Yuan and his sister couldn't help but laugh. They naturally saw the jealous looks on the disciples' faces. However, at this moment, Jin Sha suddenly thought of something. Not good. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Things are getting troublesome. When the voice rang out, everyone was stunned. They suddenly thought of something. That's right, Lin Ling killed Taimo Li. The Heavenly King Taimo would definitely not let Lin Ling go, and he was about to descend. Oh right, I forgot about that old fellow. Scoundrel, hurry up and run. Princess Fire Spirit also reacted. Although she looked young, she was not stupid. Instead, she was extremely smart. It's too late to leave now. Sure enough, a faintly discernible voice came from afar. It seemed to be very far away, making it impossible to tell where the person was. Hurry up and leave. Jin Yuan and his sisters shouted anxiously. Had the Heavenly King Taimo finally arrived? However, Lin Ling still stood in the void and did not leave. He knew that if he left, the other party would definitely kill Jin Yuan and his sister. Although Lin Ling was not a saint, he was loyal to his friends. He would not do something like running away in the face of danger. Rumble. In the distant sky, a thick black aura finally spread over. It was vast and terrifying. The black aura was obviously an extremely terrifying demonic aura. It formed an ancient demon as if it was going to suppress the world. He's finally here. Jin Yuan and his sister's faces turned pale. Today, everyone would not be able to escape. The expressions of the disciples around them changed drastically. The Heavenly King Taimo was one of the 5 heavenly kings of Xianhuangdeyu. Because of his powerful strength and noble status, he could kill ordinary disciples without any repercussions. This was different from the 7 Emperors' world. In the 7 Emperors' world, disciples were the noblest, and no one could kill them. Lin Ling is dead meat. Many disciples stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling killed Taimo Li, so he would not be able to escape death. Woo-woo. The sky gradually quieted down, and all the demonic aura stopped moving. Then, a middle-aged man in a black robe stepped on the void and walked over step by step. Every step he took seemed to be accompanied by the rhythm of heaven and earth. He stepped on everyone's hearts, causing them to feel intense pressure. This was a powerhouse who dominated the world. This was also a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. This was an existence who could cover the sky with one hand. Princess Hualing, why are you here? Did you kill Quan? Finally, a calm voice drifted out. The black-robed middle-aged man appeared above everyone's head. He glanced at them as if he was looking down on them before finally looking at Princess Hualing. Your arrogant son Taimo Li is too arrogant. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Princess Hualing raised her small face and looked at the sky fearlessly. Although you are naughty, I know that you don't dare to kill my son because you know that among the 5 heavenly kings, I, Heavenly King Taimo, am the most brutal. I don't give anyone face, not even your father. The black-robed middle-aged man said softly. To everyone's surprise, he was not as overbearing as they had imagined. Instead, he seemed to be very amiable. Only those who knew him knew that he was a demon king who could talk to you politely but kill you in the next moment. Never be deceived by his appearance. At this moment, Lin Ling was also sizing up Heavenly King Taimo. His eye of time quietly appeared, and he could vaguely see that the other party's talent was about Earth grade. Although it was not as good as Princess Hualing's talent, the demonic aura around him was extremely dense and suffocating. Obviously, Heavenly King Taimo was extremely terrifying in terms of martial arts and cultivation. Against such a powerful expert, even Lord Shui Wu wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in a battle. I've already said that I killed him. At this moment, Princess Hualing said again, taking the blame for Lin Ling. She believed that even if she killed him, Heavenly King Taimo would not dare to kill her. I know that you didn't kill him, but you obviously want to protect someone, so you admitted it for that person. Do you think that you won't have to die just because you're the princess of the Hua clan? Heavenly King Taimo said lightly. He looked down at Princess Hualing condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant. I can tell you that even if you didn't kill him, you still have to die for daring to protect the murderer. How arrogant! The surrounding crowd gasped. Heavenly King Taimo was simply fearless. All of you have to die. However, to everyone's surprise, Heavenly King Taimo said again, all of you have to die. No matter who it was, as long as they were here, they all had to die. This was the domineering aura of Heavenly King Taimo, one of the 5 heavenly kings of Xianhuangdeyu. It seemed to be an approachable statement, but the content of his words was extremely domineering. At this moment, everyone was frightened. Heavenly King Taimo glanced at the crowd and was very satisfied with their panicked looks. Finally, he looked at Lin Ling and said, I know that you killed him, right? Chapter 1559. Shock and awe. That's right, I killed him. Lin Ling looked up at Heavenly King Taimo and said lightly. Heavenly King Taimo was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. However, Lin Ling wasn't too afraid. Instead, he was a little annoyed because Heavenly King Taimo was staring at him as if he was an ant. It was as if he could dominate and control everything about Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time, and he didn't like it either. I know you're Lin Ling, a disciple of the 7 emperors under heaven, the first king of East Mountain, the emperor of heaven. But do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Heavenly King Taimo looked even calmer, but the calmer he was, the scarier he was. You can't kill him. With me here, no one can kill him. Sensing the cold, murderous intent of the Heavenly King of Demons, the Fire Spirit Princess shouted. She was not tall, but she was dignified. Hee, don't forget, not only him, even you will die. He dared to kill me, Taimo. Even if your Fire Tribe's majesty is here, I will still fight him to the death. Heavenly King Taimo sneered and glanced at the crowd. Even them. Today, everyone here will die. Once again, he stated his purpose. In order to be buried with Taimoli, everyone had to die. There was no chance of compromise. This time, everyone finally understood Heavenly King Taimo's murderous intent. He wanted to litter the field with corpses. At this moment, everyone began to panic, and some people began to quietly flee. But a moment later, those who tried to escape screamed as blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They kept attacking themselves, and in the end, they tore themselves apart and killed themselves. How terrifying! The crowd was silent. They were shocked and terrified. What kind of method was this? That person tried to secretly escape but ended up killing himself. The crowd even saw that not only did that person tear apart his own flesh, he even broke his own bones. Sometimes, death wasn't scary at all. What was scary was the way to die. Suddenly, many people looked at Heavenly King Taimo, knowing that it was Heavenly King Taimo's doing. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. At this moment, Heavenly King Taimo knew the doubts in everyone's hearts. The power of origin. This entire area had been sealed by him. Not to mention a human, even a fly would not be able to leave this place. Everyone looked into the distance again. Only then did they see the surging heaven and earth demonic chi enveloping all directions. Within the demonic clouds, large numbers of burly primordial heavenly demons could be vaguely seen, looking ferocious and terrifying. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. He could vaguely see that the person who had died was entangled by a mysterious power. It was as if he had been affected by some irritation and had committed suicide in the end. The Supreme Demon King's talent was indeed terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was his origin energy. His heavenly rune martial arts had obviously reached the pinnacle. Princess Fire Spirit's little face also became serious. For the first time, she was not so tough. Taimoli's death was his own fault. He overestimated himself and wanted to kill others. Naturally, others resisted. So, how can you blame us for his death? Continue. That's right. It's not our fault. It's senior brother Taimo who died in battle because his skills were inferior. In Champion University, it's a fair fight. If you die, you can't get others involved. Heavenly King Taimo, we didn't attack him by surprise. We didn't join hands either. The disciples' faces turned deathly pale. They were begging for mercy. Continue. Heavenly King Taimo smiled and waved. Enough. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling took a step forward and looked at the crowd indifferently. Can't you see? He wanted to play with you before he died. He wanted you to regret, he wanted you to be afraid. No matter how much you beg for mercy, you're going to die. People like him don't intend to let us off. When the crowd heard that, their facial expressions changed drastically. Heavenly King Taimo? Heavenly King Taimo was despicable. He played with them like they were ants. He wanted them to die, but he pretended to give them a chance. Actually, he wanted them to beg for mercy, regret, and fear. He's right. You're all going to die. But how can death satisfy me? Heavenly King Taimo nodded. He wanted to enjoy killing people. Maybe that was the only way he could feel satisfied. He felt like a king. If anyone dared offend him, they would regret it. You're much braver than them. Then, Heavenly King Taimo looked at Lin Ling and said, But can you face me? Apart from begging for mercy, what else can you do? Fight, said Heavenly King Taimo. Lin Ling's voice sounded resolute. Heavenly King Taimo was stupefied. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so decisive. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he wanted to fight to the death. The hearts of the disciples around exploded. For the first time, they felt that Lin Ling deserved the title of Celestial Emperor. Because in the face of Heavenly King Taimo, they only dared to beg for mercy, but Lin Ling dared to fight. You're my opponent? In my heart, you're just a weak ant. You can't do anything to me, said Heavenly King Taimo with a smile. He wasn't angry. You don't have to show your majesty in front of me. You've only cultivated for a longer time than us. Your talent is only SOSO. What's there to be proud of? Lin Ling sneered. He could see where Heavenly King Taimo was strong. It was his cultivation realm and heavenly pattern martial arts. In terms of talent, even Princess Hualing was stronger than him. Yes, Heavenly King Taimo is one of the 5 heavenly kings, but he's only cultivated for a longer time. If we had the same time, we wouldn't be afraid of him. And in terms of talent, some of us aren't weaker than him. Why can he dominate our life and death? The surrounding disciples were no longer afraid of Meng Hao. Instead, their hearts burned with the flames of battle. They were fighting with their backs to the river. Since they would die even if they begged for mercy, why should they be humble? Even the people of the Jin dynasty on the ground were boiling with fighting spirit. At this moment, the whole earth and the sky were filled with an invisible fighting spirit. It was as if flames were burning. There was only one voice in everyone's heart: fight. Heavenly King Taimo was stunned. His satisfied smile froze. He didn't expect Lin Ling to ignite the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts with just a few words. He didn't like this feeling. He liked to see his enemies beg for mercy, not resist. You're born with a kind of courage that makes people believe in you. Heavenly King Taimo stared at Lin Ling and said, But you think you can defeat me? Lin Ling answered directly. He was still lacking in experience when facing experts at the level of 4 pillars and 8 pillars. But you should know that it won't be long before I can defeat you. You can deny it, but your heart should know that it's the truth. Chapter 1560. Battle of the Demon King. He looks like one of the 5 heavenly kings. Heavenly King Taimo is also a petty person. He's afraid that the younger generation will rise and surpass him, so he's trying to strangle the younger generation. Of course, other than that, what else can he do? Could it be that he can still increase his strength? Impossible. These veteran experts can only stay where they are. In the end, they will be surpassed by powerful disciples. In the future, when they see those disciples, they can only kowtow like dogs. The disciples around suddenly burst into laughter. They could also see that Heavenly King Taimo was not sure about his future. All of you are courting death. Heavenly King Taimo's expression turned ugly. How could a group of people who were bound to die be so arrogant? Suddenly he thought of something. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling had actually become the flag in everyone's hearts. These people dared to not fear him, and this was all because of Lin Ling. I'm not your opponent alone, but we can work together. Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out as the Heavenly King of Grand Demons raged. Anger. Heavenly King Taimo was even more furious. He was one of the 5 great kings. Shenhuang Diyu was the strongest cultivator in Champion University. Shouldn't everybody respect him? However, not only were they not in awe of him, they were all laughing at him. They no longer had any fear of him. Most importantly, Lin Ling had boasted that he could defeat him if he joined forces with others. Crazy. These juniors had all gone mad. Heavenly King Taimo was so angry that his whole body trembled. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. He had become a joke. My cultivation is at the 7th level of the Saint Realm, and my Saint Mark martial arts have reached the pinnacle. Even if you join forces with all the disciples, you're still no match for me. Heavenly King Taimo bellowed. The crowd quieted down. Although they had ignited the flames of battle, it was undeniable that Heavenly King Taimo was indeed very powerful. The difference in cultivation level was too great. His martial arts had reached the pinnacle of the power of origin. How were they supposed to fight? Subconsciously, everyone looked at Lin Ling. In their hearts, the long-haired black-robed youth was like their king, their flag. They were all disciples with noble status. Although they were respectful to Tai Moli before, in reality, that was only on the surface. But now, they were sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling will accompany you. We've underestimated you before. Now, you don't have to say a word. Even if you die, you'll fight Heavenly King Taimo. Not bad. All the disciples looked at Lin Ling and said. Their imposing manner caused the Fire Spirit Princess's pupils to constrict. This bastard was so powerful. He had actually subdued this group of proud disciples. Lin Ling laughed and looked at Heavenly King Taimo indifferently. I've said that as long as we join forces, we'll definitely kill you. You may not believe me, but think about it. How did Prince Yabeong die? As soon as he said that, Heavenly King Taimo frowned. Lin Ling's words were arrogant, but it was the truth. Prince Xiaobeong was killed by Lin Ling. This junior was very mysterious. What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? You don't want to show your power? Where's your pride? Lin Ling took a step forward and roared with an imposing manner. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling actually suppressed Heavenly King Taimo with his imposing manner. Heavenly King Taimo's pupils constricted. For a moment, he was speechless. For some reason, he was even more afraid of Lin Ling. Amazing! Jin Yuan and his sister gasped. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, he dared not answer Lin Ling's question. The situation had changed 180 degrees from the beginning. I understand now. I finally understand. You're deliberately mystifying me. You're trying to scare me and trick me. You want me to leave on my own, and then you can escape. At this time, Heavenly King Taimo pondered for a moment and finally laughed. At first, he was indeed frightened by Lin Ling. But after thinking about it carefully, the strongest people here were Lin Ling and Princess Hualing, and these two were only in the 3rd and 4th heaven of the Saint Realm. What was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling must be trying to scare him. I'm lying. Lin Ling nodded and said calmly, You're not qualified for me to lie to you. In that case, let's fight. Okay, let's see how you're going to fight me. Heavenly King Taimo took a step forward, and a pitch-black demonic aura swept out. It was so dark that any light that entered it would be drowned and devoured. Moreover, the power of origin was released at this moment. It could make people upset and impatient, and torture themselves to death. The crowd was nervous. This battle was a matter of life and death. After that, everybody was excited. They followed Lin Ling to fight against the 5 heavenly kings. Crazy. Someone dares fight against the 5 heavenly kings. At that moment, in the distance, many cultivators in Shenhuangdayu sensed the change in the qi of the earth and heaven. They came from afar and took a deep breath. They're disciples of Champion University. Some people are there too. Princess Hua Ling wants to fight against Heavenly King Tai Mo. I heard that Lin Ling is there too. Who's Lin Ling? He's a disciple of the 7 emperors. He used to be on the Shen list. He's a famous disciple of the 3 great legends. He defeated the king of the immortal spring flood dragon. That Lin Ling is really strong, but how can he compete with the 5 heavenly kings? Keep watching. Those cultivators were all excited. A peerless genius was really strong. He didn't even fear the 5 heavenly kings. The 5 heavenly kings were the best cultivators of Champion University. They were called Zun Di Zun cultivators. It was rare to see someone fight against them in the human world. Disciples, even though it's the first time we've met, we're friends now. We're on the same boat. If Heavenly King Tai Mo doesn't die, we'll die. Therefore, raise your swords and fight side by side. At that moment, Lin Ling's long hair was fluttering in the wind. He looked around and raised his sword. It looked magnificent, like an ancient god. Fight! Those disciples shouted furiously again. It sounded like war drums. They wanted to kill everyone in the world. They also wanted to follow Lin Ling and challenge the record. They wanted to defeat the 5 heavenly kings and become the first miracle in the human world. Even Princess Hua Ling's blood was boiling. She hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. The earth and heaven changed colors. The second dream, you and I used to be enemies. Today we'll fight side by side. After that, Lin Ling looked at Princess Hua Ling and smiled. His smile was resolute, but it was pure. The second dream? Princess Hua Ling's eyes were twinkling, but she nodded and said, "All right, bad boy, I'll fight side by side with you. If we die, we'll go to the reincarnation hell together. I've already been to the reincarnation hell, so if I don't want to go, Great Emperor Yen Luo can't do anything to me. As for you, I won't allow you to go. Nobody can take you away." Lin Ling looked resolute. He didn't want to fight side by side with Princess Hua Ling. He wanted to fight against the second dream. He had brought the second dream back from the reincarnation hell. How could he let her go back to the reincarnation hell? His words were overbearing and powerful, but it made the naturally overbearing fire spirit princess feel a sense of calmness for the first time. It was as if this man could protect her from everything. "Fire spirit princess, use your most powerful attack on me." Chapter 1561. Borrowing the flame. Lin Ling, what are you doing? The crowd was shocked. The enemy before them was the heavenly King Tai Mo. Why did Lin Ling ask the fire spirit princess to attack him? "Bastard, do you want to die?" The fire spirit princess was also puzzled and refused to attack. "If I want you to attack me, then attack me. Attack." Lin Ling's eyes also turned red, and there was a crazed look in them. "You will die. Attack." The fire spirit princess shouted anxiously. "I won't die. Attack." Lin Ling shook his head. Death, he had already died once. What was there to be afraid of? "You dare to fight me like this? You are afraid of dying in my hands, so you are running away. Lin Ling, you coward." The heavenly King Tai Mo was also surprised by Lin Ling's actions, but he mocked him more. Lin Ling must be trying to kill himself. He was afraid of his own demonic energy. Being hit by his own energy would tear his flesh and break his own bones. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Attack. When Lin Ling saw the heavenly King Tai Mo getting closer, he shouted again. His voice shook the heavens and earth. "Crazy. Attack." The crowd in the distance also gasped. They had no idea what Lin Ling was going to do. Nihility devouring flame, morning clouds fill the sky. Attack. The fire spirit princess's eyes were wet. She gritted her teeth and released her terrifying flame talent. The raging flames turned into clouds like the rising sun and shrouded Lin Ling. This attack was more powerful than the one she used on Lin Ling. It was a supernatural power brought about by her talent. Rumble. The whole sky was burning without fire. Heat, explosions, and all kinds of terrifying energy were sweeping across. Even the heavenly King Tai Mo's eyes narrowed. The Fire Spirit Princess's talent was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, she was too young and her martial arts realm was a little weak. If her origin energy had reached the small success realm, he would have to dodge it. As for the disciples, their faces froze. The Fire Spirit Princess really attacked. Lin Ling was dead meat. Rumble. The terrifying flames engulfed Lin Ling. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. At this moment, his celestial demon overlord body couldn't withstand it and was burning nihility. Even his recovery ability couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames. His body. From this angle, it could be seen that the Fire Spirit Princess talent was stronger than the godly demon overlord body. Of course, this was only for now. Lin Ling is. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling died in front of them just like that. Moreover, he had died without knowing why. Huh, you think you're qualified to fight me? Good. Lin Ling died in my hands. I've avenged Prince Xiaobayang's death. Also, in the Shenhuang Big Domain, who else can do it but me? The Heavenly King Tai Mo laughed crazily as if he had vented all his anger. Previously, he was indeed frightened by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was indeed a mysterious peerless genius. He couldn't underestimate him. But now Lin Ling was dead. How could this be? The faces of all the disciples were pale. Lin Ling had just become their flag, their leader, but in the blink of an eye, he was going to die. They couldn't accept this fact. It was as if the flag in their hearts had fallen. Fight. Only the Fire Spirit Princess was boiling with battle intent. Her little face was serious, but her eyes were wet. She didn't know what Lin Ling was going to do, but Lin Ling was dead. It made her feel like she had lost something in her heart. Therefore she had to fight. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of fighting before. He would rather die than beg for mercy. Then she would carry Lin Ling's belief and fight. Fight. When the disciples saw that the Fire Spirit Princess had chosen to fight, their will was boiling again. The war drums were beating. They were going to fight to the death with the #1 expert of Shenhuangdayu. Rumble. All the disciples were prepared to die. They fought with all their might. The whole sky and earth felt like it was going to shatter. However, no one noticed that in the sky where Lin Ling was burned, there was still a trace of flesh that hadn't disappeared. It was still burning, and that trace of flesh hid a terrifying soul power. Lin Ling wasn't dead. His fiend god overlord physique could be reborn from a drop of blood unless he was truly turned into ashes. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Princess flame was burning Lin Ling's soul. However, it couldn't burn it. The underworld flame was blooming and gradually controlled the invading flame. And this was Lin Ling's goal. Lin Ling knew very well that to defeat an expert like Lord Water Mist, his fiend god overlord physique's level was clearly insufficient. His soul power was also lacking. As for the underworld flame, it was possible. However, if he used it, Lin Ling's body would be burned to ashes. After all, the Heavenly Demon King was stronger than the immortal Spring Wrm King. If he wanted to use the underworld flame, he would definitely need to use more. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to use the flame to let the Fire Spirit Princess attack Lin Ling. He wanted to use the underworld flame suppression to absorb the Fire Spirit Princess flame for his own use. The Fire Spirit Princess talent wasn't weak. She was stronger than Lin Ling and the Heavenly Demon King. However, the Fire Spirit Princess was too young and didn't have a deep understanding of martial arts. Therefore, it was difficult for her to use the power of her talent. As for Lin Ling, his fire elemental understanding was stronger. Furthermore, he had the support of the Overlord's Song Sword. Therefore, if he could use her powerful talent, his strength would increase again. This was what Lin Ling wanted, to fight side by side. The Nihility devouring flame is indeed powerful. It can also grow. However, under my underworld flame, everything will be subdued. This power will be used by me. Roar. In his soul, Lin Ling's roar was heard. The sun-like flame gradually calmed down and was controlled by Lin Ling. After the flame was controlled, the flame that was burning his body also disappeared. His body also started to recover. During this process, Lin Ling's soul power observed the battle outside. He realized that the disciples couldn't stop the heavenly demon king at all. They were completely defeated. If they weren't prepared to die and fought with all their might, many of them would have died by now. Hang in there. After half an hour, it will be my battlefield. Roar. His body was recovering rapidly. Lin Ling was preparing a terrifying flame attack. It was his first time challenging an expert at the level of Lord Water Mist. At this moment, demonic chi was billowing outside. Black light constantly shot up to the sky. An ancient heavenly demon king had descended, shocking the heavens and earth. If I fight, I will die. If I don't fight, I will also die. In this case, I might as well fight to the death. At least I will have left my dignity behind. Fight. All the disciples displayed powerful attacks that swept toward the heavenly demon king. On the ground, various kinds of energy erupted and colorful lights burst out. Rumble. The heavenly demon king seemed to be bathed in demonic clouds. The black clouds were under his control. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of demonic clouds turned into tentacles and blocked the disciples' attacks. In an instant, the disciples were swept away by the majestic energy. Some of them flew backward and some spurted out blood. They were in a sorry state. From the looks of it, it was only a matter of time before they died. They are no match for him at all. Yes, those disciples are quite talented. It's a pity that their cultivation time is not as long as the heavenly demon kings. It looks like they are going to be wiped out. Yes. Then leave the rest to me. It was a calm sentence, but it carried a strong sense of confidence. It made the fire spirit princess reveal a smile that could topple countries. She was cute and charming. She didn't know why, but she, who had always been domineering and arrogant, liked the feeling of being protected. Leave the rest to me. The fire spirit princess would remember this sentence for the rest of her life. Boom! The flames were like the rising sun. At this moment, the devil chi was also burning, making the entire sky quiet down. Countless eyes looked over. On the ground, the black-robed young man stood there quietly, holding the peerless beauty in his arms. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the heavenly king of demons. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, with a hint of killing intent and confidence. At this moment, the entire world was silent. Countless people stared at the black-robed young man, their pupils constricting. Lin Ling was not dead. He had returned. Good. That's great. After a moment of silence, the disciples cheered excitedly. The war drums were beaten again. The flag that had fallen in their hearts was raised again at this moment. I knew Lin Ling wouldn't die. Jin Yuan and his sister were also very excited. They had one foot in the abyss, but someone had reached out to them and saved them. At this moment, the devil clouds in the sky were tumbling. A dragon was swimming in it. Upon closer inspection, it was not a dragon, but an ancient and huge devil beast. It had a snake-like body, but it had no mouth or eyes. It only had a purple body, and a fishy smell came out from it from time to time. This was an ancient devil puppet, the true talent of the heavenly king of demons. You are not dead yet? The heavenly king of demons stared at Lin Ling and spat out coldly. How could Lin Ling not be dead? Heavenly king of demons, you have angered me. On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He also saw that if he had come out a little later, Princess Hualing and the others would have died here. If Princess Hualing and those disciples had not attracted the attention of the heavenly king of demons, Lin Ling would not have been able to recover smoothly and return to the battlefield. Is that so? Then what do you want? The heavenly king of demons laughed. He did not know why Lin Ling was not dead, but it was better that he was alive. At least if he died in the hands of the heavenly king of demons, Lin Ling would be in so much pain that he would regret not dying. Moreover, if Lin Ling was killed by him, the disciples around would lose their fighting spirit and would probably kneel down and beg for mercy. For him, The murderer of his son must die a fate worse than death. He is not dead. His physical body must have reached the realm of regrowing a severed arm. But is he a match for the heavenly king of demons? Impossible! The crowd in the distance woke up from their shock. These people were all experts of Shenhuangdeyu. They analyzed the difference between Lin Ling and the heavenly king of demons from various angles. The final conclusion was that even if Lin Ling was not dead, he would not be able to win. Lin Ling was a third-layer saint. His talent was not weak. Rumor had it that he was 10th grade profound rank. On the other hand, the heavenly king of demons was a 7th-layer saint. His talent was 1st grade earth rank. Although he was only slightly stronger than Lin Ling, his heavenly rune martial arts had reached the pinnacle. So, how could Lin Ling win? The disciples also knew this, but they still believed that Lin Ling would win. If Lin Ling died, they would go to hell with Lin Ling. Scoundrel, you must win. At this moment, Princess Hualing had the same thought as everyone else. She was not afraid. Instead, she was looking forward to Lin Ling creating a miracle and defeating the 5 heavenly kings. This battle was obviously the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Ling said that the heavenly king of demons angered him. What does he want to do? Then, many people stared at Lin Ling and muttered to themselves, "You must die." Chapter 1563. You won't be able to laugh later. Boom. Everyone's heart exploded. They did not expect Lin Ling to say such arrogant words. Where did he get the confidence to defeat Heavenly King Taimo? Arrogant words. The only person who is qualified to kill my disciple is the titled Heavenly Emperor. You Lin Ling are just trash who relies on your mouth. You don't know that strength is everything in this world. If you don't have powerful strength, you will only make people laugh. Heavenly King Taimo laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's words were like a joke to him. The result was indeed so. Some ancient experts in the distance also laughed. They were very clear about Heavenly King Taimo's strength. Therefore, Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. You won't be able to laugh later. Lin Ling did not care about the laughter. He moved his feet slightly and walked forward step by step. A strange thing happened. Under his footsteps, flame patterns appeared on the ground with every step. It felt as if Lin Ling's every step was accompanied by a terrifying great law. Looking from afar, this scene was extremely dazzling. The black-robed young man's long hair danced wildly. Between his steps, there were flame patterns. Moreover, this was not the only thing that was terrifying. As Lin Ling walked forward step by step, powerful flame ripples bloomed. Everywhere he passed, the mountains and rocks melted. What a terrifying flame power! The ancient experts in the distance could not laugh at this moment. They felt a strong pressure. It's my nihility devouring flame. Princess Hualing's beautiful eyes widened. It was a very familiar feeling. That's right, it was her flame. Suddenly she remembered Lin Ling's words. This battle was a battle between her and Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling used her flame? This also meant that she had powerful strength, but she did not know how to use it. Lin Ling had used it for her. However, her guess was correct. At this moment, Lin Ling controlled the nihility-devouring flame that was above Earth rank 5th grade. In addition to his martial way of fire, he could kill any god that blocked his path. Fire Dragon King. When the fire emblem was condensed to the extreme, Lin Ling's speed suddenly increased. The distance of 1,000 miles was instantly shortened. His left hand was behind, and a terrifying fire energy condensed above his fist. It contained his own fire energy, as well as the fire spirit princess's energy. Rumble! A terrifying thing happened. Everywhere Lin Ling passed by, it was as if the Fire Dragon King was flying flat on the ground. The great laws of the transcendent realm descended. Although he hadn't reached the realm of Saint Mark martial arts, his talent could make up for the gap in martial arts realms. In the eyes of Heavenly King Taimo, the land in front of him disappeared, and an endless Fire Dragon King roared as it charged towards him. The Fire Dragon King was surrounded by dazzling morning clouds. At this moment, Heavenly King Taimo could no longer laugh. The smile on his face stiffened and froze. There was cold sweat on his forehead. For the first time, Heavenly King Taimo felt a terrible pressure. It was the pressure from the talent. Suddenly he recalled Lin Ling's words. Laugh, you won't be able to laugh later. And the result was indeed that he couldn't laugh anymore. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. Roar. Heavenly King Taimo roared. How could he be afraid of a junior? He was Heavenly King Taimo. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was still alive and could reverse the situation. It was absolutely impossible. I don't know what method you use to improve your fire talent, but you can't stop me with that. Let me tell you, if I, Heavenly King Taimo, want to laugh, nothing can stop me. Boom, 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 boom. Demonic aura rolled like waves. A tide appeared and turned into a huge black earthworm that swept towards the Fire Dragon King. Rumble. One dark and one light, one dragon and one worm, crazily tore at each other. Waves of spiritual aura soared into the sky and plunged people into misery and suffering. The surging power made the ancient martial artists in the distance change their expressions. Was that still Lin Ling? As a junior, he actually dared to go head-to-head with Heavenly King Taimo. This Lin Ling was simply going to create the first miracle in Xianhuangdeyu. He can't win. Boom. He's from Xianping province. If he also wins, what face do we, the martial artists of Xianhuangdeyu, have? Boom. In this battle, Heavenly King Taimo will have the last laugh. Exclamation point. Many people's blood boiled. Being able to witness such a great battle in this lifetime, they felt that their lives were not in vain. Rumble. In the center of the earth, the great law and the source strength collided again. Red and black tore at each other, but they were actually neck and neck. According to common sense, the source strength was more powerful, but in the great law, the fire talent was higher, so they were neck and neck. Of course, it looked like they were neck and neck, but the resulting attack power was enough to kill even a Saint Rudiment Realm Master. Everyone thought it was normal for such a terrifying attack to come from Heavenly King Taimo, but it was impossible for them not to be surprised when it came from Lin Ling. Boom. The collision of power seemed to be neck and neck. The Fire Dragon King and the demonic puppet finally erupted their power and fought to the death, causing the earth to crack and the void to crack like lightning. As for that piece of heaven and earth, it was now plunged into misery and suffering and turned into ruins. In the distance, everyone stared at that place, speechless. The brilliance of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. No one thought that Lin Ling would come to a draw with Heavenly King Taimo after he returned to the battlefield. As for the disciples, they clenched their fists tightly. He was indeed their flag. One had to know that all of them had attacked before, but they couldn't even shake Heavenly King Taimo. Instead, they almost died. However, Lin Ling came again and reversed the situation, coming to a draw. Baddie, don't die. The Fire Spirit Princess's small hands were full of sweat. At this moment, she felt proud as if she was fighting side by side with Lin Ling. As expected of the first king of Eastern Mountain under the Seven Emperors' Heaven. With such strength, I, Heavenly King Taimo, have no choice but to admit defeat. Unfortunately, I'm the one who will have the last laugh. At this moment, the earth wriggled. Demonic puppets rolled up waves of earth, causing demonic chi to surge. Heavenly King Taimo appeared again. At this moment, his long hair was fluttering and his clothes were somewhat tattered. Obviously, he had suffered some losses in the previous collision. However, his fighting spirit was even higher, as if he had won a great victory. Even the ancient Heavenly King Taimo appeared behind him. Ha, titled Celestial Emperor Lin Ling, if I want you dead, who can stop me? Everyone's heart trembled when they heard that sentence. Could it be that Lin Ling had died in the previous collision? This kind of thing was hard to imagine, but it was normal. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, how could he be a match for the 5 heavenly kings? One had to know that among the disciples of the mortal world, unless they were the real celestial emperors, no one could succeed in a head-on collision. Boom. However, at this moment, The Fire Dragon King roared in the distance and rushed out of the ground. On top of the Fire Dragon King's head, the young man's face was indifferent. His eyes were filled with violence as he stared at the ground. Lin Ling was not dead. Silence. At this moment, the whole world was silent. Lin Ling was still alive. The disciples cheered, and the Fire Spirit Princess also laughed. She laughed with satisfaction. She knew that the baddie would not die so easily. The Heavenly King Taimo laughed arrogantly. However, at this moment, it was as if he had been slapped by Lin Ling again, causing him to be unable to laugh. Cool, very cool. This is the first time in my life that I've experienced such a warm-up. On top of the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling seemed to be looking at the mountains and rivers. He laughed more heroically than Heavenly King Taimo. For him, it was indeed cool. Chapter 1564. Devouring Fire Dragon King, Warm Up. In the distance, the faces of the crowd stiffened. In such an explosive battle, Lin Ling was actually treating it as a warm-up? This Lin Ling was crazy enough, bold enough. Facing the 5 Heavenly Kings, he was actually warming up. Heavenly King Taimo roared again. Lin Ling's words were like a second slap to his face, making him dizzy again because no one had ever dared to warm up in front of him. Your power comes from the Fire Spirit Princess. You borrowed her talent, right? Heavenly King Taimo said in a low voice after his anger subsided. That's right. My talents in other aspects have yet to reach the level of the Fire Spirit Princess. Lin Ling looked down on the Fire Dragon King and spoke with contempt. I see. Many people suddenly felt relieved. Fortunately, Lin Ling was borrowing power. If Lin Ling had such a terrifying fire attribute talent, it would be terrible. At that time, Xianpeng Province would definitely have a venerable emperor, and the martial artists of Xianhuangdiyu naturally didn't want to see that happen. Of course, they were comforting themselves. They didn't know that if they wanted to convince the Fire Spirit Princess of her talent, how could an ordinary person do it? Only a divine-level flame could do that. This also meant that Lin Ling actually had a talent that was even more terrifying than the Fire Spirit Princess. Borrowing someone else's talent is not your strength. The previous attack should be your strongest attack. Without the Fire Spirit Princess's strength, how are you going to fight? Heavenly King Taimo shouted coldly, as if he knew that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope. That's right, the Fire Dragon King from before, I contained all of the Fire Spirit Princess's power within it. Lin Ling nodded. Huh, you can't even touch me with that kind of strength. Do you think you can win? Moreover, that kind of power doesn't belong to you and can disappear at any time. How can you win? Heavenly King Taimo laughed excitedly. He took a step forward and walked toward Lin Ling with endless devil chi. At this moment, he felt like he had won. Looks like Heavenly King Taimo is more skillful. Of course. Heavenly King Taimo is a veteran king. How can a rising star like Lin Ling possibly shake him? Many ancient martial artists nodded. They knew that Lin Ling was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Let me show you the pinnacle of my heavenly pattern martial arts. Heavenly King Taimo roared angrily. His hands moved repeatedly, urging the devil chi, causing the ancient devil kingdom to appear in the sky. Devil chi shot out in all directions like earthworms. Many people in the distance were stunned for a moment. Then, they felt the earthworms rushing into their bodies. Their eyes suddenly became ferocious, and they constantly tore their own flesh, tearing off pieces of flesh. Some people even broke their own bones. For them, it was as if this was the only way to feel comfortable. What a terrifying origin energy. The faces of those martial artists who were slightly stronger changed drastically at this moment, and they retreated frantically. Among the 5 heavenly kings, Heavenly King Taimo was indeed terrifying. He had obviously used an even more powerful technique. Legend has it that the supreme demonic heavenly king's demonic Tao came from a human prison in the chaotic demonic sea. He obtained a cultivation method there, cultivated it, and finally became one of the 5 heavenly kings. The ancient warrior said with a solemn expression, That world has become a devil kingdom. Someone said in fear. Heavenly King Taimo, also known as the Supreme Ancient Devil, was indeed cruel and extremely terrifying. Afterward, many people stared at the young man on the Fire Dragon King and muttered to themselves, in the previous collision, Heavenly King Taimo obviously did not use his full strength. Now that he's using his full strength, Lin Ling is probably going to die a miserable death. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling stood quietly on the Fire Dragon King in the face of the Devil Kingdom's arrival. He was neither arrogant nor humble, neither happy nor angry, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. So calm. The people in the distance were secretly surprised. One had to know that when other disciples encountered the Devil Kingdom, they would have panicked. However, Lin Ling faced it calmly. Among the disciples of the mortal world, who else could have such courage? Heavenly King Taimo, the strength you've displayed is not bad. Only then can I try my last move. Many people heard Lin Ling's words, and that sentence made them stop breathing. Lin Ling seemed to be not only fearless, but also excited. That was the excitement of battle, the persistence of martial arts, and the desire to meet stronger experts to prove himself and broaden his horizons. The crowd shook their heads, their hearts shocked. Look, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King is moving, and it's entangling Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, not knowing what Lin Ling was going to do. At this time, shouldn't Lin Ling be using the turbulent Fire Dragon King to fight against the Devil Kingdom and thousands of devil venomous puppets? Oh no, the Fire Dragon King has swallowed Lin Ling. However, something even more shocking happened. The huge ancient Fire Dragon King actually swallowed Lin Ling. This unforeseen event made the crowd even more shocked. Even Heavenly King Taimo was puzzled. Lin Ling often did not play by the rules. This time, what exactly was he going to do? Rumble. Almost at the same time, an even more terrifying power of fire erupted. The sun spread, and the clouds in the sky were set ablaze. On the ground, the Fire Dragon King swallowed Lin Ling, but to everyone's surprise, the Fire Dragon King disappeared, and from the sun-like flames, a slender figure slowly walked out. Alright, you can die now. Your demonic energy is nothing to me. At this moment, a cold voice also drifted out, with strong confidence, wanting to crush Heavenly King Taimo. At this moment, Lin Ling did not seem to be Lin Ling, but the real Fire Dragon King. He stepped on the ground, step by step, and with every step, a dazzling Fire Dragon King appeared under the ground. However, this time, it was not a major law, but the power of origin. Such a terrifying power made even Heavenly King Taimo tremble with fear. Why did Lin Ling's martial way of fire become even more terrifying after he was swallowed by the Fire Dragon King? Could it be that Lin Ling seemed to be swallowed by the Fire Dragon King, but in fact he had swallowed the Fire Dragon King? This also meant that the previous collision between him and Lin Ling was actually just one of Lin Ling's tricks. Lin Ling had not reached his limit at all. His limit was to swallow the Fire Dragon King and achieve the fire origin. Even I am trembling. What level has the power of that fire reached? Princess Fire Spirit was also shocked. This was the first time she saw someone in the younger generation who could make her tremble in the martial way of fire. She remembered that the last time was from her sister, Princess Fireglow. She could not help but feel excited. This battle was the most exciting battle she had ever seen. Of course, it was not only her. The others were the same. The brilliance of this battle was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling was like the Fire Dragon King. His long hair danced wildly, and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his right hand. He stared at Heavenly King Taimo with contempt. Do you think the Fire Dragon King was my limit? Do you think the Fire Dragon King's attack is my trump card? As I said, that was just a warm-up. Now that I have a huge amount of power, you should let me test my sword. Boom! His voice was like thunder, and his imposing manner suppressed Heavenly King Taimo. Test his sword? Many people opened their mouths wide. Only Lin Ling would dare to use the 5 Heavenly Kings to test his sword. Boom! Chapter 1565. Terrifying Strength. Lin Ling, you can do it. Cheers. Seeing Lin Ling's aura rising, my heart is beating fast. Cheers. The disciples in the distance were trembling with excitement. As for Heavenly King Taimo, his expression was ugly. How could this be? Every time he thought he was about to crush Lin Ling would unleash an even more powerful trump card and give him a heavy slap in the face. Devil Nation Storm. Cheers. Heavenly King Taimo roared and pushed out his hands. Vast demonic energy swept out. If one looked carefully, the demonic energy was actually formed by endless demonic puppets. If an ordinary person touched a trace of the demonic energy, they would definitely torture themselves to death. It was extremely terrifying. Sky. Cheers. On the ground, Lin Ling didn't stop and slashed out with his sword. The fire sword came from the horizon. It was the most dazzling fire sword Dao in the world. It had the sharpness of the sword and the dominance of fire. Rumble. The demonic energy was split into two, and the place where it was split was extremely neat, like a mirror. What a powerful sword. Cheers. The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe, afraid that they would miss something. Impossible, Heavenly King Taimo. Cheers. Heavenly King Taimo's expression turned even uglier. He opened his mouth and spat out his innate ability. Demonic wind whistled and he actually turned into a huge Heavenly King Taimo, pouncing on Lin Ling. Get down. Cheers. After Heavenly King Taimo appeared, Heavenly King Taimo roared. Do you think I'll get down just because you say so? Cheers. In the distance, Lin Ling didn't stop and slashed his ancient sword toward the sky. Rumble. Heavenly King Taimo was split into two. That sword cut through everything. Heavenly King Taimo retreated. When did Lin Ling's sword become so powerful? My sword raises the power of the great law. I swallowed the Fire Dragon King, which gave me the origin of fire. In addition to the power of fire raised by my sword, this sword has probably reached the great success stage of heavenly pattern martial arts. In addition, my fire talent surpasses yours, so although your heavenly pattern martial arts are only at the transcendent stage, the gap is covered. Lin Ling was still moving forward in an overbearing manner. He walked toward Heavenly King Taimo like the loneliest fire swordsman in the world. To him, so what if they were the 5 heavenly kings? He could still kill them. What? A sword increased the power of origin? The crowd's hearts exploded. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp. Impossible. How could such a sword be in your possession? Heavenly King Taimo roared. Lin Ling's every step was like stepping on his heart. Emperor-grade swords, and all of them are fire elemental runes. Do you even understand these things? I can tell you that if this sword is wielded by a fire elemental cultivator, the effects it brings can reach the level of a half-step divine weapon. Lin Ling shouted coldly. His words were like thunder, making Heavenly King Taimo's face turn even paler, even more twisted and ferocious. I don't believe it. Supreme Void Demon Kingdom. Heavenly King Taimo was hysterical. As one of the 5 heavenly kings, how could he be suppressed by Lin Ling? He never thought that Lin Ling would be so powerful after devouring the Fire Dragon King. If Lin Ling walked up to him, how could he have the strength to fight? His martial heart would be crushed by Lin Ling. Rumble. An even more terrifying demonic aura swept out like countless tentacles. Anyone who was touched by it would die. The crowd in the distance could not believe what they were seeing. Lin Ling was actually suppressing Heavenly King Taimo. This was simply against the norm. However, they thought that Heavenly King Taimo had a powerful background and was one of the 5 heavenly kings. They did not know how terrifying Lin Ling's current strength was. In fact, Heavenly King Taimo was not only fighting Lin Ling, but also the Fire Spirit Princess at the same time. Too weak. Swoosh. Following Lin Ling's low shout, his sword slashed out again. The incomparable sword cut the demonic aura into 2. This sword seemed to be invincible, destroying everything that stood in its way. Supreme Devil Ancient Body. Heavenly King Taimo roared. The result in front of him was beyond his imagination. He was unwilling to accept this. He was here to torture and kill these disciples to avenge his son, not to be suppressed by his opponent. Too weak. It was still the same sentence. Lin Ling slashed out again, sweeping away everything in his path. Gotcha! Heavenly King Tai Mo's demonic body instantly shattered. Demonic aura poured out, and a ray of blood appeared. An arm fell to the ground at the same time. It was a shocking sight. Heavenly King Tai Mo's arm was cut off. The 5 heavenly kings, the domineering kings, were still unable to withstand a single slash from Lin Ling. No matter how much demonic aura you have, or how domineering you are, I only need one slash. At this moment, the crowd's gaze froze, staring blankly at Lin Ling strong. This was true strength. Among the disciples of the mortal world, apart from Lin Ling, no one was stronger than the Heavenly Emperor. One slash to break all laws. Those disciples' eyes were filled with fanatical worship. One must know that when Heavenly King Tai Mo arrived, he was toying with everyone, enjoying the way they begged for mercy. But now, how could he enjoy it? He couldn't even withstand a single slash from Lin Ling. He, Heavenly King Tai Mo, should be the one begging for mercy. But Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. Holding the sword diagonally, the tip of the sword scratched the ground, bursting into dazzling sparks. Heaven and earth were silent. Heavenly King Tai Mo stood there trembling. He did not make a move because he no longer had the confidence to do so. He could only watch as Lin Ling walked over and suppressed him. After a moment, Lin Ling appeared in front of him, looking down at him with a cold face. Your son died in my hands. Shouldn't you do something? Now Lin Ling told Heavenly King Tai Mo in front of him that he, Lin Ling, was the murderer. Heavenly King Tai Mo was one of the 5 heavenly kings. If he wanted revenge, then come and kill him. Don't be too arrogant. This was the first time Heavenly King Tai Mo had been humiliated like this since he became one of the 5 heavenly kings. If he could kill him, he would have done so long ago. When you decide the life of others in a domineering manner, you should have thought that when the opponent is stronger than you, then he will also decide your life in a domineering manner. Lin Ling said faintly. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong. It seems that Lin Ling is about to rise. The 7 emperors' world will have a powerful disciple, whose name will shake the entire world. Seeing Lin Ling questioning Heavenly King Tai Mo, many ancient warriors muttered to themselves. How domineering and bold! How could he question the 5 heavenly kings in front of him, and the 5 heavenly kings did not dare to resist? Who could do such a thing? Plop, I shouldn't have provoked you. I was wrong about this. At this time, Heavenly King Tai Mo knelt down on one knee. He no longer had the brutal look from before. Lin Ling had suppressed him to the point that he no longer had any will to fight. This? All the disciples opened their eyes wide. Heavenly King Tai Mo was begging for mercy? Such a thing actually happened before their eyes. It was simply a dream. You like to kill, but you also like to see your opponent beg for mercy before you kill. Therefore, you know that you are not as good as me, so you should kneel down and beg for mercy now. Is that right? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and stared at Heavenly King Tai Mo. That's right. Heavenly King Tai Mo felt humiliated, but he still gritted his teeth and said, in order to survive, he would do anything. I'm sorry, but I like to kill my enemies with a sword. I don't like to see my enemies beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said ruthlessly. He was not so perverted as to enjoy the feeling of his enemies begging for mercy. To him, there was only one outcome for his enemies, and that was death. Chapter 1566. In the mysterious celestial palace, the heavenly king of the great demon was stupefied. Lin Ling wanted to kill him? He ground his teeth and said, I'm one of the 5 heavenly kings. Do you really want to kill me? I'm the strongest cultivator in Champion University. You won't gain anything by killing me. Die. You're not the first heavenly king to die in my hands. Die. Lin Ling smiled and slashed with his sword. Boom boom boom. When the sword struck out, it cut through the void. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually cut through dozens of mountains and disappeared into the horizon. The heavenly king of the great demon was still kneeling. Gradually, his head fell to the ground. Before he died, he saw his own body. It was the first time in his life that he had seen his own body without a head. He had come to kill his disciples, to kill Lin Ling, to avenge his son's death. He hadn't thought that he would be able to kill anyone in the world. On the contrary, he had seen himself die. Boom! Demon Chi raged and finally exploded. The heavenly king of the great demon's body turned into Demon Chi. He couldn't be more dead. He's dead. Die. The disciples were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would win that battle. As expected, that bastard said he would take care of the rest. He's done it. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled. They hadn't fought in vain against the heavenly king of the great demon. Another one of the 5 heavenly kings has died. As far as I know, 2 of the 5 heavenly kings have been killed by Lin Ling. Die. Unfortunately, he's a disciple of the 7 emperors. If he were a disciple of Champion University, that would be great. Die. In the distance, the crowd was excited, jealous, and astonished. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. As for Lin Ling, he slowly sheathed his sword. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Although he didn't rely on his own strength in this battle, it had still opened his eyes. It had let him know how powerful a heavenly pattern martial art was at the large success stage. That level of origin energy was simply a sword that could cut through everything. When my godly demon overlord body becomes stronger, I'll be able to control the Yellow Springs flames. Then I'll be able to control fire. Die. Lin Ling thought to himself. At the same time, everyone came over. These disciples respectfully saluted Lin Ling as if they were looking at a senior brother because their lives were saved by Lin Ling. This is the power of everyone working together. Lin Ling wasn't greedy for credit and said with a smile, "You borrowed my power, so we fought side by side before. But very good, you killed the arrogant heavenly king Tai Mo, and this princess has vented her anger. I'll reward you to be my slave." Princess Hualing ran over with her fair legs and said, "You want me to spank you?" Lin Ling looked at her with a strange smile. Princess Fire Spirit subconsciously touched her butt and pouted. "Lin Ling, you're getting more and more powerful. If it weren't for you, our Jin family dynasty would have been destroyed." Jin Yuan and his sister also came over. They were laughing at His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi in their hearts. Those people thought that the Jin family dynasty would be destroyed when the heavenly king Tai Mo came. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling had killed the heavenly king Tai Mo. Unfortunately, His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, they would have laughed at him. I just helped out." Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He sighed in his heart. This time, he came to complete the mission, but in the end, there were many twists and turns. He actually fought with an expert at the level of Lord Shui Wu. Fortunately, his luck was good and he won this battle. Rumble. At this time, a roar came from the sky. A huge palace flew through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Treasure lights soared into the sky. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful treasure. Divine weapon, the legendary sky-traversing palace? The warriors on the ground withdrew their gaze from Lin Ling and stared at the sky in horror. Several figures were standing on top of the palace. One of them was a young man in golden robes. He had a calm expression and gave off a cultured and refined feeling. However, just by standing there, he seemed to be a grand source, a true immortal emperor of this world. In addition to the young man, there was an old woman next to him. She was also staring at the ground indifferently. There were 3 other figures. 2 of them were women like fairies. They wore white and purple dresses. They were light and ethereal, extremely beautiful. They were holding the hands of a child. However, they weren't looking at the ground, but at the distance with melancholy. Obviously, they didn't notice the intense battle on the ground. Or perhaps it could be said that they weren't interested in the battle at all. Instead, they missed someone. Of course, if they saw the battle, they would definitely be incomparably excited because the person they missed was on the ground at this moment. It was as if it was fated that they would regretfully brush past him. That uncle is so handsome. Yes. Only the child stared at the ground. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was very clean. Most importantly, his eyes were very clear and made people feel very comfortable looking at him. Rumble. The palace tore through the sky and soon disappeared into the distance. It was as if they were just passing by and weren't Xianhuang Deyu warriors. It's them. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and chased after the disappearing palace. Above the palace, he finally saw his wives. They were Yu Yu and An Yuer. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Princess Hua Ling anxiously shouted and chased after him. Many people were puzzled. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so anxious and even a little crazy. Get lost. Indeed, Lin Ling was in a state of madness. Everyone in front of him was knocked away. He actually saw Yu Yu and the others. After going to Xianping province, Lin Ling had been looking for Yu Yu and the others. Unfortunately, there was no news of them. He wanted to find them, but the world was so big that he couldn't find them. Now that Lin Ling had finally seen them, how could he not be anxious? Your Majesty, that's a divine weapon. Elder Zi's voice sounded. He also knew that Lin Ling was chasing after the palace in the sky. Divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of a divine weapon. There were very few people in the human world who had such courage to use a divine weapon to build a palace. How did Yu Yu and the others know such an expert? Moreover, Yu Yu and the others seemed to be fine and were treated with courtesy. Lin Ling had too many mysteries in his heart. At that moment, he had to catch up with Yu Yu and the others to find out the truth. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to meet Yu Yu and the others. You're Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors world. You're a dignified disciple and you dare do whatever you want in Xianhuang Deyu. Come with me to Champion University and explain yourself. At that moment, an old man appeared in the distance. His hands were clasped behind his back. He had white hair and a youthful face, but his voice was extremely dignified. It's Mr. G. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man. That old man was an elder of Champion University. Lin Ling had killed the Heavenly King Taimo, and that old man wanted to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a disciple of the Seven Emperors world. No wonder Mr. G is here. But he'll be fine. He'll just go with Mr. G to Champion University, said the disciples. They knew that Champion University wouldn't dare attack Lin Ling. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the Seven Emperors world. Piss off, shouted someone furiously. It sounded like a dragon's roar. Chapter 1566. Lin Ling in the mysterious celestial palace. The heavenly King Taimo was stupefied. Lin Ling wanted to kill him? He ground his teeth and said, I'm one of the 5 heavenly kings. Do you really want to kill me? I'm the strongest cultivator in Champion University. You won't get anything out of killing me. Die. You're not the first 5 heavenly kings to die in my hands. Die. Lin Ling smiled and slashed out with his sword. Boom boom boom. When the sword struck out, it cut through the void. Wherever the sword light passed, it actually cut through dozens of mountains and disappeared into the horizon. The heavenly King Taimo was still on his knees. Gradually, his head fell to the ground. Before he died, he saw his own body. It was the first time in his life that he saw his own body without a head. He had come to kill disciples, to kill Lin Ling, to avenge his son's death. He hadn't thought he'd be able to kill anyone in the world. On the contrary, he had seen himself die. Boom. Demon Chi raged and finally exploded. The heavenly King Taimo's body turned into Demon Chi. He couldn't be more dead. He's dead! Exclamation point. The disciples were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would win. As expected, that bastard said we'd leave the rest to him. He's done it. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled. They hadn't fought in vain against the heavenly King Taimo. Another one of the 5 heavenly kings has died. As far as I know, 2 of the 5 heavenly kings have been killed by Lin Ling. What a pity! He's a disciple of the 7 emperors. It would be great if he was a disciple of Champion University! Exclamation point. The crowd in the distance was filled with excitement, jealousy, and disbelief. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. As for Lin Ling, he slowly sheathed his sword. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Although he didn't rely on his own strength in this battle, it had still opened his eyes. It had let him know how powerful a heavenly pattern martial art was at the large success stage. That level of origin energy was simply a sword that could cut through everything. When my godly demon tyrant emperor body becomes stronger, I'll be able to control the yellow spring's flames. Then I'll be able to control fire. Sigh, thought Lin Ling. At the same time, everybody walked over. The disciples bowed respectfully in front of Lin Ling, as if he were their fellow disciple, because Lin Ling had saved their lives. It's because everyone cooperated. Sigh, said Lin Ling smiling. He wasn't greedy. You borrowed my power, so we were fighting side by side before. But very good, you killed the arrogant heavenly king Tai Mo, so this princess has vented her anger. I'll reward you to be my slave. Ha! Princess Hua Ling ran over with her fair legs and said, You want me to spank you? Ha! Said Lin Ling with a strange smile. The fire spirit princess subconsciously touched her butt and pouted. Lin Ling, you're getting more and more powerful. If it wasn't for you, our Jin family dynasty would have perished, said Jin Yuan and his sister. They were laughing at His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi. Those people thought that the Jin family dynasty would perish with the arrival of the heavenly king Tai Mo, but they didn't know that Lin Ling had also killed the heavenly king Tai Mo. Unfortunately, His Majesty and Crown Prince Jin Yi couldn't see this scene. Otherwise, they would have laughed at him. Hee, I just helped out. Ha! Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He sighed in his heart. This time, he came to complete the mission, but in the end, there were twists and turns. He actually fought with an expert like Lady Shui Wu. Fortunately, his luck was good and he won this battle. Rumble. At this time, a rumbling sound came from the sky. A huge palace flew through the clouds at an extremely fast speed. Treasure lights soared into the sky. It was obviously an extremely powerful treasure. Divine weapon, the legendary sky-traversing palace? The warriors on the ground withdrew their gaze from Lin Ling and stared at the sky in horror. Several figures were standing on top of the palace. One of them was a young man in golden robes. He had a calm expression and gave off a cultured and refined feeling. However, just by standing there, he seemed to be the source, a true immortal emperor of this world. In addition to the young man, there was an old woman next to him. She was also staring at the ground indifferently. There were 3 other figures. 2 of them were like fairies, wearing white and purple dresses. They were light and ethereal, extremely beautiful. They were holding the hands of a child, but they were not looking at the ground. Instead, they were looking into the distance with melancholy. Obviously, they didn't notice the intense battle on the ground. Or perhaps it could be said that they weren't interested in the battle at all. Instead, they missed someone. Of course, if they saw the battle, they would definitely be incomparably excited because the person they missed was on the ground at this moment. It was as if it was fated that they would regretfully brush past him. That uncle is so handsome. Yes. Only the child stared at the ground. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was very clean. Most importantly, his eyes were very clear, making people feel comfortable looking at him. Rumble. The palace tore through the sky and soon disappeared into the distance. It was as if they were just passing by and weren't Xianhuang Deyu warriors. It's them. Yes. On the ground, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and chased after the disappearing palace. Above the palace, he finally saw his wives. They were Yu Yu and An Yuer. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Princess Hua Ling anxiously shouted and chased after him. Many people were puzzled. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so anxious and even a little crazy. Get lost. Indeed, Lin Ling was in a state of madness. Everyone in front of him was knocked away. He actually saw Yu and the others. After going to Xianping province, Lin Ling had been looking for Yu and the others. Unfortunately, there was no news of them. He wanted to find them, but the world was so big that he couldn't find them. Now that Lin Ling had finally seen them, how could he not be anxious? Your Majesty, that's a divine weapon. Elder Zi's voice sounded. He also knew that Lin Ling was chasing after the palace in the sky. Divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of a divine weapon. There were very few people in the human world who had such courage to use a divine weapon to build a palace. How did Yu and the others know such an expert? Moreover, Yu and the others seemed to be fine and were treated with courtesy. Lin Ling had too many mysteries in his heart. At that moment, he had to catch up with Yu and the others to find out the truth. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to meet Yu and the others. Stop. You're Lin Ling from the Seven Emperors world. You're a dignified disciple and you dare do whatever you want in Xianhuangdeyu. Come with me to Champion University and explain yourself. At that moment, an old man appeared in the distance. His hands were clasped behind his back. He had white hair and a youthful face, but his voice was extremely dignified. It's Mr. G. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man. That old man was an elder of Champion University. Lin Ling had killed the heavenly king of the great demon, and that old man wanted to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a disciple of the Seven Emperors world. No wonder Mr. G is here. But he'll be fine. He'll just go with Mr. G to Champion University, said the disciples. They knew that Champion University wouldn't dare touch Lin Ling, otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the Seven Emperors world. Piss off. Chapter 1567. Chase? What? Mr. G's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought Lin Ling would attack him. Then, under the fist, he dodged in a panic. However, he was still hit by the power of the void and was sent flying. He was in an extremely sorry state. Lin Ling didn't even look at Mr. G. He just stared at the sky and chased after Mr. G. How strong! Mr. G is a deacon of Champion University. He's also a supervisor in charge of protecting Xianhuangdeyu, but he can't block Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling gasped. Before, Lin Ling had used the Fire Spirit Princess's strength to kill the heavenly king of the great demons. Now, he was using his own strength, but it was still astonishing. What? Shouted Mr. G furiously. He had tried to persuade Lin Ling to stay, but Lin Ling had told him to piss off? He didn't know that if it had been any other time, Lin Ling would have explained things to him. But now, even if a champion came, Lin Ling wouldn't give him face. His wife and family had just passed by him. How could he miss them? Lin Ling, if it weren't for the Seven Emperors, I would have attacked you already. Remember, this is Xianhuangdeyu, not Xianping province. Shouted Mr. G furiously. Even though this disciple was strong, he was too arrogant. Cauldron unsheathing. Boom, 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 boom. What answered him was a punch that caused the void to explode. That punch was unstoppable, and it had almost reached the great success stage of a heavenly pattern martial art. Lin Ling was going crazy at that moment. His fighting strength had reached the peak. Mr. G looked ferocious. He had just wanted to talk to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked him again. Did he think he was an ant? Since it's that way, don't blame me for being merciless. What? Elder G was the inspections commissioner, so how could he allow himself to be humiliated by a junior? Just as he was about to attack, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Senior, I apologize for offending you earlier, but the situation is urgent, so I hope you can forgive me. If we ever meet again, I'll definitely pay you a visit to apologize. Do you think it's enough for you to come and apologize? Elder G shouted angrily. I told you, it's an emergency. When it's over, you can do whatever you want. But now, if you dare stop me, not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy Champion University. Lin Ling's voice rang out again, but this time, it was filled with killing intent. To him, anyone who dared to stop him from finding his family would be killed without mercy. Boom. The moment Lin Ling spoke, Old G's body trembled and he stopped in his tracks. For some reason, he didn't dare to stop Lin Ling. It was as if he would be consigned to eternal damnation if he tried to stop Lin Ling. He didn't know why he was afraid, but his intuition told him that he couldn't afford to offend that young man. You're insane. You dare threaten the inspectors? You even dare threaten Champion University? Those who heard those words were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a domineering person before. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them. He twisted the empty space and chased after them. Even if he had to go to the ends of the earth, he would find Yu Yu and the others. Behind Lin Ling, the Fire Spirit Princess turned into a shooting star and followed him. That bastard has always been calm. What's going on this time? His chi is terrifying. Even I don't dare get close to him. The Fire Spirit Princess was astonished too. She looked at Lin Ling as if she were looking at a cultivator who was even more terrifying than her father. Boom boom boom. The palace in the sky was extremely fast. Gradually, they arrived at the Ocean of Disorder and flew across the sky. Bastard, that's the Ocean of Disorder, you can't go there. What are you chasing? Go! Shouted the Fire Spirit Princess hastily. That's my wife, my family. No matter what, it's rare for me to meet them. I can't let them pass by. Go! Lin Ling's cold voice came from the front. It was as if he was grasping the light in the darkness and holding it tightly in his hands. Brother Ling, go! He thought of the girl in the ancient Yen sect, the girl who had been with him when he was down and out. Under the sun, he held her hand and made a promise to her. Besides Yu Yu, there was also an Yu, that cold fairy, the young girl who had extended a helping hand to him when he was at his most difficult time. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult for him to see Yu Yu again. Therefore, no one could stop him at this moment, not even the 7 emperors. The Fire Spirit Princess' heart trembled. For his wife, Lin Ling stepped into the Ocean of Disorder. One had to know that the Ocean of Disorder was a forbidden area in the mortal world. Even in the outer area, early-stage Saint Realm experts had to form a team to enter. Moreover, most of them would die. However, Lin Ling had entered alone. Father said that I can't enter the Ocean of Disorder. The Fire Spirit Princess stopped and subconsciously did not dare to approach the terrifying ocean. With fire in my left hand and a sword in my right hand, heaven and earth are mine. Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. His eyes were cold, filled with madness and determination. Under the terrifying astral winds of the Ocean of Disorder, his long hair fluttered, giving people the feeling that the Son of Heaven was angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the Ocean of Disorder. With fire in my left hand and a sword in my right hand, heaven and earth are mine. The Fire Spirit Princess muttered to herself. She knew the determination in Lin Ling's heart. He had to enter the Ocean of Disorder. I'll wait for you, scoundrel. Don't die in the Ocean of Disorder. The Fire Spirit Princess sat cross-legged. Her small face was stubborn. She wanted to wait for the scoundrel to come back alive. It was the first time she had seen such a terrifying man. For his wife, nothing could stop him. Rumble. The Ocean of Disorder was a forbidden area in the mortal world. There were palaces flying across the sky, cutting through the chaotic demonic clouds and moving further and further away. However, above the ocean, the black-robed youth followed closely. He stared at the sky, deeply afraid that he would miss something. The ocean surged and the black seawater churned. A sea demon that stretched as far as the eye could see surged out. It was a whale, and its surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. It was extremely ferocious. On the other side was a giant blue toad. It looked like it wanted to swallow the sun and moon. The two terrifying sea demons fought on the ocean. The sea demons in the ocean of disorder were extremely terrifying. It was said that the origins of these sea demons could be traced back to the beginning of the world. In the mortal world, the only warriors who dared to wander here were those top giants. The sea demons collided. Seawater surged into the sky. A large number of sea demons were implicated and died. In the end, the giant blue toad was swallowed by the whale. As if it had won the battle, the whale roared towards the sky. At this moment, a figure flew across the ocean like a shooting star. Human, it's been a long time since I've seen a human. The whale actually spoke in human language. As for the sea demons in the distance, they seemed to have intelligence as they let out all sorts of angry roars. Swallow. The whale opened its mouth and swallowed the world. A massive suction force was born. All the seawater was swallowed up. A large number of sea demons also disappeared into the whale's mouth. What a huge sea demon! At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He could choose to avoid it, but if he took a detour, he would not be able to catch up to the palace in the sky. In the next moment, he shot forward. "You're courting death." Chapter 1568. Entering the chaotic demon's sea roar. The whale closed its mouth and swallowed Lin Ling. To it, it was like swallowing a mosquito. One line sky. However, a moment later, an angry roar sounded. A flaming sword appeared and cut through everything. Ao ao ao. The whale let out a painful roar. Sword marks appeared on its huge body and then it split open. A figure shot out and charged forward again. The whale that was split into two was shocked. That human sword was so sharp that it actually split its body from its stomach. Courting death, Junior. The whale's ferocious aura became even more violent. However, it was soon swallowed by a large number of sea demons. This was the world of the sea demons. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. I almost disappeared. Luckily, I caught up. Lin Ling was still running. His eyes were filled with madness. Roar, roar, roar. However, the sea demon mountain appeared in front of them. It was a ghastly sight. There were tall sea demons everywhere, blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, there were 8 clawed crabs, octopuses that were like suns, ice-fire lionfish, and so on. There were too many. At this moment, the world was filled with ferocious aura. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He could not avoid it. If he slowed down a bit, he would miss the palace in the sky. Kill. Monstrous killing intent soared into the sky. Flames erupted like the descent of the sun. The flaming sword slashed out, cutting through everything. Freezing heaven and earth. Even time froze at this moment. This world was crazy, violent, ferocious, and terrifying. This was a true war between heaven and earth. And at the moment when time froze, in a faraway place, an eye quietly opened and stared at the distant ocean thoughtfully. Its eyes seemed to pierce through the clouds, through the red lightning that filled the sky, and landed on the crazy battle of the sea demons in the distance. Master's aura. It's actually Master's aura. Master has been dead for 10,000 years. Why can I sense Master's aura on that Junior? That pair of eyes muttered to itself. Its thoughts returned to 10 million years ago when it first met the Realm Lord. Kill. Lin Ling was crazy and violent at this moment. He wanted to kill everyone in the world. A sword and a flame wreaked havoc in the rain of blood. The sea water had turned blood red, and a large number of sea demon corpses floated on the sea. After a long time, Lin Ling's body rushed out of the sea demon mountain and flew forward again. At this moment, his face was pale and somewhat dispirited. However, his eyes were filled with a burning light. Obviously, he had exhausted all his strength after fighting countless sea demons. What a familiar voice. At this moment, above the palace in the sky, Yu Yu was holding the little boy's hand. She was looking into the distance with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. I heard it too, as if something brushed past me. Beside him, and you, also said with a slight frown. Are you still thinking of him? At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. The golden-robed man had appeared beside them at some unknown time. He smiled, and his smile was like a spring breeze. The golden-robed man sighed. I admit that he was the most perfect man in the world. After hearing your story, even I admire him. Unfortunately, he died in the end. Last time, his life token shattered. That proved everything. Did you help us find him in the end? Yu raised her eyes and looked at the man. I did, but unfortunately, the world is in chaos. Not only can I not find him, but your hometown, the rainforest's sacred land, is also covered in corpses and no longer exists. Sigh, if only I knew this earlier, I could have helped you sooner. The golden-robed man said again, his face full of regret. Hearing this, Yu and Inuer's faces dimmed. When they left the rainforest's sacred land, they had been slaughtered by Empyrean Exalt Su Xing. Therefore, although they didn't completely believe the golden-robed man's words, it was indeed possible. He can't be dead. Yu's eyes moistened. Yu, this world is heartless. He is very strong, but in the end, he can't stop the heartless wheel of the world. You still have to look forward. Even if not for yourself, you have to think of Yu. The golden-robed man advised. He stared at Yu and Inuer, his eyes burning with passion. They were very perfect women. They were the first women that he, Wanyan Xiandi, had been attracted to. He, Wanyan Xiandi, had seen too many women in his life. Unfortunately, those were all ordinary flowers. The two women in front of him were the real beauties. Therefore, even if they had children, even if they had other people in their hearts, Wanyan Xiandi didn't mind. He wanted to give these two women a real home and protect them. Although these two women hadn't accepted him yet, he believed that one day he would obtain their hearts. As for the Lin Ling that they spoke of, he was not worthy of them. In addition, these two women were saved by that lord. That lord also liked them very much. This showed how noble these two women were. Don't worry, in the Yungu Immortal Foundation, even if the world is in chaos, you too will be safe. That lord will also protect you. To her, you two are her daughters. Also, only a safe environment can give Xiaoyi the environment to grow. Xiaoyi is now the #1 genius in the Yungu Immortal Foundation. In the future, your name will definitely shake the entire world. Wanyan Xiandi added. Upon hearing this, Yu and Inuer both gently looked at Xiaoyi. It was as though they were trying to find the outline of that man in the past on this little boy's face. Lin Yi was now the pillar of support for their survival. Xiaoyi, in the future, you have to be like your father, an indomitable man. She smiled faintly and said, Mother, I won't let you down. Yes. The little boy raised his head. He was extremely sensible. In his eyes, what did that mighty father of his look like? When you grow up, you have to find your father's footsteps and find his shadow. And Yuera added, Yes. The little boy nodded solemnly. Since he was young, he had heard of his father's deeds and knew all about his pride. Therefore, he was proud of it. Wanyan Xiandi's eyes quietly flickered. Even now, they still couldn't forget Lin Ling? It seemed that they still needed some time. Xiaoyi, when you grow up, you can go to the rainforest's sacred ground. Right now, that place no longer exists. There is only killing and deception there. It is the ugliest place in the human world. If you go there now, you will be influenced by lowly ants. Wanyan Xiandi laughed. In fact, he didn't go to the rainforest's sacred ground at all, nor did he go to find Lin Ling. Everything was just a lie. Of course, this was also the Lord's intention. At this moment, Wanyan Xiandi's eyes flickered. What's wrong? And Yuer sensed that something was wrong and asked curiously. Nothing, just that there are some problems in the Skyline Palace. I will go and take a look now. Wanyan Xiandi said and left immediately after he finished speaking. What do you think of Wanyan Xiandi? Chapter 1569. Flame in his left hand, sword in his right. I don't know why, but he gives me the feeling that he's a hypocrite. I agree. I have the same feeling. Wanyan Xiandi can't be trusted completely. But now, we need to borrow the power of that lord and Wanyan Xiandi to let Xiaoyi grow up safely. So, let's not clash with them for now. When Xiaoyi becomes stronger, we'll leave and look for Lin Ling. I believe that he's not dead. The two girls talked in a low voice and didn't notice that Wanyan Xiandi was secretly listening to them. His eyes were cold. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling again. For Lin Ling, Yu and Yuer actually gave up on being the top legend of the mortal world. Lin Ling, what right does he have? Then, his gaze passed through the palace and landed on the bloody sea. Vaguely, he saw a young man chasing after them on the waves. Someone is trying to do something to Miss and the others. You know what to do. If Miss and the others are affected, the Lord won't be happy. He spoke to the void of space. As soon as he said this, the surrounding temperatures suddenly dropped. Snow floated out and then disappeared. At this moment, above the Black Sea, Lin Ling was moving quickly. At this time, snow fell from the sky and covered the sea. But when it fell on the sea, it froze the sea. All the sea demons instantly turned into ice palaces. That kind of power was terrifying. You shouldn't go near the palace. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The snow in the sky formed a staircase and an old woman in white walked down. Someone from the palace? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. My wife is in the palace. I want to find them. So, why can't I go near them? The old woman in white frowned. Did Miss know this young man? No matter what, you're not allowed to go near the palace. Maybe you know someone, but you have to know that those people are not people you can profane. You're just a mortal world cultivator. At most, you're just a disciple. But you're still not as noble as Miss. The old woman in white shouted. She knew how much that lord liked Yu and the others. It was as if they were old friends at first sight and he treated them as his own daughters. I don't know how noble you are. I only know that my wife is there. Lin Ling continued forward, fearless. You can't see yourself clearly. I can tell you that with your strength, not to mention the Lord, even I can kill you with a flip of my hand. Now, I'll give you a chance. Leave immediately, or die. The old woman in white became even colder. Lin Ling understood a little bit. Yu and the others seemed to have a big shot of the mortal realm behind them. This caused Lin Ling to be unable to approach them. Sorry, I don't want to die. No one can take my life. Lin Ling's steps did not stop. How could he retreat? Acting recklessly, Snow Country. The old woman in white sneered and waved her right hand. White snow drifted in the sky and landed on Lin Ling's body. A terrifying origin force erupted and froze him into an ice sculpture. Seeing that you're not afraid of death and rushed into the chaotic demon sea, I'll spare your life. However, Zhu Yi, the young ladies are the Lord's family. You'll never be able to get close to them. Leave them from now on. The old woman in white did not kill Lin Ling. She left behind a sentence and turned to leave. She knew that Lin Ling would see through her. Rumble. However, at this moment, the ice sculpture in the Snow Country shook violently and cracks appeared. Then it exploded. A mere third layer of the Saint Realm actually managed to block my great origin force. The old woman in white stopped and her pupils constricted. My family is there. How can I retreat? A cold voice floated over. There was no pledge of eternal love, nor was there any vigor. It was just a simple sentence, but it was filled with unparalleled determination. However, when the young man took another step, snow fog appeared and froze him again. I have a flame in my left hand and a sword in my right. I'm here to take my family away. Boom. The ice sculpture shattered again and the black-robed young man slowly walked out. He actually used his soul force to break my origin force. What a terrifying soul force. The old woman in white's eyes were filled with shock. What exactly is this tiny ant hiding in his body? How can he be so powerful? However, the black-robed young man took another step forward. The snow fog was like the most terrifying energy, freezing him into an ice sculpture again. However, it didn't last long and the ice sculpture shattered again. The old woman in white's face turned serious. She didn't expect this young man to be so fearless of death. For his wife and family, he wasn't even afraid of death. At this moment, Lin Ling was risking his life. His strength was not enough to block the old woman in white. He was relying on his soul force and willpower. You can't walk anymore. If you continue, you'll die. The old woman in white said indifferently, if I retreat, they will disappear from my life. Then I'd rather die. But the sound of footsteps echoed out once more. From afar, the black-robed young man walked forward alone. It seemed like a simple step, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. That willpower, that courage, and that determination moved the old woman in white. She sighed softly, alas, what's the point of chasing after the palace? You can't take them away. You might as well give yourself some time to make a comeback. After speaking, she turned and left. She no longer looked down on the young man. Instead, she felt that this tiny young man was extremely majestic, lofty, and proud at this moment. Unfortunately, even though she admired him, she didn't dare to let him go in private. If she angered the Lord, she would die. In the sky, the snow stopped falling. The vast sea was still frozen. Only the ice palace sat in the snow. Its head touched the sky and its feet touched the ground. It was unknown whether it was alive or dead. After a long time, the snow began to melt. The sea waves surged and the sea monsters wreaked havoc. A giant turtle appeared. Its shell was covered with hard bone spikes. It looked at the ice sculpture floating on the sea and opened its mouth wide, swallowing it. Get lost. However, at this moment, a furious roar sounded. The ice sculpture exploded and a fist punched out. Bang! The void exploded. The incomparable fist caused the giant turtle's flesh and blood to explode. A monster core appeared and was grasped by a hand before being swallowed. The young man was Lin Ling. Facing the old woman's powerful methods, he was helpless. If it weren't for his fiend god overlord body being powerful and him being a fire attribute martial artist, he would have been frozen for millions of years or even died. However, he didn't hate the old woman. He knew that the old woman was actually helping him. She was telling him that his current strength was still insignificant and that he had to become stronger in order to bring his wife back. Die. Lin Ling urgently needed strength. He began to wreak havoc in the chaotic demon sea. Rumble. Everywhere his fist passed, the void exploded. A large number of sea monsters were killed, and the essence of the sea monsters was swallowed by Lin Ling. Woo-woo. At this moment, a large amount of seaweed floated over, forming a red sea monster that blotted out the sky. The sea monster was like red mud. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was formed from a large amount of bloodthirsty seaweed. Chapter 1570. Human World Prison, Fire Dragon King's Realm. One-line sky. A fishy smell assaulted his face, causing Lin Ling to narrow his eyes. The light in his eyes became even crazier. He erupted with a fire attribute martial art that burned the world. At this moment, he only had a strong fighting spirit. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. Just as he said, he had a flame in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. It was all for the sake of overturning the world and finding his wife among the masses. His wife was taken away in front of him, and the powerful palace in the sky told him that he wasn't qualified to have Yu and the others. How could Lin Ling be willing to accept this? Since he came to this world, he had always drunk the strongest wine, protected his loved ones, and killed his most hated enemies. There had never been anything about not being qualified enough. If it wasn't enough now, then he would work hard until it was enough. Rumble. In the chaotic demon sea, wind and clouds surged as an emperor descended. This battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Lin Ling didn't know how many sea demons he had killed or how many injuries he had suffered. He only fought, constantly fought. He constantly devoured sea demons. His fiend god overlord body had reached 11 universes of power, which was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the further one's physical strength was, the slower it increased. An increase of 500 gene of strength brought about great effects, but one universe of power was unimaginable. With his fist, Lin Ling could now kill any early-stage Saint Realm cultivator. Moreover, Lin Ling's fire martial Dao, even if he didn't use the Tyrant Song sword, he had stepped into the small success stage of the heavenly pattern martial Dao and comprehended the origin energy. This origin energy was also called the ethereal fire realm. It could burn without fire. Even if they were 1,000 miles apart, Lin Ling could burn his opponent without fire. It was extremely powerful. The reason why he could comprehend the origin energy so quickly was because Lin Ling's martial Dao comprehension was returning to the origin realm. Moreover, the fourth layer of the Purple Palace realm was of great help to him. The fire martial Dao had several realms. Creation, transformation, ethereal fire, these were all part of the laws of heaven and earth. As for soul power, Lin Ling had reached 130 levels. In the crazy sea demon world, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased by fighting every day. In fact, he was venting his anger, hating himself for not being strong enough. Within the black seawater, Lin Ling punched out. A mountain-sized sea monster in front of him exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was deader than dead. In the hearts of many sea demons, Lin Ling was actually a demon. The dark clouds in the sky were always so gloomy, as though they were pressing down on one's heart. Accompanying them was a thick stench of blood. A storm was raging in the distance, falling into the sea, causing a whirlpool to form in the sea. A terrifying sea snake that was 1,000 miles long was swept up by the storm and torn apart alive. After a long while, the sky began to rain blood, and the broken bones also fell into the distant sea. This was a world of killing and blood. Above the Black Sea, Lin Ling stood quietly. The smell of blood on his body was extremely thick, and he still held the tyrannical song sword tightly in his hand. He could sense that cracks had appeared on the tyrannical song sword. The battle during this period of time had indeed been very intense. "How do I get out of here?" Lin Ling said coldly and continued to move forward. On this day, Lin Ling finally arrived at a mysterious world. The waves in front of him were monstrous, as though there had never been peace. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and red lightning actually fell like rain. It was a shocking sight. In the rain-like lightning, dense air filled the air, and a huge island could be vaguely seen sitting there. Roars and roars of anger could be heard from time to time, causing people to tremble. No one knew what kind of demon was hiding there. "Your Majesty, could that be the legendary mortal world prison?" At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. He had followed the previous emperor in the past and had also heard of this forbidden land in the mortal world. Mortal world prison? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This world was indeed vast and boundless. Before, there was a mysterious expert who took away Yu and the others. Now, there was a mortal world prison. What other secrets were hidden in this world? I heard from the previous emperor that the mortal world prison imprisoned all kinds of demons, ghosts, and gods. Even the great Emperor Zhai Xing couldn't easily get close to it in the past. Purple Elder's voice turned solemn. The great Emperor Zhai Xing was an emperor-level expert in Xianping province, but even he couldn't get close to it. This showed how mysterious the mortal world prison was. Obviously, the mortal world prison was not under the control of the three great myths. Human, whoever gets close to the mortal world prison will die. At this time, a red light appeared and formed a large number of tall figures in front of Lin Ling. At a closer look, they looked like both humans and demons. Their auras were extremely terrifying. These figures looked strange. They had human faces, but their skin was red, and there were antennae on their heads. The most terrifying thing was that these people's strength was between the 7th and 9th heaven of the Saint Realm. And they were murderous and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These figures seemed to be guards, but their strength was so terrifying. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of the mortal world prison was. Kill without mercy. Those tall figures let out a low roar that was almost emotionless. It was as if they had been guarding this place for countless years, slaughtering anyone who got close. Lin Ling's face turned cold. With the appearance of the tyrannical song sword, he seemed to have no other choice. Let me do it. However, at this time, a majestic voice sounded. In the low-hanging dark clouds in the sky, black scales were faintly discernible, as if a dragon was roaring in the clouds. Boom! At that moment, the sea exploded and waves soared into the sky. Terrifying. An extremely terrifying pressure attacked. The owner of the mortal world prison? Lin Ling's face turned even more solemn. He sensed that the mysterious existence was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's realm. Without holding back, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and pointed his index finger forward. A wisp of white flame was born. It looked very small, but it contained a terrifying pressure. When he used that wisp of flame, Lin Ling's forehead dripped with sweat. Obviously, it was not easy for him to control that wisp of flame. God-level talent. In the sky, a surprised voice sounded. You still want to kill me? Lin Ling raised his head and said indifferently. The other party was a mysterious existence. He had broken into this place and violated the taboo, so the other party wanted to kill him. However, how could he, Lin Ling, be trampled on? This flame is the flames of the underworld, but you haven't mastered it yet. Right now, you can only use 10% of its power. In the sky, the voice became colder and colder. In the dark clouds, the Black Dragon King appeared and roared. Dragon! This was a real dragon. Compared to the Black Dragon of the immortal Spring Wyrm King, it was much stronger because this was a real ancient dragon. Dragon's aura, Lin Ling said indifferently. In a sense, it was also his first time seeing a real dragon. You have good eyesight. Under my dragon's aura, you can still remain calm. Your courage and courage are also not bad. The Black Dragon King's mouth moved slightly and made a sound. Black Thunder Burial Realm. In the sky, black lightning smashed down like rain, forming a contrast with the red lightning in the distance. The ferocious aura was monstrous. This ferocious aura had formed a great source of power and was extremely powerful. Fire Dragon King's realm. Chapter 1571. Dark Dragon Emperor. The white flame grew bigger and turned into a Fire Dragon King. Moreover, it was a Fire Dragon King formed by a strand of yellow spring flame. Right now, his physical body had reached 11 universe power, and the amount of yellow spring flame he could use was much more than before. This meant that his fire martial Dao had improved greatly. Pop pop pop. The ominous thunderbolts fought against the Fire Dragon King. Those ominous thunderbolts were extremely powerful, and they were actually devouring the Fire Dragon King continuously. Still a little weak, Lin Ling said inwardly. His cultivation realm was still too weak after all. Even though he possessed a divine-level flame, he couldn't use it to suppress the terrifying Dark Dragon King. And the ominous thunderbolts controlled by the Dark Dragon King were one of the millions of demonic auras. It was also Lin Ling's first time encountering such power. Our Lord actually personally made a move. Those tall figures in the surroundings spoke in a low voice. From their understanding of their Lord had already been here for 10,000 years. He had always been in seclusion and rarely showed himself. But this time, he actually personally made a move for an insignificant human. This was extremely strange. This flame can't stop me. In the sky, the ominous thunderbolts wrapped around the Fire Dragon King, and the remaining thunderbolts swept towards Lin Ling. Pull up the sky and raise the cauldron. Facing those ominous thunderbolts, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He slashed out with his sword, and 11 universe power erupted, shattering the void. That ancient sword slashed onto the ominous thunderbolts. What was surprising was that the ominous thunderbolts were like a spider web, and it actually couldn't be cut apart. Instead, many of the ominous thunderbolts followed the ancient sword and attacked Lin Ling. So powerful! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He floated back and avoided those ominous thunderbolts. Currently, he wasn't an opponent at all. However, he had an intuition that the powerful existence didn't seem to want to kill him. Otherwise, his method wouldn't be like this. Insignificant human, coming here means certain death. Right now, do you think you can still survive? After the ominous thunderbolts devoured the Fire Dragon King, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, surrounding Lin Ling. Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. "You're dead," the tall figures around him said coldly. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. Since he couldn't win, he couldn't be bothered to continue fighting. Moreover, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, he also wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. His Eye of Time also silently appeared. Suddenly, he began to laugh. "What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid of death?" In the sky, the Black Dragon King said hoarsely. The reason he didn't immediately kill Lin Ling was because he saw Lin Ling use Time Freeze to freeze the sea. He was very curious about this ability, and it gave him a familiar feeling. "I'm scared," Lin Ling said with a faint smile, calm and collected. The Black Dragon King was puzzled. "Then why did you put away your sword? Could it be that you feel that you have no power to fight back against me, the Dark Dragon Emperor, so you gave up your life?" "Dark Dragon King?" Lin Ling laughed again and took out a wine pot to drink. "Just a little carp who crossed the dragon gate by luck. You really think of yourself as an ancient dragon king." As soon as these words fell, the tall figures around him roared. This human was so arrogant, he actually called the Lord a little carp. "Kill him." Many tall figures roared. The human world prison had existed for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1572. The giants of the human realm caused a sensation. "What's wrong with my lord?" The surrounding demons were all stunned. Their lord was actually crying and kneeling? This was the first time they had seen it in 10,000 years. Lin Ling's pupils flickered. He also knew what had happened. One must know that the Eye of Time was left behind by the Realm Master after his death. That was why he knew everything about the Dark Dragon Emperor, but this Dark Dragon Emperor mistook him for his master. "Master, little black misses you." The Dark Dragon Emperor was not as cruel and heartless as the legends said. At this moment he was crawling towards Lin Ling with snot and tears, which surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect the other party to have such a big reaction. Then, Lin Ling saw the Dark Dragon Emperor hugging his leg and rubbing his face on his leg. His snot and tears were all on Lin Ling's trousers. This made Lin Ling angry. "Get lost." "Scram." He kicked out. All the demons were instantly furious. He dared to kick their lord? "It's master, it must be master. 10,000 years ago, master also kicked me like this." The Dark Dragon Emperor was still not angry. Instead, he was even more excited. After waiting for 10,000 years, he finally waited for his master's reincarnation. "Little white, little black, do you know master is back?" He kept roaring in his heart, excited. Lin Ling sighed and didn't want to hide it anymore. "To be honest, I'm not your master, but I got your master's eyes, so I know everything about you." "No, you are my master. I have a feeling that you are my master." Scram. The Dark Dragon Emperor crawled over again and hugged Lin Ling's leg. His snot and tears flowed out. "Scram, if you wipe your snot on my trousers again, I'll beat you with the dog whip." Lin Ling shouted angrily. This guy was getting more and more excessive. Was he still a 10,000-year-old monster? "Look, just because you know the dog whip, you are my master." "Master, Don't give up, little black misses your whip. The Dark Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. His respect for Lin Ling came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He was not the realm master, he only had the eye of time. However, he was too lazy to explain. Little Black, how do we leave this place? Master, aren't you going to see Little White and Little Black? Why don't I inform them to come over so that we can conquer the world again and unify the myriad worlds? The Dark Dragon Emperor raised his cold face and said excitedly, I'm not free, tell me how to leave this place? Lin Ling shook his head. He wasn't the master. If he stayed and was exposed, he might even lose the eye of time. So, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he underestimated the Dark Dragon Emperor's trust in him. However, the Dark Dragon Emperor still obeyed Lin Ling's words. He pointed to the east and said, That way is Shenhuang Dayu. North is Xinyuan Great Domain. Little ones, open the way for Master. Kill all the sea demons on the way. Yes, my lord. Those terrifying demonic creatures left one after another. Then, the Dark Dragon Emperor looked at Lin Ling pitifully. Not only was there worship in his eyes, there was also longing. Master, why don't you stay for a few more days? I can inform Little White and the others. Lin Ling's body trembled. Longing? What kind of look was that? He was even more determined to leave. If he was with this 10,000-year-old monster, he could be killed at any time if an accident happened. Do you have any treasures on you? Lin Ling was about to leave, but when he saw the reluctant Little Black, he asked, Master, there are many treasures in the prison of the mortal world. Those demons and ghosts also have some. Why don't we plunder them? I only have one treasure on me, and it's the ethereal divine vine that Master gave me in the past. It's the first treasure Master gave me, and I've been reluctant to use it. The Dark Dragon Emperor took out a green divine vine from his arms and stroked it with great reluctance. This treasure was not very valuable to him, but it symbolized beautiful memories. When he was still a little carp, his master gave it to him. Give it to me. Lin Ling stared at it and snatched it from him mercilessly. This is my memory. The Dark Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted, and tears flickered in his eyes. He looked pitiful. His memories were taken away, and they were memories that he had kept for 10,000 years. However, when he saw that it was Lin Ling, he smiled again. Although his memories were taken away, his master had returned. Everything was worth it. Little Black, you're too poor with these treasures. As for the prison, I won't go. I'm in a hurry. I'll come to see you next time. Lin Ling comforted the 10,000-year-old monster. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. Although there were more treasures in the prison of the mortal world, how could he face those demons and ghosts? So, if he didn't escape now, when would he? Master, are you leaving? When will you come to see me again? Or, I'll go with you. The Dark Dragon Emperor was even more reluctant as he chased after Lin Ling. You stay here. Don't follow me. Lin Ling immediately shouted angrily. What a joke! With this 10,000-year-old monster following him, how could he sleep peacefully? He would not joke with his life. Master. The Dark Dragon Emperor's voice carried a sobbing tone, causing Lin Ling's scalp to go numb. He really wanted to say, I'm really not your master. I only have the eyes left behind by your master. Scram, if you continue to talk, I'll beat you with the dog whip. Following that, Lin Ling had no choice but to lower his imposing manner. If his aura weakened, who knew what would happen? As soon as the dog whip finished speaking, the Dark Dragon Emperor's body trembled. Chapter 1573. Little Flame's transformation. 10,000 years ago, I was just a blade of grass in the devil domain. After receiving Master's enlightenment, I transformed into a giant of the human realm. Master, you're finally back. The woman didn't care about everyone's surprise. She disappeared and rushed towards the chaotic demon sea. No one knew that Lin Ling alone caused a sensation among the giants of the human realm. At this moment, Lin Ling quickly left the chaotic demon sea. He didn't want to have anything to do with those 10,000-year-old monsters. Mysterious void immortal vine. Elder Z, what treasure is this? On the way, Lin Ling was a little excited. He didn't expect the Dark Dragon Emperor to be so straightforward. He gave away the treasure just like that. In fact, he had the Eye of Time, and the Dark Dragon Emperor also knew about it. That was why he wanted to leave immediately. He was afraid that the Dark Dragon Emperor would seize the Eye of Time. Although the Dark Dragon Emperor treated him as his master, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of people in his life, so he was naturally cautious. This is a treasure of heaven and earth. It can increase cultivation, but the mysterious void gourd formed by the vine can quickly restore cultivation realm. It's even absolutely helpful to Wu Sheng. Elder Z said excitedly. This kind of treasure, even the star-picking nation didn't have it in the past. Your Majesty, now that your fiend god overlord body has reached the 5th layer, you can enter the 5th layer of the Violet Palace, the world of the living soil. The mysterious void immortal vine will grow quickly and form the mysterious void gourd without limit. Elder Z said again. The living soil was rumored to be one of the first strands of soil in the world. It could grow by itself and would never be depleted. The plants planted in the soil could grow even faster. Lin Ling was surprised. The 5th layer of the Violet Palace actually had such power. He quickly followed Elder Z into the Violet Palace. The 5th layer was a fertile land. One couldn't see the end of it. The soil on the ground was jet black. There weren't any plants in the surroundings, but a dense earthy aura assaulted one's face, giving one an extremely refreshing feeling. The mysterious void immortal vine was planted in the soil. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and grew a black gourd. It was the mysterious void gourd. Lin Ling picked one and tore open the gourd. There was a transparent liquid inside the gourd. When he poured it into his mouth, he immediately felt refreshed. The spirit chi of the sacred sea gourd was quickly restored. This mysterious void gourd was indeed the best recovery treasure. Within the Zifu, Lin Ling once again began to cultivate. Right now, his strength had increased tremendously, especially his soul force that had reached the 130th level. Unfortunately, he was still a step away from breaking through to the next realm. But it was enough. Even if he faced a 5th heaven saint, he was no longer afraid. He could even defeat an ordinary 6th heaven saint. Breaking through to the saint realm was far more difficult than Lin Ling had imagined, and the amount of resources required was far greater. On top of that, the requirements for one's comprehension of the martial Tao were much higher. Your Majesty, someone wants to see you. Please come with me. At this moment, Purple Elder appeared with a smile on his face. Hearing that, Lin Ling was stunned. Someone? Was there anyone else in the Purple Mansion other than himself? Your Majesty, come with me. You will be very happy. It was rare for Violet Elder to keep Lin Ling in suspense, causing Lin Ling to be even more curious. He followed Violet Elder forward and arrived at the 1st level of the Violet Palace. Chapter 1574. Goodbye, Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Shen Huangdiyu, at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy, the little girl was still sitting there and looking at the distant ocean every day. The Ocean of Anarchy is filled with devil chi. Not to mention the ocean, even the seaside will be invaded by devil chi. Is that little girl stupid? Yeah, she doesn't eat, drink, cultivate, or recover. She just sits there. If this continues, she'll die sooner or later. The cultivators in the path stared at the little girl and shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to stay at the side of the Ocean of Anarchy for too long because they would be invaded by devil chi, yet the little girl had already stayed there for 3 months. Her aura is getting weaker and weaker. If it wasn't for her formidable natural talent, she would have died a long time ago. Someone said in his heart. After all, ordinary cultivators would be invaded by devil chi if they stayed at the side of the ocean of anarchy for 3 days. It was unimaginable for them to stay there for 3 months. Based on her appearance, she has an extraordinary background. Perhaps she has some treasure in her possession. Are you mad? Her natural talent isn't weak, so her background is definitely not small. Could it be that you dare to offend her? She's about to die, what's there to be afraid of? Some bold cultivators formed groups of 3 to 5 and approached silently. Obviously, they wanted to make a fortune from the dead. Fuck off. However, they just approached when the little girl shouted furiously, and her voice shocked those cultivators. But then they noticed that the little girl's aura was weak. Obviously, it was a counterattack before her death. Kill her and seize the treasures in her possession. The eyes of those cultivators turned even colder. To them, there was indeed no need to be afraid of a dead person. Scoundrel, why aren't you back yet? The fire spirit princess was at the side of the ocean of anarchy. She'd always been waiting for Lin Ling. Even though she was extremely intelligent, she was still young and lacked stability. So she'd always been waiting at the seaside and didn't know that she'd already been invaded by devil chi. At this moment, she just wanted to sleep and felt very tired. Now's the time. The killing intent of the cultivators behind her grew even stronger. Rumble. Right at this moment, waves surged in the ocean of anarchy as a slender figure stepped on the waves and walked over step by step. He seemed to be slow, but he appeared before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. What? Someone returned from the ocean of anarchy? The sea monsters in the chaotic demon sea are terrifying. Even an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse has to form a team to enter, but he's alone? The martial artists in the distance gasped. The eyes of the warriors who had attacked the fire spirit princess narrowed as they looked at the youth. It was as if they were looking at a sea demon descending. Bastard! The fire spirit princess stared at the person who had come, and her little face lit up. Shockingly, the person who had come was Lin Ling, who had returned. He stared at Princess Fire Spirit and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This little girl was really stubborn. She was really waiting for him. If he were to die in the ocean of anarchy, could it be that she would also wait her entire life? He could not help but feel heartache. Although the Fire Spirit Princess was overbearing and willful, she was also a stubborn person. Idiot, I'm not afraid of devil chi because my physical body is strong, but you don't cultivate your physical body. Now that you've been invaded by devil chi for 3 months, how can you withstand it? Arriving in front of Princess Fire Spirit, Lin Ling picked up the little girl, took out the void mysterious gourd, and poured it into Princess Fire Spirit's mouth. I just want to see if you found a wife, Princess Hualing said unhappily. Her little mouth curled up. I found her, but the other party didn't like me, so he still took my wife away, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. His words made Princess Hualing's big eyes dim. He actually didn't find her? But soon she heard Lin Ling's cold voice. But it doesn't matter. It won't be long before I find them. At that time, I want to see the background of the guy who snatched my wife. He actually dares to speak righteously about snatching someone's family. This sentence made Princess Hualing laugh. Bastard, you're very confident. Then she leaned on Lin Ling's chest like a porcelain doll with a sweet face. The few of you seem to want to harm my little girl. After Lin Ling smiled, his pupils turned and landed on the few martial artists. His eyes turned cold. Sir, don't talk nonsense. We just came to take a look out of curiosity. The few martial artists reacted and immediately shouted coldly. How could they admit it? Since she's fine, it's none of our business. Let's go. The leading martial artist waved his hand and wanted to leave. Wait. At that moment, Lin Ling's cold voice spread in the air. What? You want us to stay? The few martial artists stopped and stared at Lin Ling indifferently. Before, they were surprised that Lin Ling had come back from the ocean of chaotic demons, but now it seemed that Lin Ling was just a cultivator of the third saint layer. They didn't need to be afraid of him. Let me tell you first, we're the divine purple robes king's people. If you want to attack us, you better think twice. Maybe you're a disciple of Champion University, but you should know that in Xianhuang Diyu, ordinary disciples can't compete with the divine purple robes kings. Let's forget about it. We'll mind our own business, shouted the few people icily. They had failed to attack, but they didn't need to take responsibility for it, as if it had nothing to do with them. Xiao Yan, kill them. Go! Lin Ling didn't waste time talking nonsense. He waved his right hand and the red-armored ape on his shoulder laughed and threw himself at them. There was no powerful origin energy. Instead, it was just the power of his physical body. It was clean and efficient. A black tiger steals the heart, and one of the martial artist's heart was taken out. Blood splashed everywhere. The remaining people were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would dare attack them. You're crazy, said the leading martial artist with his eyes wide open. In the distance, the crowd was also astonished. Even though those martial artists had tried to harm the little girl, they hadn't done anything. However, that young man had killed them. First, she's the fire spirit princess of the Fire Clan. You can't offend her. Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He continued walking. Those martial artists were astonished. Surprisingly, she was the fire spirit princess? How could the Fire Clan's princess be in the ocean of chaotic demons? Besides, there wasn't a single strong cultivator with her. How strange. Second, I killed 2 of the divine purple robes kings. The voice floated out again. Those martial artists narrowed their eyes. Killed 2? In Xianhuang Diyu, it was said that Lin Ling, who came from Xianpeng province, had killed 2 of the divine purple robes kings. Could that young man be the famous Lin Ling? Third, even though you didn't attack, if I didn't rush over, you would definitely attack. Since you have the heart to harm others, then you have to bear the consequences. This world isn't so benevolent. Maybe you think it's unfair, but I can tell you that in front of me, Lin Ling, you have to swallow any unfairness. Kill. Lin Ling's last sentence was filled with killing intent. Fairness. Lin Ling had seen too much unfairness, so he didn't expect the world to be fair. He only wanted to use his sword to protect his family and friends. That was enough. Lin Ling, he really is Lin Ling. Kill. So strong. Kill. Chapter 1575. Who is more despicable? Lin Ling, spare my life. Those martial artists who had attempted to sneak attack all knelt down. They were afraid and regretful. They had never imagined that they would provoke Lin Ling. It had to be known that Lin Ling was so terrifying that even the 5 heavenly kings feared him. Lin Ling did not say anything and continued to move forward. What answered them was Little Flame's merciless slaughter, wiping out all those who had ill intentions. Serves you right. Princess Hualing waved her small fist. So those people wanted to kill her. Then they should all die. It was good enough that she, Princess Hualing, did not kill anyone. Since when did it become someone else's turn to kill? Scoundrel, you killed them for me. Then am I your friend? Then, Princess Hualing raised her eyes and stared at Lin Ling's handsome face. No, you are my family. Lin Ling was still hugging her. He looked at the sky and smiled. He killed those people because they had attacked his family. They had touched his reverse scale, so he had no face to give to anyone. Family? That's great. But scoundrel, I have to go back. I've been away for too long this time. Father and the others must be looking for me. Princess Hualing was extremely happy, but then she said sadly, Go back. After I settle the matters in Xianpeng province, I'll come back to find you and bring you to see someone. Lin Ling nodded and took out 10 mysterious void gourds and handed them to Princess Hualing. Princess Hualing accepted them and nodded with a smile. The 2 of them walked forward. Not long after, fiery clouds appeared in the sky ahead. A woman appeared in the clouds. She was like an empress, looking down with indifferent eyes. She was Princess Huixia. Of course, she was looking at the ground in surprise. She did not expect to finally find Princess Hualing, but Lin Ling was with her. Hualing, where have you been all this time? Do you know how worried father was about you? Also, who told you to be with a lowly ant? You have to know that people are sinister. Some people have bad intentions when they get close to you. Her voice was like thunder, quickly gushing out. Clearly, during the last Xian ranking battle, many strong cultivators had protected Lin Ling, causing her to lose face. This caused her to have a deep resentment towards Lin Ling. Perhaps in her heart, she was the noble Princess Firecloud, and even more so, she was the Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling was only a lowly disciple. What qualifications did he have to go against her will? Princess Fire Spirit immediately lowered her head. She seemed to be in awe of her sister. What are you waiting for? Princess Huixia shouted angrily again. You're still young, you have to be careful in case someone tries to take advantage of you. You have to know that there are some people with low backgrounds who want to use you to curry favor with the fire race. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Hearing that, Princess Hualing immediately raised her head and said. Princess Fireglow ignored Princess Fire Spirit's words. She looked at Lin Ling and said, deceiving a 5-year-old girl, do you feel a sense of accomplishment? If you want to curry favor with the powerful Fire Clan, you can rely on your own ability. Although the Fire Clan has a lot of cultivation resources, you can just tell us if you want them. Why do you have to lie to my sister? She thought that Lin Ling had approached Princess Hualing because he wanted to deceive her and steal the cultivation resources of the Fire Clan. That was normal, the Fire Clan was strong, and Princess Hualing was innocent and pure. Everybody wanted to take advantage of her. Lin Ling was astonished. He hadn't thought that Princess Fireglow would slander him. He smiled mockingly and said, I deceived her? You didn't? Princess Fireglow nodded indifferently. Her eyebrows were raised. She had the domineering aura of an empress. All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Lin Ling's voice floated in the distance. He felt disgusted when he saw that woman. If it weren't for Princess Hualing, he would have humiliated that bitch. A lowly peasant is a lowly peasant. Bastard. Princess Fireglow shouted angrily. She was about to speak again when Princess Hualing said, Sister, he gave me the empty mystical gourd. Boom. Princess Fireglow felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt as if she had been slapped a dozen times. She felt dizzy. The empty mystical gourd was extremely precious. It could quickly recover one's spiritual energy. It was of great help in a battle between strong cultivators. Even if she obtained it, she would treat it as a treasure. However, these treasures were given by Lin Ling, a lowly peasant. She thought that the lowly peasant wanted to get close to Princess Hualing because he wanted to deceive her. But now, who was giving who the benefits? Now, who was deceiving who? Such a treasure was given away so easily. Now, who was the lowly one? All right, I'll wait for you. If you don't come, then you're a toad. Princess Fireglow remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was waiting for her to complain. But now, did she dare to go? She naturally didn't dare. If she went, she would only be laughed at. Bastard. Princess Fireglow let out a low voice. She was a noble princess. For the first time, she was inferior to someone. She was as lowly as a toad. Chapter 1576. The end of an era at this moment. Xianpeng province was engulfed in smoke and flames of war. 10 years of peace and 10 years of madness. The universe and Kuan palaces, these two great forces, had an irreconcilable conflict to begin with. Although they rarely had large conflicts, what should erupt would still erupt. Therefore, in the Universal Grand Ceremony, there would be a large number of experts falling and new experts rising up. The forces of the universe and Kuan palaces would also be redistributed. As for the opinions of the human realm's giants, they ignored them. Perhaps they also knew that they had to solve the conflict between martial artists themselves. After the conflict was resolved, the remaining martial artists would be stronger. Although it was a little cruel, the path of martial arts was against the heavens. When a martial artist enjoyed dominating the lives of others, he would also be dominated by a stronger opponent. This was also one of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu residents, today we will take revenge for 10 years. 3 Elemental Golden Dipper sect, submit to the Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, we will annihilate your entire sect. Kill. For 3 whole months, the experts in Xianping province were killing each other. Many ancient sects fell, and the remaining ones submitted. It was as the saying went, the world will be divided after a long time, and the world will be united after a long time. No one was safe. No matter how strong a force was, there would be a time when it would fall, unless they formed an alliance or submitted. Currently, the safest giants were the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. However, this was only temporary. When the flames of war spread to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, a new emperor rose. The rise of a new emperor represented the rise of a powerful young emperor, replacing the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The most famous one was the North Emperor, the Son of Heaven. This person came from the head of the 10 Xiaoyao Palace halls. Once he rose, he summoned the 10 Xiaoyao Palace halls and eliminated 2 Langya Palace hall masters. Among the remaining 8 Langya Palace hall masters, 5 of them submitted. There was the North Emperor in the north and the South King in the south. He was the powerful emperor of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residents, Hong Tianxia. Hong Tianxia came from the 7 emperors heaven and was the first lord of Nanshan. Originally, he should not have been involved in Xianping province's affairs. However, he came from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars Hong residents. Therefore, when the Hong residence was in danger, he stood up and summoned the world. It was known that the 7 emperors heaven and earth emperor realms heaven. One's courage and the submission of the experts. After all, one's strength was strength. For example, the assassin king heaven and earth. Obviously, that was impossible. As the old saying goes, one must have a good reason to start a war. If one wants to control the situation in Xianping province, then one must have a good reason. Other than the North the Arch and the South King, there was also the West King. This person came from the ancient Li Hua God dynasty. Using his ancient fame, he attracted a large number of experts to join him. He was also an existence that could summon wind and rain. The era was changing. These 3 great emperors had triggered a new world structure. The position of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars was also in imminent danger. Even they had to submit. Other than the 3 great monarchs, there were also many other new monarchs that rose up. It was a pity that their rallying power was too weak, their strength was too low, and their foundation was insufficient. The entire Xianping province was like boiling water. There were very few powerful forces that could remain unscathed. The rainforest sacred land was one of them. However, no one had submitted the missions. Hence, he didn't know who it was. Now, he finally knew. These 2 missions can be rewarded with 200 drops of half-saint's essence. What a pity! If you killed 1 more demon, you would have completed all the missions. The space-time heavenly the Arch immediately laughed. He was extremely happy. The missions were issued by the mortal domain. If Lin Ling completed them, the 7 emperors' sky would be proud. As expected, when the missions on the mission board disappeared, many disciples of the mortal domain's 3 legends had ugly expressions. Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling again. How did he do it? Many disciples were jealous and gritted their teeth. After Lin Ling received the drops of half-saint's essence, he strode away. These treasures should be enough for him to break through to the next realm. Lin Ling, you're back. Just as he left the floating mountain, a voice came from afar. Lin Ling glanced over and smiled. It was the 9 spirits of heaven. The 9 spirits of heaven wasn't tall, but they had a cold aura. They carried a tall sky piercer on their backs. Their style was extremely unique. I just saw that you completed the mission. Kiki, you've won glory for the 7 Emperors' sky. The 9 spirits of heaven came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. I was just lucky, Lin Ling said with a smile after bowing politely. By the way, Xianping province is holding the Universal Grand Ceremony. Aren't you going to participate? The 9 spirits of heaven asked again. At their current level, they were more interested in the competition between the disciples of the myths of legends. They didn't care much about the Universal Grand Ceremony. I'm from Xianping province. That's my hometown. Of course I'll participate in such a grand event. Lin Ling didn't hide it and directly admitted it. Kiki, then I'll go and take a look. Although I'm not interested in the Universal Grand Ceremony, I'm still very interested in the strength of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Moreover, I heard that the First Lord of Nanshan, Hong Tianxia, is also there. I want to meet him. The 9 spirits of heaven was interested. With his current strength, he was still a distance away from the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Therefore, he wanted to take a look with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a little surprised, but he immediately nodded. Let's go. The 2 left the 4 pillars and 8 pillars and headed toward the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land was extremely peaceful. The battle outside didn't affect them at all. Many people in the rainforest sacred land sighed. They knew who gave them such a peaceful home. Lord Lin Ling, you're really amazing. Did you know that when I went out to train, I met other experts who forced me to submit to them? If I didn't, they would kill me. When I said that I'm from the rainforest sacred land, those experts immediately made way for me and were very respectful. That's your reputation. Moreover, many experts and martial artists want to seek refuge in the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 1577. Paradise, Rainforest Sacred Land. Patriarch Taiyan, Emon and the others were extremely proud. Once upon a time, the Rainforest Sacred Land had suffered a great calamity. At that time, they were like ants, their lives ruled by others. But now, this place had become a paradise. No one dared to invade. In a world where the flames of war were raging, having a paradise was obviously everyone's extravagant wish. Let us in. Outside the rainforest sacred land's ancient array, a large number of cultivators gathered. They wanted to take refuge in the rainforest sacred land. You guys are too heartless. It's so chaotic outside. From the 9-star Saint Realm to the 3-star Saint Realm, there's war everywhere. Your place is so safe, but you won't let us in. You guys are overbearing. Look at that cultivator, he's only in the martial spirit realm. What right does trash like him have to enter this paradise? Get him out. That's right, I'm the Emperor of the Kingdom of Heaven, a first heaven saint. Get those trash out, I'll replace you. The cultivators were dissatisfied. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors, they would have already barged in. Sirs, you guys are the overbearing ones. This is our hometown, created by Lord Lin Ling. You guys want to take refuge here, but you don't announce anything. Who knows if you're spies? Also, this place went through a calamity in the past. Those weak cultivators didn't run away, they lived and died with their hometown. How could they not have the right to enter? Where were you then? You only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, you don't know their sacrifice. In the rainforest sacred land, a large number of cultivators appeared and confronted the foreign cultivators. Qin Xiaolan's voice was like thunder, shocking the foreign cultivators into silence. As for the weak elders and injured middle-aged men in the rainforest sacred land, they were touched. In the past, when the rainforest sacred land faced a calamity, they didn't want to leave their hometown and stayed to fight. However, the rainforest sacred land didn't abandon them. It even gave up on those cultivators for them. Lord Lin Ling is the most grateful. To be able to follow him in this life, I don't regret dying. The elders and injured middle-aged men's eyes were wet. You talk too much nonsense. Are you going to let us in or not? The faces of the foreign martial artists turned cold. In order to survive, they couldn't care less. If they stayed in Xianpeng province, they would definitely die. Charge in. The rainforest Holy Land is so big, and there are also the 100 realms. These places are all safe, enough for us to make a comeback. That's right. Although the spirit chi here is thin, it can still be considered beautiful. Our 6 Ultimate Swords Gate wants to establish a sect here. The martial artists' patience was exhausted. Their faces became increasingly cold. How dare you? Qin Xiaolan, Mu Mu, and the others were enraged. These people obviously wanted to borrow Lin Ling's glory, but they wanted to occupy this place and establish their own sect. Did they think that they could come and go as they pleased? It's just a group of transcendent realm masters. What's there to fear? Charge in. Those powerful beings weren't afraid of Qin Xiaolan and the others at all, and they roared angrily again. Although there were many powerful beings from the Rainforest Holy Land, there were even more powerful beings on their side. There were over 100 powerful beings gathered here. Who dares to be so arrogant here? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The clouds in the sky churned as 2 figures stepped on the clouds and slowly walked over. Shio. Before they arrived, a fiery red figure shot over first and transformed into a giant ape. With a slap, a Saint Realm Master was smashed into meat paste. Little Flame, Qin Xiaolan, Elder Tai Yen, and the others were pleasantly surprised when they recognized the giant ape. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape let out an excited roar as if it had seen its family. Then, it transformed into a red armored monkey the size of a small bear and looked at everyone with a smile. It rushed to Elder Tai Yen and kowtowed to him. Good, good, good. It's good that Little Flame is back. Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed and stroked Little Flame's head. To him, Little Flame was just like his little grandson. Little Flame enjoyed the touch very much. His big eyes were like crescent moons. Lin Ling is back. Everyone then stared at the sky excitedly. The people who had come were Lin Ling and the 9 spirits of heaven. At this moment, Lin Ling stared coldly at the foreign cultivators. He did not expect that no one would dare to invade the Rainforest Holy Land, but these people wanted to take refuge in his light and force their way in. Sir Lin Ling. Sir. The foreign cultivators were in awe. Seeing Lin Ling, they did not dare to be arrogant. You want to take refuge here? Sir. Lin Ling stopped and stared at them indifferently. Sir Lin Ling, the outside world is too chaotic. The strong prey on the weak. Please be merciful and let us in. A tall and sturdy man saluted. I'll give you one word, scram. Scram. Lin Ling sneered and then shouted angrily. If these people had followed the rules and waited patiently, he would have given them a way out and let them enter. However, these people were impatient and only knew how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. When they were rejected, they forced their way in. Why would Lin Ling want such people? One must know that even ordinary cultivators had to go through a test to become a disciple, let alone enter the Rainforest Holy Land. The faces of the powerful cultivators turned ugly. Sir Lin Ling, we are not weak. Why don't we follow you and conquer the world? There are many weak trash in the Rainforest Holy Land. Why don't we drive them away? A majesty of a big country said unwillingly. Trash? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His eyes became colder. With a thought, an invisible flame appeared. Chi. The majesty who had just spoken suddenly started burning without any fire. He was burned to the point that he let out a painful cry. They have accompanied me through storms and storms. They are Lin Ling's friends and family. Even if they are ordinary people without any strength, you can't compare to them. As for you daring to call them trash, that is equivalent to giving me, Lin Ling, a slap in the face. Die for me. Lin Ling said coldly. The various experts trembled with fear. As for the people of the Rainforest Holy Land, they were even more agitated, especially Mu Mu and the others. In the past, They were geniuses of the Void Star Divine Palace. At first, they did not want to join the Rainforest Holy Land. But now, it seemed that their decision back then was the best choice in their lives. All of you scram. If there are still people here after an incense stick's worth of time, then all of you will die. Don't think that I, Lin Ling, am a merciful person. Now that the outside world is in chaos, I can be as ruthless as them. Scram. Lin Ling's cold voice caused the various experts' faces to change and they all fled madly. Also, do you think my Rainforest Holy Land has no experts? Just wait and see, my Rainforest Holy Land also has countless experts. Sigh. Moreover, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted into their ears at the same time. They wanted to take refuge here because they were afraid of the experts from the outside world, but they'd forgotten that Lin Ling was an existence that couldn't be offended in Blackping region as well, and he was just like those formidable experts. If they offended Lin Ling, then he'd annihilate them as well. Lin Ling, you're back. Sigh. Seeing Lin Ling intimidating all the experts alone, the people of the Rainforest Holy Land felt proud. Elder Tai Yen, Mo Nianchen, and the others all ran over to welcome Lin Ling back. Hee, how is everyone? Sigh. Chapter 1578. Opening a new world. Good, very good. Even if it's raging outside, this place is the safest. Everyone shouted in unison. Your Excellency, when the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony just started, there were also experts who came here, but when they heard that this was Lin Ling's territory, they immediately ran away, scared witless. Wood and the other geniuses from the Starry Sky Left Court Palace said proudly. If they were still from the Void Star Divine Palace, they would have been slaughtered. That's good. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Venerable C. Calming, the old man of the South Pole, and the others. He hadn't expected them to come. Lin Ling, when you were in the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity, I was the one who saved you from the Void Star Divine Palace. Who would have thought that in just a few years, us old fellows would be indebted to your protection? Venerable C. Calming looked at Lin Ling gratefully. His family and C. Calming Heavenly Palace were all here, or they would have been wiped out long ago. The old man of the South Pole, Lu Wangye, and the others sighed in their hearts. Lin Ling was now their pillar of support. Sir, we're a family. There's no need to say such sentimental words. All right. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He still treated Venerable C. Calming as his sir. That was because he would remember the kindness of that drop of water in the past for the rest of his life. Lin Ling then looked at the girl behind Venerable C. Calming and smiled. Sister Ling Shan, are you interested in traveling with me? Yes. Ling Shan was Venerable C. Calming's daughter, the girl abandoned by the Golden Armor King. When she heard Lin Ling's words, she was stunned. At first, she was a little afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling was at a height that she had to look up to. But she didn't expect that Lin Ling would still be so amiable, which made her relax. Where are we going? Yes. Ling Shan asked curiously. Splendid land, meet the Golden Armor King. Yes. Lin Ling smiled again, but this time his expression was cold. Golden Armor King. Yes. Everyone's heart trembled. They vaguely knew that Lin Ling was going to challenge the Golden Armor King. Although they knew that this day would come, they still felt that it was unreal. Lin Ling, Gold Armor King's strength is not weak. Are you confident? Venerable C. Calming said worriedly. He knew that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked among the top 10 Langya Temple Masters. However, there were also differences in strength among the 10 Langya Temple Masters. Gold Armor King was one of the best. It's nothing. Lin Ling spoke calmly, and his words carried dense confidence. After experiencing the bitter battle in the chaotic Devil Sea, his strength had doubled. Everyone, let's go together. The era is ending, and a new emperor is rising. I think it's time for me to become the new emperor. Lin Ling said again, full of heroic spirit. If he became the new emperor of Shenping province, his power and his family would be even more secure. He could even dominate half of the sacred land of the rainforest. Therefore, Lin Ling would not be pretentious at this time. The rise of a new emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked by Lin Ling's ambition. Only the 9 spirits of heaven felt that it was normal because Lin Ling could do it. Go, let's all go. The crowd was extremely excited. They never thought that they would be able to become famous in Shenpeng province during the Universal Grand Ceremony. Then let's go. I've found out that the end of the era is on the other side of the splendid mountain and river. Lin Ling looked into the distance and pointed his sword at the splendid mountain and river. The end of the era was also the beginning of a new world. Lin Ling wanted to start a new chapter in this new world. Start the era, the rise of a new emperor. Everyone shouted excitedly and raised the flag in their hands. Everyone moved forward majestically, heading towards the splendid mountain and river. This time, there were hundreds of millions of people following Lin Ling. Some were from the rainforest sacred land, some were from the 100 territories, and some were from Shenpeng province. There were strong and weak people, but even the weak martial spirit realm cultivators were not afraid at all. That was because they were staring at the black-robed man in front of them. That was their flag. The crowd left the rainforest's sacred land's teleportation array and appeared in the splendid mountain and river tens of thousands of miles away. Many people stared at the splendid mountain and river and became even more excited. They had long heard that this was the core of Shenpeng province and that only top warriors could enter. Now they had finally stepped into this place. As for the splendid mountain and river, there were also a large number of warriors. They were safe at the moment because the top leaders were negotiating to seize the world. However, the warriors who could appear here were all extremely famous among the experts. The world is in chaos. The North Emperor is the Son of Heaven, the South Emperor is Hong Tianxia, and the West Emperor is Zhang Luochen. A new emperor is rising. Yes. I heard that the 7 emperors also had powerful disciples who wanted to call the world and proclaim themselves as emperors, but they all failed. They had strength, but they lacked courage. Wow! Last month, there was a fierce battle, and the successors of the Spirit Creek Celestial Kingdom were all killed. Seriously? That was the heavenly elder of the Spirit Mountain. He was as strong as the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. What? What can I do? The one who killed him was not a single person, but an alliance of experts from the Western Emperor, Zhang Luochen. They seem to want to eliminate the heavenly elder of Ling Shan and the other experts in the Xianpeng Great Region. What? That's nothing. The 4 pillars and 8 pillars were all wiped out 5 days ago. The crowd was abuzz with discussion as the news continued to spread. The powerful existences that they had looked up to in the past had all been wiped out. It was a surreal scene. Lord Pu of the Shentian dynasty is also in danger. He didn't join any of the new emperors, so the new emperors are going to make a move on him. Wow! The Black-White Dao Palace is the same. They're still independent and will be the next to be eliminated. Wow! It seems that the new world of Shenpeng province will be led by the 3 emperors. Wow! Many people were analyzing the situation and knew that the old powerhouses were about to fall. The rise of the new emperors meant that they could summon too many experts. Even if the old powerhouses were strong, they couldn't stop the other side from having too many people. Sometimes, when the difference in strength was not great, the power of the people around them could decide everything. Those people and their subordinates were also a symbol of strength. Rumble! It was at this moment that the black clouds arrived, as if a great calamity was approaching. What's going on? Many people were shocked. They suddenly realized that those clouds were actually people. It was just that there were too many people, which led to the formation of a majestic cloud. Who's so bold? The era is coming to an end, and they still dare to come out. You're courting death. Many people laughed coldly. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the ancient kingdoms would fall in this cosmos ceremony. The insolence of this newcomer was bound to become a thorn in their side. That's Lin Ling. Wow. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, staring at the handsome man in the lead with cold eyes. Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors. He's here. Wow. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.